Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.1, The Conquest. We begin now our fifth cycle of episodes, the story of Spanish-American independence, a story that is inextricably linked to the revolutions we've already covered. Because, as you may have noticed, though I am narrating these revolutions in discrete units, the American Revolution, the French Revolution, the Haitian Revolution, this is all really one unfolding event, rolling back and forth across the Atlantic as the modern world is slowly, painfully, and oh so chaotically born. But trying to cover all of Spanish-American independence would be logistically insane. On the eve of Napoleon's invasion of Spain in 1807, the Spanish Empire in the Western Hemisphere stretched from the southern tip of South America to as far north as San Francisco. And by the time the wars of Spanish-American independence ended a generation later, that enormous empire had cracked apart into fully 16 new nations: Argentina, Chile, Bolivia, Peru, Paraguay, Uruguay, Ecuador, Colombia, Venezuela, Panama, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Mexico. To say nothing of the chunks that will wind up inside the United States. I estimate that it would take me at least 100 episodes to cover it all in full, and we are not going to do that. So what are we going to do? Well, when you pull back to 10,000 feet and unfocus your eyes a little bit, you can really make out three principal theaters of action in the Spanish-American Wars of Independence. In the far north, you have Mexico. In the far south, you have a connected axis that links Argentina and Chile that includes Paraguay and Uruguay, and then in the middle, you have a big blob that will briefly become Gran Colombia, and then devolve into modern Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Panama. Now, I'm not going to worry about Mexico right now, partly because it was geographically, politically, and militarily distinct from the South American liberation movements, and partly because I'll be happy to tell you all about it when we get to the Mexican Revolution, whenever we get to the Mexican Revolution. So that leaves us with events in South America, where things are geographically, politically, and militarily connected. And indeed, when the armies of José de San Martín march north from Chile to Peru, they will arrive just ahead of the armies of Simón Bolívar, who will be marching south out of Colombia. The two great generals would famously meet at a summit in July 1822, and you can't get much more connected than that. But of the two big South American theaters, there is no one who more personifies the liberation of South America than the liberator himself, Simón Bolívar. And no theater that better encapsulates the contentious and occasionally fratricidal process of Spanish-American independence than the region that was once the Spanish viceroyalty of New Granada and became through Bolívar's sheer force of will an independent nation that historians call Gran Colombia. And so it is Bolívar and Gran Colombia that I will focus on. So this run of episodes then is going to be like a series of concentric circles. The really detailed center will be Bolívar himself and the two principal nations he liberated, Colombia and Venezuela. Then the next circle of detail will cover the other Bolivarian states, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia. Now, Panama is also in there, but Panama remains a part of Colombia until Theodore Roosevelt comes down with his big stick in the 20th century. Then the next circle will be Argentina and Chile, which I plan to cover enough so that you know what's happening without getting bogged down in the nitty-gritty details. And then the widest circle will bring in a few mentions of events up in Mexico, mostly to remind you just how vast the problem facing Spain was in the 18-teens and 1820s. So having said all that, I am actually now going to spend the rest of today's episode on the widest circle you're ever going to get, an expansive overview of the Spanish Empire, how it got started, how it functioned, and who lived in it, covering its development through the so-called Spanish Golden Age until the Habsburg dynasty collapsed into a heap with the death of King Charles II in November 1700. Then next week, we'll transition into a more detailed accounting of the Viceroyalty of New Granada, which will be the principal stage upon which the rest of our series will take place, and which was created amidst the enlightened Bourbon reforms that sought to strengthen and modernize the empire, and in the process help grease the wheels of revolution. After that, it will be off to the races. And one last thing, of course, is my standard disclaimer that though I feel like I've got a pretty okay handle on Spanish pronunciation, I'll more than likely botch a few things along the way, and even the stuff I get right is never going to be perfect and will always contain a hefty dose of Anglo-American ineptitude. So to get things started here, we're going to go back into the misty fog of post-Roman Iberia, that is, modern Spain and Portugal, which, as you may or may not know, was invaded by North African Muslims in the early 700s. Most, but not all, of the Iberian Peninsula then became a Muslim-ruled territory called Al-Andalus, and over the next few centuries became a front in the wider Mediterranean conflict between Islam and Christendom. Over these centuries, Christendom slowly pushed its way back into Iberia in a process later dubbed the Reconquista, or the Reconquest. As Reconquista progressed, a patchwork of kingdoms took root in Christian Iberia. Castile, Leon, Aragon, Portugal, Navarre, Valencia, Catalonia, plus some other smaller feudal units thrown in for good measure. By the 1400s, all that was left of Al-Andalus was a rump Muslim territory called the Emirate of Granada, down on the southwest coast. Now the big thing to note here is that at this point, Spain as such does not exist. These Christian kingdoms are separate kingdoms, and rivalries and alliances between the Iberian monarchies help define what is of actual interest to us here: the expansion of those Iberian monarchies off the peninsula and the subsequent creation of the first global empires. Now, it was coastal Portugal who first started wandering out into the Atlantic in the late 1300s. They focused first on navigating south along the African coast, in part looking for trade routes to the Indies. That did not require them to go through the Islamic territories that dominated most of the eastern Mediterranean. Now, following close behind them, though, was the Kingdom of Castile, the largest and richest of the Iberian monarchies. In the early 1400s, Castile staked a claim to the Canary Islands, which lay off the west coast of Morocco, a claim naturally disputed by the Portuguese. And by the late 1400s, big changes in the balance of power in Iberia were afoot, as an incredibly complicated game of marriage, intrigue, and revolt played out. To keep things simple, let's just say that in 1474, King Henry IV of Castile died, and a struggle immediately broke out called the War of Castilian Succession. This conflict pitted Henry's sister, Isabella, against Henry's daughter, Joanna, both of whom claimed the crown of Castile. Now, the future direction of Iberia was at stake here, because Isabella was married to Ferdinand, heir to the neighboring kingdom of Aragon, while Joanna was married to Alfonso V, the King of Portugal. But by 1476, Isabella had pretty much won the fight, at which point the War of Internal Succession segued into a war of external conflict between Castile, now linked to Aragon, and the jilted Portugal. In 1478, Isabella then authorized a major push against Portuguese hegemony in the Atlantic. She initiated the conquest of the remaining Canary Islands, but more importantly, she wanted to move in on the recently discovered and highly lucrative Gulf of Guinea on the African coast. The Castilians outfitted a convoy of 35 merchant and naval vessels to sail down and assert Castilian rights to navigation and trade, and we're talking here about gold, ivory, pepper, and of course, our first batch of sub-Saharan African slaves. To handle what they hoped would be a major haul of goodies, the Castilians established a receiver of customs in the port of Seville. Merchants were able to obtain a royal license to take part in the expedition that obligated them to turn over 20% of their profits to the crown, this establishing what became a standard feature of Spanish imperialism, the royal fifth. But while the Castilian fleet sat anchored off the coast of Africa with a fortune in their holds, 11 Portuguese ships launched a surprise attack and captured the entire Castilian fleet without losing a man. Okay, so why am I telling you all this? Where's Bolivar? I'm telling you all this because as a direct result of this Battle of Guinea, the Castilians and Portuguese signed the Treaty of Alcáçovas in 1479, which did two really important things. First, it recognized Isabella and Ferdinand's claim to the Castilian throne, And second, it established Portuguese hegemony over the entire Atlantic Ocean. A latitudinal line was drawn just south of the Canary Islands, which the Portuguese agreed to let the Castilians keep, beyond which the Portuguese would have a sole and undisputed claim to navigation and trade. All of this was then duly ratified by the Pope, who, among other things, was basically Europe's notary public. That same year, 1479, Ferdinand's father died, and Ferdinand became King of Aragon, and then he and Isabella ruled Castile and Aragon together as co-monarchs. But critically, the two realms were not otherwise united. Now, most of the Iberian kingdoms and principalities had by this point developed permanent political councils called Cortes that functioned a lot like the French Estates General. They were convocations of the lords and clergy and various knights of the realm. These councils served as the guardians of the kingdom's own laws and rights and privileges, and so as the kingdoms of Spain became more unified under the coming Habsburg dynasty, the Habsburg monarchs are ruling a hodgepodge of territories, all of them with their own separate list of rights and duties. It's a long time before you get anyone talking about the Kingdom of Spain, singular. It's always the kingdoms of Spain, plural. And important for our purposes is that if a monarch was killed or incapacitated, sovereignty of his individual realm would devolve to the councils, a principle that will play a huge role in events after Napoleon overthrows the Spanish monarchy in 1807, which is the trigger for everything. Okay, so with Castile and Aragon united, and now at peace with Portugal, Isabella and Ferdinand then focused on completing Reconquista, and in 1482 began what turned out to be a decade-long offensive against the Emirate of Granada. And while they did so, an ambitious navigator from the Italian city of Genoa, named Christopher Columbus, started making the rounds, trying to gin up support for his plan to find a trade route to the Indies by sailing west. Now, he nearly convinced the King of Portugal to back him, but the king's advisors told him that Columbus had no idea what he was talking about. Now, contrary to the old myth, it's not because they believed the world was flat. No thinking person thought that. But they had run the math and determined, quite correctly, that Columbus's estimate of the distance to the Indies was wildly off the mark. Then, in 1488, came the fantastic news that a Portuguese explorer had finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope, establishing that there was indeed a sea route to the Indies around Africa, so no need for wild-ass adventures off into the west. So Columbus then turned to Isabella and Ferdinand, but they too repeatedly turned him down. And it wasn't until just before completing Reconquista that they had a change of heart. And so it is by sheer historical coincidence that 1492 marks both the end of Reconquista and the beginning of La Conquista, the conquest. Because it was shortly after the fall of Granada that Isabella and Ferdinand finally approved Columbus's scheme. The final rationale for backing him being that the cost of failure was negligible. The guy just disappears over the horizon and never comes back, big deal. But the possible profits of success were enormous. So they signed a document in April 1492 called the Capitulations of Santa Fe that, among other things, made Columbus viceroy and governor of any territory he might happen to discover, and admiral of the ocean sea. He also got to keep for himself 10% of any future riches acquired. And when, surprisingly enough, Columbus's voyage turned out to be a success, Isabella and Ferdinand would come to regret signing such an expansive document. Okay, so that gets us basically to where we began our cycle of episodes on the Haitian Revolution. Columbus makes his first voyage in 1492, discovering, among other things, the island of Hispaniola. Well, last time we stayed fixed on Hispaniola to follow the story through as it became a colonial backwater, eventually allowing French buccaneers to occupy the western third of the island, and then everything that follows from it. Well, this time, we're going to stick with the Spanish, as they abandon Hispaniola and turn their attention to, everything that we're about to now talk about. So as I mentioned, Columbus had once pitched his project to the King of Portugal, and when he returned from his first voyage, he stopped in Lisbon and told the king all about what he had found, which naturally led the king to get all riled up, pull out his copy of the Treaty of Alcáçovas, and write an angry letter to Isabella and Ferdinand claiming legal title to Columbus's discoveries. This led to a furious round of diplomatic negotiations that culminated in June 1494 with the signing of the pivotal Treaty of Tordesillas, once again, of course, notarized by the Pope. Now, this was a mighty fateful treaty, to say the least. Portugal was mostly focused on protecting their claim to the African coast, and they demanded the latitudinal demarcation line south of the Canary Islands not be disturbed. In exchange, they agreed to a longitudinal line ultimately drawn 370 leagues west of the Cape Verde Islands, Portuguese possessions off the west coast of Africa. This new north-south running line confirmed Portuguese hegemony over the African coast. But what no one realized at the time was that it left all of North America and all but the Brazilian bulge of South America on the Spanish side of the line. So yes, the Treaty of Tordesillas sets up everything that comes next, and also yes, there are a few maps up at revolutionspodcast.com to help you make sense of all this. So while those negotiations were still underway, Columbus went ahead and took his second voyage in 1493. And this one was a full-blown colonization project. 17 ships carrying about 1,200 men of various means and trades who were then deposited on Hispaniola. Columbus's third voyage then came in 1498, which was one part supply run for the beleaguered and angry colonists of Hispaniola, and one part voyage of further exploration. And here we do get to a turning point in the history of the Spanish Empire, because on the third voyage, Columbus hit mainland South America, specifically the northeast coast of Venezuela. Now, the other turning point here is that when Columbus finally arrived in Hispaniola, he found the inhabitants there totally hated his guts, and the longer he stayed there, the more they hated his guts. Accusations of mismanagement and cruelty had already filtered back to Isabella and Ferdinand, who used the opportunity to try to get out from under the comically wide-reaching capitulations of Santa Fe. In 1499, they sent a new governor to Hispaniola to investigate the charges against Columbus, and in 1500, Columbus was heading back across the Atlantic in chains. Now, he's going to get out from under this cloud and make one more voyage in 1502 that was quite a disaster, before finally dying in 1506. His heirs would then spend the next 30 years suing the Crown of Castile to force them to honor the capitulations of Santa Fe, but let's not fall down that rabbit hole. As Columbus was being pushed out of the picture, Isabella and Ferdinand then handed the future management of their new world territories to a bishop named Juan Rodriguez de Fonseca. Fonseca helped organize Columbus's second voyage, and from that point on, so 1493, until his death in 1524, Fonseca was essentially the supreme authority over what was then being called the West Indies. Under his direction, some of the mainstays of Spanish imperial policy were born. In 1503, for example, the Casa de Contratación was born, literally the House of Trade, and established in Seville, giving them a monopoly over the incoming and outgoing trade with the New World. The House of Trade took over the licensing of expeditions, collected colonial taxes, maintained all the charts and maps and records and claims, and most importantly, made sure the crown always got the royal fifth. Then in 1511, Bishop Fonseca established a permanent standing committee of the Indies that was nested inside the Council of Castile. Because to be really clear here, the voyages of Columbus were chartered through the Crown of Castile, and so Castile's council claimed jurisdiction over the West Indies. So over the next 30 or 40 years, you get the heyday of the Spanish conquistador. Now, conquistador is kind of a catch-all label, but it does refer to a very specific system of private individuals acquiring a royal license to explore, conquer, occupy, and exploit lands in the Spanish West Indies. These guys would underwrite their own expeditions and recruit men by offering profit-sharing contracts, 1/5, as always, reserved to the crown. At the moment, though, very little thought was given to establishing a thriving global trade network or making peaceful contact with existing civilizations for the mutual benefit of yada yada yada. The point was to find gold, silver, pearls, riches. The conquistadors were treasure hunters. Ruthless, cold-blooded, vicious treasure hunters. And every further expansion of their efforts inevitably begins with a rumor that just over the horizon is a city made of pure gold. So we're not going to get into a play-by-play of the various conquistador expeditions, although they are infinitely fascinating. But as they fanned out across North, Central, and South America, the island of Hispaniola went from principal capital of the Spanish West Indies to forgotten ghost town. I mean, hell, Vasco Núñez de Balboa stumbled onto the Pacific Ocean in 1513 and claimed the whole damn thing for Spain. The Spanish officially had bigger fish to fry. The conquest was underway. The two most important conquests were those in Mexico and Peru. In 1519, Hernán Cortés landed on the coast of Mexico and made contact with the thriving Aztec Empire that ruled central Mexico. And though Cortés only led a few hundred guys, by 1521 the densely populated inner Aztec realms lay prostrate at his feet, thanks to a combination of treachery, gunpowder, smallpox, and measles. Then, a few years later, Francisco Pizarro got permission to start exploring the west coast of South America, and in 1532 he made contact with the thriving Inca Empire that ruled most of the Andes Mountains. Following the same playbook as Cortés, Pizarro employed a deadly combination of treachery, gunpowder, smallpox, and measles to overthrow the Inca and take control of their territory, though technically the conquest of the Inca would take until 1570 to complete. Now, all of this, not just the conquest of Mexico and Peru, but all of it taken together, came at a devastating human cost. Everything we know about the existing population of the Amerindians, and for simplicity's sake I'm going to use the term Amerindian, even though it is terribly inadequate, as a term to describe all the native inhabitants of what becomes the Spanish Empire. Anyway, everything we know about their population numbers is guesswork, but it was probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 50 million people. After Columbus arrived, that population collapsed, with estimates of the brutal reduction running as high as 90%, thanks to that poisonous cocktail of treachery, gunpowder, smallpox, and measles. Now, the reason Mexico and Peru are so important was, of course, because of the silver mines that they contained. From the beginning of the conquest, conquistadors were shipping loads of treasure back home, but it was mostly extracted from crafted items they had either traded for, or as often as not, outright stolen from the native communities that they then destroyed. Anything of remarkable beauty might be kept in its original form, but most of it was melted down into bars or coins. But Mexico and Peru both held massive silver deposits that, once discovered, fundamentally changed the shape of the global economy. By the 1540s, the Great Mexican Silver Mine at Zacatecas had been identified and was fully operational by the late 1580s. And then down in Peru, the Great Silver Mine at Potosí was opened in 1545. And these were just the two biggest mines. The smaller operations augmented Spanish silver mining across the empire. The Spanish-American mines absolutely flooded the world market and wound up producing something like 85% of the world's silver. And the ironic thing here is that all this silver produced what's known as the Spanish Golden Age, an age that coincides with the arrival of the Habsburg dynasty and their unification of the Spanish crown, which ruled now the kingdoms of Spain. So the Habsburgs were, of course, one of the most important royal houses in the history of Europe, who had come to dominate the Holy Roman Empire through their Austrian branch, while their Spanish branch is being formed right here, right now, in the early 1500s. Isabella and Ferdinand's daughter, Joanna, married a Habsburg prince named Philip the Fair, and in 1500 they had a son named Charles. Then some murky convulsions unfold, what with Joanna suffering from some kind of undiagnosed mental illness. But long story short, Isabella died in 1504, Philip the Fair died in 1506, and then Ferdinand died in 1516, and 16-year-old Charles inherited their claims to everything. So in his own right, he now had claims to sovereignty almost the entire Iberian Peninsula, save principally for Portugal, unifying what was now being called the Spanish Crown. But this Charles was not just the grandson of Isabella and Ferdinand. He was also the grandson of the Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian I. And when Maximilian kicked off in 1519, now 19-year-old Charles spread out some massive bribes and got himself elected Holy Roman Emperor, which is why he is principally referred to in history books as Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor. Now, Charles V is a hugely important figure in European history, thanks in part to the great heaping loads of silver now coming in from his growing empire in the New World, which he controlled thanks to his direct claim to the throne of Castile. That royal fifth was now gob-smackingly enormous, and it was all his to do with as he liked, and mostly what he liked to do was fight wars against the French. Now, we're not going to get lost in all that. Instead, we're going to head back over to the growing Spanish Empire and get an idea of how it functioned and how it propped up the Spanish Golden Age, which, really ought to be called the Spanish Silver Age. In 1524, Charles officially peeled the Indies out from being a subsidiary committee of the Council of Castile and made it its own sovereign unit. So, from the king's administrative perspective, his American empire was now run through a Council of the Indies, who themselves ran things through the Casa de Contratación, the House of Trade, located in Seville. Now, from the time of Columbus's arrival, local administration in the West Indies was overseen by the governor of Hispaniola. But in 1511, the crown had exported an institution of long-standing tradition in Iberia to help him govern, the Audiencia. The Audiencia is a super important institution, a small governing council of leaders who wielded combined legislative, judicial, and executive authority. Now, though the Audiencias are about to become technically subordinate to the viceroys, more of them will be planted over the years, and this network of Audiencias became the political and administrative backbone of the Spanish Empire. Eventually, there would be, among others, Audiencias located in Mexico City, Bogota, Caracas, Quito, Lima, Charcas, Santiago, and Buenos Aires. Do those sound familiar? They should. They are today the capitals of Mexico, Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina. And they became the capitals because that's where the Audiencias were. But the Council of the Indies decided that direct rule by the Audiencias, basically government by committee, was too unwieldy to be the final authority, and so they reformulated things again, creating first the Viceroyalty of New Spain in 1535, and then the Viceroyalty of Peru in 1542. The Viceroyalty of New Spain had jurisdiction over all the territory in North America down into Central America, and then also including the Philippines, which were charted and acquired in the 1540s. The Viceroyalty of Peru, then, had jurisdiction over the whole of Spanish South America. Now, the Viceroy was, like it sounds, a royal emissary exercising royal sovereignty. And one thing worth noting here is that New Spain and Peru were referred to as kingdoms rather than colonies. Nothing was called a colony, at least not until the Bourbon reforms that we're going to talk about next week. Now, along with the state, of course, comes the church, and wherever the conquistadors went, they brought with them Catholic missionaries who saw it as their duty to convert the heathen natives to the true faith. Now, at first, this process went great. At least that's what the missionaries thought. But then it turned out that the Amerindians were just incorporating the Christian God into their broader pantheon of deities, and that wouldn't do at all. So, a process of slow cultural annihilation was undertaken by the dual power of the church and the state, which, given the strong Catholic nature of the Spanish monarchy, were often represented in one and the same man. Now, in the first stage of the conquest, this process manifested in the encomienda system, which we talked about very briefly in episode 4.1. That's where native groups would be placed under the protection of a Spaniard, usually as a reward for his service on some expedition or another, and then he would protect them by forcing them to work and make him rich. Now these guys were supposed to see to the religious education of their charges, but the encomiendos weren't generally too troubled with what god these people worshipped as long as they got to work. Because although these unfortunate Amerindians were not technically owned, this was de facto slavery. And as I also mentioned in episode 4.1, a priest named Bartolome de las Casas, who had himself once been an encomiendo, grew progressively distressed about what he was witnessing, and he started to petition the crown to protect the Indians, as a father would protect his children. De las Casas finally succeeded with his long campaign on behalf of the Amerindians, and in 1542 Charles V and the Council of Indies promulgated new laws that they called the New Laws of the Indies for the Good Treatment and Preservation of the Indians. Now, thanks to these new laws, the scope and power of the encomienda system was severely curtailed. It took a while to implement in full, but the new laws do mark the end of the most exploitive era of the encomiendas. Of course, de las Casas also suggested lessening the horrors inflicted on the Amerindians by importing slaves from Africa to do their work, which helped kick off the flood of African slave labor across the Atlantic. He came to regret that too. But though the encomiendas were being phased out, that did not mean life suddenly got great for the conquered Amerindians. And indeed, the Spanish really just moved on to an ever so slightly less exploitive system. Once the new laws were promulgated, full-blooded Amerindians were classified as minors in Spanish law, and then resettled in communities called reductions, as a part of a program to instruct these child Indians on the proper mode of European living and religion. These reductions, though, would be headed by a native leader, who would be responsible for making sure that his people stayed in line, paid the tribute that the crown now imposed upon them, and that they showed up for their forced labor duties, because ditching the encomienda did not mean ditching forced labor. The Amerindians were forced to provide free labor for all manner of public works projects, which meant most especially working in the mines. At the height of its operations, for example, the Peruvian silver mine at Potosi was run by upwards of 200,000 laborers. Now, the Spanish Empire was not entirely run by forced Amerindian labor. They were now augmented by African slave labor, and even, get this, paid wage labor. So as the Spanish Empire grew up, the native populations and culture were slowly eradicated, and then merged with the arriving white Spaniards and black Africans, neither of whom arrived with many women in tow. As the three principal races, that is Spanish white, African black, and native Amerindian, started intermixing, a racial classification system, just like the one we saw grow up in Saint-Domingue, soon developed to determine the social status of all the mixes and matches that arose. By the end of the Spanish Golden Age, a pretty clear hierarchy had developed. At the very top of this hierarchy were the Peninsulares, whites born in Spain. Beneath them were Criollo, whites born in the Americas. And I should mention that while Creole really refers to anyone and anything native to the Americas, in the Spanish context, Criollo is all but synonymous with whites born in America. Below them were mestizo, mixed-race children of whites and Amerindians, that is, a white man and a native woman. And critically here, if you had any white blood at all, that released you from the legal burdens imposed by the Spanish authorities on full-blooded Amerindians, the tributes, the forced labor, and more than a few native women found a white man whose blood could release her children from de facto bondage. Then there were the African slaves coming into it, and you have, just like in Saint-Domingue, mulattoes, the mix of one white and one black, and then further on through the quadroons and octoroons. Collectively, mixed-race black and whites are called pardos. Below them were sambos, which was a mix of black and Amerindian, and all of these mixed-race people were collectively called castas because of their inferiority in the caste system. So below all of them were then the full-blooded Indians, free blacks, and at the very bottom, black slaves. Now this is all important because while the American Revolution resulted in a system of white supremacy, and the Haitian Revolution resulted in a system of black supremacy, the Spanish-American Revolution will result in a system of total and complete racial colorblindness. And though the political proclamations and social propaganda was never really achieved in practice, the colorblindness of post-Spanish America remains a really important ideological principle. So all of these people combined to work in and administer the economic system of Spanish America. From the very lowly slave working in the worst conditions in the mine up through the very senior peninsulare viceroys and governors. All of them kept under pretty tight control, and all of their work directed to enrich the Spanish crown. As I mentioned, all exports to and imports from the Americas had to run through the port of Seville, where the House of Trade could monitor everything. The port cities in the Americas were forbidden even from trading with each other, as that might tend to keep wealth in the New World rather than shipping it back to enrich the Old World. To keep shipments to and from Spain safe from British and French and Dutch pirates who were now roving the waters, the Spanish developed a convoy system, these huge trade fleets protected by the Spanish Navy. And by the late 1500s, they also had established a twice-yearly shipment to and from the Philippines. The famous Manila galleons would depart from Acapulco on the Pacific coast of New Spain, loaded with silver. They would then land in Manila, trade all that silver for Chinese spices, and then come back to Acapulco. Chinese goods would then be transferred overland to Veracruz, the principal port city on the Atlantic side of New Spain, and from there shipped to Seville. This Chinese trade was another boon to Spanish economic fortunes, and is also how 40% of all silver minted in the Americas winds up in China. And it was in describing this sprawling Spanish trade network that you first get the old saw about, quote, the empire upon which the sun never sets. Now what I just described was essentially the political and economic system that will run the empire for the whole rest of the Spanish Golden Age, which, as I mentioned, collapses along with the Habsburg dynasty at the end of the 1600s. So, let's hop across the Atlantic again and finish off today's episode by finishing off the Habsburgs. In the mid-1550s, Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor, proceeded through a series of planned abdications to relinquish his various titles. And in 1556, Charles's brother became Holy Roman Emperor, and then Charles's son Philip inherited the Spanish crown. Now at that point, Philip was also technically the King of England, thanks to his marriage to Queen Mary in 1553, but that only lasted until 1558, whereupon she died, and he was politely asked to take a hike. So King Philip II of the Spanish kingdoms kept up his father's passion for waging war, and cast himself as the great defender of Catholicism, battling the forces of the Protestant Reformation on the one side and the Muslim Turks on the other. And this is pretty much where all that silver is going to go, because he needs to pay for armies and navies to fight his wars. He was, for example, the principal financier for the Holy League's navy that soundly defeated the Turks at Lepanto in 1571, one of the greatest naval battles of all time. But Philip did manage to add to his revenue streams, and just a few years later he snuck in a successful claim to the Portuguese throne, when the Portuguese were in the midst of a succession crisis. And so in 1581, Philip was also made King of Portugal, uniting the crowns of Spain and Portugal, and all of their respective overseas holdings under one crown for the next 60 years. So though King Philip II was like richer than God, he was constantly short of cash. It all just disappeared into the hands of his creditors the minute it showed up in Seville. Spanish finances were mismanaged to the point where Philip had to repeatedly declare bankruptcy and stiff the men he owed money to, which he did in 1557, 1560, 1575, and 1596. Now we're not going to wander into this, but all of that played a huge role in the Dutch War of Independence, as the Dutch rebelled against the Spanish Habsburgs, a conflict that runs from 1566 to 1648. because while Spanish credit was now crap, Dutch credit was awesome, and getting awesomer. Philip's fortunes then took a further hit when his rivalry with Queen Elizabeth of England led him into another one of the great naval battles in history, because in 1588, Philip dispatched the famous Spanish Armada, which Mother Nature and the English then proceeded to sink to the bottom of the deep blue sea. So after Philip II died in 1598, the 1600s then turned into one long stretch of stagnation and decay overseen by his heirs. All the Spanish crown's profits from their empire were immediately being handed over to creditors or used to purchase goods from the rising commercial industries of neighboring countries, because the massive amounts of Spanish silver brought into the country was causing inflated prices for home industries, but making imports super cheap, which totally arrested the economic development of the Iberian Peninsula. Meanwhile, the rising Dutch and English, who were taking advantage of all this, started growing their own overseas empires and ignoring those Spanish claims laid out in the Treaty of Tordesillas. And then the French got into the act, and suddenly everyone was becoming a colonial power, and the Spanish and the Portuguese were fast losing traction. So after its peak during the reigns of Charles and Philip in the 1500s, the subsequent reigns of Philip III, Philip IV, and Charles II that spanned the whole length of the 1600s was just one long decline. They got sucked into the 30 Years' War, and in not a good way. The ministers of Philip IV tried to strengthen the crown's central authority to cope with this war, and instead triggered revolts in Portugal and Catalonia. The former successful, the latter crushed. And then even after the 30 Years' War ended, a further war with France dragged on until 1659. Well exhausted by now, the Spanish monarchy was slipping into full second-rate power status, a process greatly accelerated by the long and torturous reign of King Charles II, who inherited the throne at the age of 3 in 1665. The problem was that Charles II was physically and mentally disabled, possibly thanks to Habsburg inbreeding, but nobody really knows. During his reign, the men and women who acted as regents and caretakers of the monarchy just used it as an excuse to make themselves and their friends rich. So by the time Charles II finally died, childless, in November 1700, the Spanish crown and the Spanish Empire were utterly, completely moribund. But help was on the way. Kind of. As they say in the biz, the fundamentals of the empire were sound. I mean, yeah, Spain was not really being allowed to sit at the adult table anymore, but their overseas empire was by far, and I mean by far, the largest and most lucrative in the world. I mean, at this point, the French are like running beaver pelts out of Canada. Saint-Domingue is just now being colonized. It's not anywhere close to being turned into the sugar engine that it became. The British are what? Just now figuring out how to run a stable tobacco colony in Virginia, catching some cod off the New England coast. So yeah, the Spanish Empire had been badly mismanaged and was in need of top-to-bottom reform, but that did not mean it couldn't be fixed. And next week, we'll kick things off with the death of Charles II, because as I said, he died childless, which kicked off the War of the Spanish Succession, which would bring a new dynasty into power, the Spanish Bourbons. These guys attempted to turn Spanish fortunes around, a process that we will follow specifically through the lens of one of the new administrative units they created to better manage their domains, the Viceroyalty of New Granada. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.2, New Granada. So last time, we did a big expansive overview of the origins of the Spanish Empire, up through to the end of the Habsburg era. And before we go any further, yes, I did biff the year of the Spanish Armada. It was, of course, 1588, not 1580. Sorry about that. It has been corrected. Well, today we're going to cover the empire as it undergoes reform under a new Bourbon dynasty. But we will do so with a particular interest in the Spanish domains that will in the course of time become Gran Colombia. Domains that emerge out of a new viceroyalty that the Bourbons will establish, the Viceroyalty of New Granada. What began as something of an imperial backwater started to finally flourish a bit by the end of the 1700s, just in time for everything to go to hell. So as we established last week, Christopher Columbus was the first Spaniard to hit mainland South America. On his third voyage in 1498, he ran into the continent near the mouth of the Orinoco River in what becomes northeast Venezuela. He then continued along the north coast until he hit a little group of islands, the biggest of which he dubbed Margarita, and upon which he discovered an extremely rich pearl bed, which would be the focal point of early Spanish interest. But that early Spanish interest would be undertaken behind Columbus's back. By this point, the Spanish crown was unhappy with both Columbus and the capitulations of Santa Fe, and so without Columbus's knowledge, Bishop Fonseca, remember he's the minister who basically ran the first phase of Spanish exploration and settlement in the Americas, launched further expeditions led by men who had taken part in Columbus's first two voyages and who now wanted to strike out on their own. So in 1499, 3 ships under Alonso de Ojeda followed the route of Columbus's third voyage and then kept going along the north coast of South America, eventually reaching the Gulf of Venezuela and then down through a narrow strait into the Great Lake of Maracaibo. There is a map of this all at revolutionspodcast.com. Ojeda is the man officially credited with naming this region Venezuela, though I've seen 2 stories explaining why. The first is that it was just a riff on an indigenous name for the area. The other is that it reminded an Italian cartographer on Ojeda's expedition of the Italian city of Venice. That cartographer was of course none other than Amerigo Vespucci, who would, thanks to the maps of the New World he wound up producing on this and future voyages, got his own name attached to the continents of the Western Hemisphere, which we now call the Americas. And then in late 1499 and early 1500, another expedition under Rodrigo de Bastidas took 2 ships further west, trying to get a handle on the scope of the Caribbean basin, and always looking for that eternally elusive sea lane to China. Bastidas discovered the mouth of a huge river that he dubbed the Magdalena, and then he kept sailing down until he reached the Gulf of Urubá, which is the body of water that serves as the pivot between South America proper and the Isthmus of Panama. Recognizing that they were dealing with an enormous landmass here as opposed to just another island, this northern stretch of South America got dubbed Tierra Firme, or the mainland. And then as the Spanish subsequently spread out across Tierra Firme and Central America and the Gulf of Mexico, all of these possessions started getting shorthanded as the Spanish Main, the Spanish mainland, as opposed to their island possessions, in case you've ever heard the term Spanish Main and wondered what it meant. But though these parts of future Venezuela and Colombia were the first mainland territories charted and settled, Spanish interest would quickly dwindle as the conquests of Mexico and Peru drew their attention to more potent and immediate riches. The islands off the Venezuelan coast, particularly the pearl beds, were, as I said, the principal focus of early settlement. The Spanish built a fort on the small island of Cubagua that underwent frequent bouts of abandonment and resettlement, as did their attempts to plant a base on the mainland. But in 1515, the Spanish did finally plant what becomes the oldest permanently occupied European settlement in South America, Cumaná, and it is still there today. Then a decade later, in 1528, the whole region actually falls under the authority of a German banking house run by the Welser family, and I am not kidding about this. They had lent a huge load of cash to Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor, and in return this German banking house got a license to exploit the province of Venezuela, which they tried to do, hiring mostly Spanish mercenaries to maraud around looking for treasure, but these mercenaries mostly came up empty, and eventually the cruel reputation of the Welser regime got bad enough that King Philip II ultimately revoked their license to exploit the province of Venezuela in 1556, which also neatly coincides with his first declared bankruptcy in 1557. Then over on the Colombian side, Rodrigo de Bastidas eventually founded the port of Santa Marta, but he did not do so until 1525, because early attention in the region had shifted over to the Isthmus of Panama and its short land route to the Pacific. Then in 1533, another port called Cartagena was founded, and ultimately it would be Cartagena that became the principal port of the region. So it was not until the 1530s that expeditions finally started heading out into the interior, specifically up the Magdalena River. Expeditions that always hovered around the famous legend of El Dorado, one of those cities made of gold that was always just over the next horizon. So in 1538, the Spanish launched a torturous expedition to go all the way up to the headwaters of the Magdalena. 800 men set out, and only 200 made it to the end. Now, they did not find El Dorado, but they did run into the most advanced Amerindians in the whole region, who lived in settled agricultural communities, though nothing on the scale or sophistication of the Inca and Aztec. The Spanish then proceeded to conquer everything in sight and rename the whole territory New Granada. And in 1538, they plopped down a city that was officially called Santa Fe, but would become known to all by a mangling of the native word for the area, Bogota. So 1538, that's the founding of Bogota. Around this same time, further expeditions were then traveling up and down the Orinoco River in Venezuela, but all were similarly coming up empty in the search for El Dorado. And the region between the coast and the Orinoco River, for example, turned out to just be huge stretches of worthless grassland, run through with riverbeds that were flooded out between May and October, and then bone dry from November to April, the whole swath of territory being filled with roughly 1 jillion bugs, but no precious metals. But though El Dorado was never discovered, decent gold deposits were eventually uncovered in the interior of what is now Colombia. But what we're talking about here is panning for gold in creek beds, as opposed to massive mining operations. Certainly nothing like what was being discovered in Mexico and Peru. But light settlement did proceed, and in 1567 Caracas, the future capital of Venezuela, was founded, removed just enough from the coast to make life not quite so unbearably hot and disease-ridden. And then I should mention here that a few years later, a Spanish noble who had been helping administer Hispaniola migrated down to Caracas and was awarded extensive land grants and political privileges. That noble, Simón de Bolívar. And for the next 7 generations, the Bolívar family would form a core part of the inner circle Criollo aristocracy in Venezuela, that is, the white aristocracy born in the Americas, until that long legacy fell onto the slender shoulders of a reckless youth who also inherited the name of the family's original patriarch, Simón Bolívar. So from that point on, a Spanish settlement and interest was pretty much confined to the coasts. Aside from Bogota and the gold-producing regions, the interior was pretty much ignored by the state and left instead to the church. Catholic missionaries started moving in to convert the native Amerindians, first Franciscans and Dominicans, and then eventually the Jesuits, who we will talk about more at the very end of today's episode. The only export of any real value coming out of all this was the gold now being shipped out of Cartagena. And the population numbers do tell you where Spanish priorities lay. By 1700, Cartagena had maybe 5,000 people, Caracas had 6,000, Bogota about the same. And this was at the same time that Lima, the capital of Peru, was pushing 40,000. So for the whole of the Habsburg era, the whole of what would become Gran Colombia was not particularly important. But with the arrival of the Bourbons, changes in the balance of power back in Europe, and pressure from rivals in the Caribbean, led the Spanish to take a more active interest in the region's development. And to kickstart that discussion, we need to head back across the Atlantic to cover the chaotic transition from the Habsburgs to the Bourbons. So we left off last time with the unfortunate King Charles II of Spain right on the brink of death in November 1700. Now, because Charles II was both developmentally disabled and sterile, everyone in Europe was super nervous about what was going to happen once he finally died. With no direct heirs to the Spanish throne, the matter was about to be kicked out into the Byzantine world of competing royal bloodlines, all of which were ultimately interconnected. And when it came to claiming the Spanish crown, it boiled down to two sides. On one side, you had the great King Louis XIV, who had by now been ruling France for over 50 years. Louis himself was the grandson of King Philip III of Spain, and his wife was the oldest daughter of King Philip IV of Spain. And then on the other side, you had the Austrian Habsburg Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I, who had been Holy Roman Emperor now for over 40 years. Leopold I was also a grandson of King Philip III and married to the younger daughter of King Philip IV. The long rivalry between King Louis XIV and Emperor Leopold had helped define European politics for the last 2 generations, and they were about to have one last go of it over the Spanish succession. Now, if things had just unfolded blindly, the death of Charles II would have kicked the line of succession over to his sisters. Since the older sister was married to Louis XIV, their children, so a bunch of French princes, would now have the principal claim to the Spanish throne. But recognizing that a shift in the balance of power that enormous could not be allowed to just unfold blindly, rounds of diplomatic negotiations in the late 1690s tried to allocate Spanish holdings amongst various claimants to satisfy everyone's ambitions, keep the balance of power, and somehow avoid a war when Charles II inevitably died. And in 1698, everyone finally did agree to a hyper-complex reallocation of territory and giving the Spanish crown and its American empire to one of Leopold's grandsons, Joseph Ferdinand, the Elector of Bavaria, who was all of 6 years old at the time. But unfortunately, that poor kid died a year later, and the whole arrangement was undone. At this point, eminent Spanish nobles were getting nervous about being swallowed whole by either the Austrian Habsburgs on the one hand or the French Bourbons on the other. And so as Charles II lay on his deathbed in late 1700, these nobles forced the dying king to fix his whole inheritance on a younger grandson of King Louis XIV, 16-year-old Philippe, Duke of Anjou. Now, a clause in the will stipulated that to claim the Spanish throne, Philippe had to legally disavow any future claim to the French throne. The Spaniards hoped this would induce the Austrian Habsburgs to agree to the deal, since it would preclude the much-dreaded unification of Spain and France under a single king. When King Charles II finally did die in November 1700, Philippe headed over to Madrid and accepted his inheritance, becoming King Philip V of Spain. Now at this point, war maybe could have been avoided. But then King Louis XIV started making aggressive moves, advancing French troops, for example, into the Spanish Netherlands, which were not actually his, they were his grandsons. And then he also announced that he would not be removing the new King Philip V of Spain from the French line of succession, re-raising the hideous specter of Franco-Spanish unification. This intolerable possibility alarmed the whole of Europe, which then descended into the War of the Spanish Succession that ran from 1701 all the way until 1714. Now we are going to sidestep the intricate details of that conflict, but suffice it to say that the next 13 years of war pretty much exhausted everyone without coming to a decisive result anywhere. So rounds and rounds of diplomacy arranged a new balance of power everyone could live with. The upshot for us here is that King Philip V was confirmed as King of Spain, and he agreed to renounce all claims to the French throne. On top of that, his royal relatives in France agreed to renounce any future claims that they might make on the Spanish throne. So the Bourbons now controlled both France and Spain, but they would not be united. To secure this arrangement, however, the Spanish crown had to parcel out most of its European possessions to the other powers. And if you remember from our cycle of episodes on the French Revolution, this is the point in history when the British forced the Austrians to take on what was then called the Spanish Netherlands and what thus then became the Austrian Netherlands, or, as I always called it, Belgium. Austria would then spend the next 75 years trying to give the Austrian Netherlands away until it all got rolled up into the wars of the French Revolution. So that convoluted little tale that you probably did not follow in all of its details takes us to a place where the kingdoms of Spain are now firmly united under the Bourbon King Philip V, who would proceed to rule, with one brief interruption, all the way until 1746. And though his European possessions outside Iberia were parceled out, he did retain sovereignty over the entire overseas Spanish Empire, which was still the largest and most lucrative in the world. Now finally free of war, and without domains elsewhere in Europe to worry about, Philip and his Bourbon heirs would undertake what they hoped would be the revitalization of the Spanish Empire. Because at the conclusion of the War of the Spanish Succession, the Spanish crown was all but bankrupt. Its military resources were non-existent, and it had no internal economic development to speak of. The Bourbons hoped to change all that. To effect that change, the first thing we need to note is that the Bourbons brought with them a more modern view of an activist centralized monarchy, as opposed to that more limited hodgepodge of domains that the Habsburgs had been running. The Bourbons had a different idea of how the Spanish crown should operate. So if you remember from last week, there was a lot of talk of Castile and Aragon, Navarre, Catalonia, and the Habsburgs then unifying the kingdoms of Spain, plural. The Habsburg royal title was in fact King of the Spains and of the Indies. Well, the Bourbons, tellingly, refashioned themselves as King of Spain, singular, and Emperor of America. And as they progressed through their reforms, they always kept one eye on unifying their domains and centralizing political, economic, and social authority. And this was a process that would culminate in the thoroughly enlightened despotism of King Charles III, who would rule from 1759 to 1788. But since we are mostly interested in the American aspects of the Bourbon reforms, we're not going to worry too much about their work in Iberia, and instead focus on their overseas domains. So in 1717, bureaucratic stagnation in the Casa de Contratación, the House of Trade, led Philip V to relocate the whole operation to Cadiz to give it a fresh start. And then in that same year, he created the Viceroyalty of New Granada. This third Viceroyalty would occupy the middle territory between New Spain in the north and Peru to the south, covering the future nations of Colombia, Venezuela, Panama, and Ecuador, depending on the nebulous border between New Granada and Peru. Now, up until this point, the whole of Spanish South America was technically being run out of Lima, which meant that really nobody was minding the store up in the north. And indeed, when the new viceroy arrived in his new capital of Bogota, he discovered a hotbed of corruption and tax evasion, with local authorities conspiring with merchants to undervalue merchandise and turn a blind eye to outright smuggling. But though introducing a viceroyal government directly into the region seemed like a good idea in theory, in practice, the second viceroy, who came in 1719, immediately started a letter-writing campaign to shut the thing down. He said that New Granada and its adjacent provinces were not rich enough to support the effort and expense of maintaining a viceroyal government. And in 1724, the Council of the Indies agreed, and the thing was shuttered. So, not off to a great start. But a few years later, tension between Spain and Britain exploded into a war that necessitated a vigorous defense of the Spanish Main. And so, the Viceroyalty of New Granada was reformed in 1739. And though the capital would technically be Bogota, the new viceroy, Sebastián de Eslava, would spend almost his entire run in the port of Cartagena. Eslava was a general in the Spanish army, and a damn good one, to be honest, and it was thanks to his efforts, strategic, administrative, and tactical, that the British made absolutely no inroads during the subsequent war. Now, for those of you who know a bit of history, you know that the war I'm talking about here is the War of Jenkins' Ear. The origins of this war go back to the treaties that wrapped up the War of the Spanish Succession, because in those treaties, the Spanish granted a commercial monopoly to the British for traffic of African slaves into the Americas. The Spanish authorities suspected, quite rightly, that British merchants were using this conceded access to Spanish markets to smuggle in a whole bunch of other stuff they were prohibited from carrying. In 1731, one such merchant, Robert Jenkins, had his ship boarded and searched, and in the ensuing confrontation, the Spanish commander cut off Jenkins's ear. Now, fast forward a few years, and anti-Spanish feelings are running high in Britain, and the story of poor old Jenkins is revived, and he's brought in to testify before Parliament, and according to what is likely an apocryphal story, he brought with him his pickled ear in a jar to show off to much dramatic gasping. This, and assorted other grievances, real and imagined, led Parliament to all but force Prime Minister Robert Walpole to declare war on Spain in 1739. So a British fleet under Admiral Edward Vernon was then dispatched to the Caribbean to attack Spanish holdings there, and he did a pretty decent job of it through 1739 and 1740, but really, Vernon was just building up a head of steam for the really big attack he planned on the port of Cartagena in early 1741. For this operation, he mustered in Jamaica fully 186 ships and over 25,000 men. This is a really big operation. 10,000 of those were regular army, 12,000 were sailors, and then there was 4 companies of Virginians, numbering 4,000 total. Now, one of those 4 companies was led by Captain Lawrence Washington, that is, the beloved older half-brother of our old friend George Washington. And unlike many of his comrades, Washington managed to survive the coming ordeal, and when he came home to Virginia, he built a plantation on a hill beside the Potomac River that he named after his old admiral, Vernon, hence Mount Vernon. The siege of Cartagena, though, turned out to be a complete disaster for the British, and a combination of the city's excellent fortifications and yellow fever induced catastrophic casualties, a good 10,000 dead and another 7,500 sick or wounded, before the British withdrew in May 1741. But by that point back in Europe, the War of the Austrian Succession was now underway, and the War of Jenkins' Ear was just folded in as a little side theater of that new long European war, as Spain wound up naturally allied with their cousins in France, who had joined Prussia in a fight against their common nemesis, the Austrian Habsburgs, who were allied now with the British and Dutch, among others. The war lasted from 1740 to 1748, and we are not going to worry about it one little bit. Instead, we're going to keep right on trucking to the next big European war that does so much to alter the course of history in the Western Hemisphere, and which I have now concluded has the widest discrepancy ratio between historical importance and frequency of discussion: the 7 Years' War. So this will now be the 4th series in a row in which we have to talk about the significance of the 7 Years' War, and those 7 years were 1756 to 1763. For the American Revolution, of course, it was British financial and political reforms introduced into their North American colonies at the end of the war, like after they kick out the French, that gets the ball rolling on American independence. For the French Revolution, the 7 Years' War is the beginning of that diplomatic revolution of 1756. Remember, that was when a new British-Prussian alliance forced France and Austria into an utterly unnatural and mutually loathed counter-alliance. French hatred of the Austrian alliance played a major part in the early days of the French Revolution, and ultimately helped drive the whole project off a cliff once the Girondins got everybody whipped up with war fever and declared war on Austria in April 1792. And then for the Haitian Revolution, remember that having lost all their North American possessions as a result of the 7 Years' War, which every patriotic Frenchman naturally blamed on the Austrians, The French ministry tried to strengthen the metropole's hold on its remaining Caribbean colonies by introducing a system of racial apartheid, which of course did nothing but spin that web of tension in Saint-Domingue even tighter. Okay, so here we are once again talking about the role of the 7 Years' War and the part it plays in the emergence of Spanish-American independence. 7 Years' War. Very, very important war. So now Spain did not immediately join the 7 Years' War, but it did finally join the beleaguered French and Austrians in 1762, just in time for them all to get beat. But though the resulting settlement was catastrophic for France, right, they lose all their North American territories, it actually turned out not so bad for Spain, because while they had to give up Florida to the British, they managed to take over possession of the Louisiana territory, which they were granted to pay off a war debt owed to them by the French crown. And that's how Spain winds up controlling Louisiana. That is, until Napoleon takes it away from them in 1800 and tries to use it as a centerpiece for a new French empire in the Americas, a dream that subsequently died of yellow fever in Saint-Domingue in the summer of 1802. But it was during the 7 Years' War, though, that the great King Charles III ascended to the Spanish throne. Charles had been the king of Naples and Sicily since 1738, but he gave up those titles to become king of Spain after his half-brother Ferdinand died in 1759. King Charles III is one of the quintessential enlightened despots who emerged out of the bubbling intellectual cauldron of the Enlightenment, joining a cohort of contemporary reformist monarchs like Frederick the Great and Catherine the Great and the Holy Roman Emperor Joseph II. And it would be the sweeping reforms made by Charles III at the conclusion of the 7 Years' War that would really help start to set the stage for the coming Spanish-American Revolution. Now, the point of the reforms was to strengthen and stimulate his new empire by introducing financial reforms to create a more efficient tax system, political reforms aimed at greater centralized authority, military reforms to empower the colonies to defend themselves, and economic reforms to dramatically increase the rational productivity of the whole enterprise. Now, not all of these reforms originated with Charles III. In many cases, he was just expanding on pre-existing reforms or continuing with a process started by his predecessors. But it really all does come to a head under Charles III. And aware that you can't just dive in with both feet into the center of an entrenched system and just start mucking around, Charles III and his Council of the Indies began at the margins and then worked their way towards the center. And at this point, the Viceroyalty of New Granada was still pretty much the margins. So on the political front, the biggest innovation was the introduction of the intendants, a new type of official copied from the French example. The intendants and their staffs were salaried civil servants answerable directly to the crown back in Madrid. And though technically subordinate to the viceroy, the proliferation of intendants made them independent powers in their own right, wielding a wide range of authority over justice, finances, legislation, and economics. The proliferation of intendancies after the 7 Years' War was greeted by the American Criollo elite with a mixture of acceptance and resentment. Because on the one hand, getting an intendant planted in your city, as for example Caracas did in 1776, well, that was a huge boon to the political and economic prestige of the local Criollo elite. But at the same time, their practical access to political power started to wane. Because unlike the old audiencias, which were heavily staffed by Criollo nobility, the intendancies were typically staffed by peninsulares. And it wasn't just the intendants themselves who were peninsulares. The growing bureaucracy they led was also staffed by peninsulares, but those guys were just low-born civil servants. And those common bureaucrats now had authority over rich Criollo nobility, which was not going to be a recipe for harmony in the socially conscious world of the Spanish elites. Now, another ingredient that was part of no recipe for harmony was that one of the principal objectives of the intendants was a more efficient collection of taxes. And who likes to pay taxes? But to be fair, this was not some ham-fisted shakedown. Charles III and his Council of the Indies could think of no better way to grow their tax base than to modernize and stimulate the whole Spanish imperial economy. And so it's immediately after the 7 Years' War that you get a sea change in economic thinking. And so last time, we talked about how everything was kept under very tight control and run through the single house of trade. The American port colonies were not even allowed to trade with each other, barring a few exceptions here and there. Well, now everything is going to be loosened up. In 1763, American ports were finally allowed to deal in just single-ship trade, as opposed to having to deal with the huge convoy system. Then in 1765, the first of a network of economic societies of friends of the country was founded to develop and promote modern economic thinking, and those societies then spread from Europe over to the Americas. And then in 1778 comes the biggie, the Freedom of Trade Decree. The power of the Casa de Contratación was restricted, and 13 Spanish ports were now allowed to trade directly to the Americas. And even more critically, those American ports were now free to trade with each other. The intendants were also empowered to not send all of their tax receipts back to Spain, and instead maybe reinvest a portion of it in improving roads and sanitation and the water supply, basically upgrading the entire civil infrastructure to facilitate greater productivity. But free trade was not really free trade the way that we mean it today. This is all still rooted in mercantilist theories of a closed imperial trading system. So free trade inside the Spanish Empire, but you're still trying to block out the British and the French and the Dutch, at least as much as humanly possible. But even inside the Spanish Empire, it was not really free trade. Because though the grand monopoly of the House of Trade was curtailed, it was really just being replaced with a plethora of smaller monopolies, covering either geographic regions or like an economic sector. The Crown itself, for example, had a monopoly on all tobacco trade, from the prices paid to farmers to the prices charged to consumers. But though this was not ideal, it did do a much better job rationally allocating economic resources, and perhaps more importantly, it cut mightily into the contraband trade, which had always made a fortune, and avoided a fortune in Spanish taxes, by filling the inevitable gaps in the old closed-off system. But the Free Trade Decree was not universally beloved, because one of the big objectives of the decree was opening up American markets to newly emerging Spanish production in, for example, textiles. But the resulting flood of cheap goods from Spain into the Americas ruined many local merchants and manufacturers, which, as you can imagine, left them pretty ticked off. But in the main, and especially from Madrid's perspective, this was all a very big success, and the value of trade between Spain and the Americas increased 400% in value between the early 1780s and late 1790s. Now, since we're interested in how this all shakes out for the Viceroyalty of New Granada, the whole of the political and economic reforms for the entire Bourbon era helped precipitate their rise in stature. So around Caracas, for example, large haciendas, that is, big commercial estates, had taken root, and they were now exporting wheat flour, and then really started turning a major profit when they got in on the cacao boom. And then out in those worthless Venezuelan grasslands, cattle and horses introduced in the early days of the conquest now roamed in wild herds, and a population of mostly mixed-race cowboys had moved in and were making a go of it in hides and meats. And those cowboys are going to be really super-duper, majorly important, so please don't forget about them. Caracas itself, meanwhile, had grown in importance, and now sported both an audiencia and an intendancy. So by the time our man, Simón Bolívar, was born in 1783, his native Venezuela was fairly well thriving. Now, to defend this new thriving economy, without that defense draining off all the profits, the Spanish also reoriented their military posture. It was simply too expensive to ship Spanish troops over to garrison the Americas. So the army started creating regiments drawn directly from the American population. And then to augment that local strength, they vastly expanded the existing militia system. Service in both the regular army and the militia became a principal avenue of upward mobility and was especially attractive because it put the enlistee under special military law that was far more responsive and rational than local justice. It also trained a generation's worth of young men in the art of war, and then their sons tended to follow them into service. So when the wars of Spanish-American independence got going in the 1800s, there was a deep well of military training and experience they could all draw from. And then in 1777, Venezuela was upgraded again to become a captaincy general, which meant that a senior military officer would now reside in Caracas who held independent authority over the region's defenses. And that was just in time for Spain to join the European coalition that aided Britain's North American colonies in their dramatic fight for independence. And as we will see next week, many young Venezuelan officers joined that fight, and in particular helped capture Pensacola in 1781, including the man who will be at the center of next week's episode, Francisco de Miranda. Now we'll end today's episode with one of the most controversial of Charles III's reforms, a reform that caused widespread resentment in the Americas and helped begin the formation of a distinct American identity, especially in the upper classes. I am speaking of the expulsion of the Jesuits from the Spanish Empire in 1767. Now, we haven't talked about the Jesuits too much around here, but to be brief, they were a Catholic order formed in 1540 and were officially called the Society of Jesus. And the thing that makes the Jesuits unique is their belief in the value of a good education. When their order arrived in the New World, they brought with them that focus on education, and local elites were all too happy to send their sons off to get a Jesuit education. And beyond just educating the next generation of Criollo elites, the Jesuits turned more than a few of those guys into the next generation of Criollo Jesuits. But the Spanish crown was always a little concerned about the Jesuits. Though we haven't talked about it, this is still the age of the Inquisition, when dogma, both political and religious, was enforced by force. You were not supposed to be reading heretical books, thinking heretical thoughts, or saying heretical things. Censorship in the Americas was officially pretty tight, though it was impossible to stop the spread of the really interesting books and ideas that were floating around out there, especially after the Enlightenment gets going. So the Spanish authorities tended to look at the Jesuits and that focus on education as a hotbed of heretical sedition. The Jesuits also happened to run by far the most humane of those Amerindian reductions that we talked about last week, and the Indians under Jesuit charge were generally left to live in their own manner, without forced conversion to European modes of living, and the Jesuits constantly defended the Amerindians from Spanish abuse. So in 1767, King Charles III decided to clear out the troublesome Jesuits by expelling them all from his empire. Go on, get out, you're not welcome here anymore. But the thing to understand is that the Jesuits in the Americas were not peninsulares who had traveled to the Americas. They were now born and raised Criollo. So we're talking here about natives of Mexico and Venezuela and Peru being exiled from their homes and forced to relocate to some safe haven in Europe. And it's during that exile, and thanks to their education, that these guys started developing and promoting the idea that there was such a thing as a purely American identity that was distinct from and even superior to the Spaniards, who presumed to rule despite the fact that it was clear to everyone that the strength of Spain was in America, not in Spain itself, which was a hopeless, decrepit wreck. One of the founding documents of Spanish-American independence was in fact written by one of these Jesuit exiles, a Peruvian named Juan Pablo Viscardo. Exiled in London, he penned his famous Letter to the Spanish Americans, which explicitly promoted the idea of Spanish-American independence. Now, of course, by then, he had the American Revolution to point to as an example, and then also the French Revolution is getting underway, and liberals across Europe are getting pretty excited about the possibility of remaking the world anew, and they might be willing to listen to what it might take to break Spanish America away from the Spanish. but it would be a little while yet before revolution came to Spanish America. And as you may have noticed, the project doesn't get going until 1807. But in the lead up to that all-important break, though, unrest, revolt, and upheavals did start to hit the Spanish Americas with alarming frequency, including a full-blown Amerindian revolt in Peru in the early 1780s. And next week, we will talk all about those precursors to Spanish American independence, and then of course talk all about the man whose tireless dedication to Spanish American independence earned him the historical honorific, the Precursor, Francisco de Miranda. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.3, The Precursors. So we've spent the last two episodes laying a lot of groundwork, taking the Spanish Empire from a band of marauding conquistadors in the early 1500s to a modernizing mercantilist empire at the end of the 1700s. Well, today we're finally going to get into the good stuff. At least in terms of the stuff we like to talk about here on the Revolutions podcast, that's protest, revolt, and rebellion. Because though last week I just sort of described in the abstract the reforms implemented by King Charles III of Spain after the end of the 7 Years' War, in the real world, those reforms were not going to be implemented without a goodly amount of protest, revolt, and rebellion. So the first precursor revolt we get to talk about is the Rebellion of the Barrios. And that is with two R's, but please don't make me try to roll my R's. And this rebellion blew up in 1765 in the city of Quito, which is now the capital of Ecuador, and it was triggered by the first round of post-7 Years' War reforms, with two being particularly odious. First, stricter enforcement of the long-established but long-despised sales tax, and second, a tightening of the state's monopoly on liquor production and sales. The Criollo elite of Quito were incensed at the monopoly reforms in particular because they owned the sugarcane fields and facilities from which and through which the liquor was produced. Meanwhile, the mostly mixed-race lower classes were ticked off that the sales tax was now jacking up prices everywhere. But it wasn't just the liquor monopoly and the sales tax per se that were so odious. It was that the enforcement of both would be taken out of the hands of local contractors and put into the hands of salaried agents of the crown, who are now those low-born peninsulare civil servants we talked about last week and who are now being introduced in force. So the elites in Quito drafted a letter of protest to the viceroy in Bogota, only to have the viceroy blow them off. Then, much to everyone's surprise, everything escalated really super quickly. On May the 22nd, 1765, somebody started ringing the town bells and thousands of mostly mestizo and Amerindian lower classes flooded into Quito. They converged on the tax offices and destroyed all the tax records. This sudden riot was then followed up a month later by an even deadlier uprising, with armed residents actually seizing control of the city. But in what would be a consistent theme of all these Spanish-American uprisings, up through the early days of the Wars of Independence, the insurrectionaries repeatedly proclaimed their undying loyalty to the King of Spain, and that they only fought his corrupt and malevolent agents, whose corruption and malevolence the king would no doubt be shocked to discover. And as a further expression of this sentiment, the insurrectionaries now wanted more than just tax and monopoly relief. They forced the cowed Audiencia of Quito to expel all unmarried peninsulares and all non-resident peninsulares, period. So what had started as a simple tax revolt had turned quickly into an expression of local anger against evil peninsulare foreigners. Now, amazingly, for whatever reason, that is, I can't actually find the reason, The viceroyal authorities in Bogota did not make a concerted effort to retake the rebellious Quito for a good year and a half, and it was not until September 1767 that they finally mustered some regular army troops to march over and bring Quito back into the official imperial fold. And then, just as curiously, the army was able to do so without incident. Now, I honestly have not been able to dig up too many details about the surprisingly long and then ultimately anticlimactic end to the rebellion of the Barrios. But given the pattern of future uprisings, there had to have been some collaboration here between the viceroyal authorities and the local Criollo elite of Quito to halt the spread of any further radicalism on behalf of the mixed-race lower classes. It was one thing to protect elite economic privileges, but quite another to just turn the world upside down, and so thus ended the rebellion of the Barrios. Now, right smack dab in the middle of all this, a similar wave of violent unrest started breaking out up in New Spain, specifically the region around Guanajuato, northwest of Mexico City. In 1766, locals erupted over a whole host of complaints. They were opposed to a new array of taxes and the stiffer collection of existing taxes, the influx of cheap goods from Spain that undercut local producers, and the forced extension of militia service. Eventually, a mob 6,000 strong stormed the city of Guanajuato and raided the royal treasury, just smashing the joint up. Then they proceeded to control the city for a good 3 days before finally dispersing. As with their cousins in far-off Quito, the rebellious mob in Guanajuato swore that they were not rebellious at all. They shouted, "Long live the king," and asked only for the death of bad government. The Guanajuato riot of 1766 receded without further incident, but then everything re-exploded in an even wider spread series of protests the following year, when word came that the Jesuits had been expelled from the empire. Remember, by now most of the Jesuits are local sons, prominent local sons, respected, educated, with strong ties to both the elites and the lower classes. All across New Spain, and indeed all across Spanish America, protests and clashes and the occasional riot accompanied the forced expulsion of the Jesuit brothers. But it never coalesced into a broader unified movement, and as with all of these precursor uprisings, temperatures did soon cool. But the tyrannical expulsion of the Jesuits would leave a lot of lingering resentment all across Spanish America. Now, what I just described were just the most explosive incidents, and they were accompanied by varying degrees of resistance and resentment everywhere as this new round of Bourbon reforms was introduced after the 7 Years' War. But while up in British North America, a bunch of anti-tax, anti-monopoly revolts during the 1760s led directly into a patriotic independence movement in the 1770s, down in Spanish South America, the 1770s turned out to be a time of renewed calm and order. But things did start to pick back up again in the early 1780s, and that was in part triggered by Spanish involvement in that American War of Independence. Now, as we all know, that after the Battle of Saratoga, the French joined the American fight. But as I also very briefly mentioned in episode 2.12, the French helped nudge their European neighbors into helping them punch the British in the nose, and both the Dutch and the Spanish wound up pledging money and military aid. On the Spanish front, that meant mostly engaging in operations against the British down in the Caribbean, and then, as we'll talk about in a minute, the siege and capture of Pensacola, Florida in 1781. To support the effort, the Crown wanted to raise a bunch of money from their American subjects, which meant, among other things, new taxes and further strengthening of various Crown monopolies, all of it being administered by those intrusive Peninsular civil servants. So the first nascent rebellion got going in 1780, down in what is today Santiago, Chile. That is the Conspiracy of the Three Antonios. The first Antonio was a French-born teacher and Enlightenment enthusiast named Antonio Bernet. The second Antonio was another resident Frenchman who had emigrated to Santiago to make a fortune, Antonio Gramusset. And the third Antonio was a prominent Criollo named José Antonio de Rojas. The conspiracy of the Three Antonios was actually one of the most radical of all the precursor rebellions because these three guys planned to overthrow the Spanish crown, found an independent republic, and then proceed to abolish racial and economic classes, liberate the Amerindians from all of their obligations, and free the slaves. And as if that wasn't ambitious enough, they then planned to move on to radical land redistribution. The conspiracy of the Three Antonios was in fact so radical that it is often plucked out and cited as a precursor not just to Spanish-American independence, but to all the socialist and communist revolutions of the 19th and 20th centuries. But it went nowhere. The plot was uncovered, and the Three Antonios were arrested on January the 1st, 1781. The two French Antonios were sent back to Spain for prosecution, but died en route. Meanwhile, Jose Antonio de Rojas spent some time in a Spanish prison before returning home to Santiago just in time to play a critical role in the first dissolution of Crown authority there in 1810. Now, just as the conspiracy of the Three Antonios was uncovered, the mother of all the precursor rebellions, and certainly the most famous, broke out up in Peru. This was the rebellion that was led by Tupac Amaru II. So Tupac Amaru II was originally just a prominent mestizo landowner living in a town southeast of Cusco named Jose Gabriel Condor Conqui. Now by trade, he was a muleteer, that is, he ran a herd of like 350 mules, and though he was mixed race, he was also one of the leaders tapped to ensure that the Amerindians paid their tribute and provided their labor. So he was a very prominent Amerindian leader. By the late 1770s, though, he had become fairly well disgusted by the exploitive system he was administering, and he started telling people that his lineage in fact traced back to the last Inca emperor, Tupac Amaru, who held on to a final rump of the Incan Empire until he was defeated and executed in 1572. So now self-styling himself as Tupac Amaru II, we start hearing about prophecies that maybe the Spanish aren't actually long for this world. In November 1780, with the exploitive system getting even more exploitive, the self-proclaimed Tupac Amaru II had finally had enough. He and a core group of followers seized the local Spanish administrator, who was particularly cruel, and held him captive for just under a week, during which time they extracted from him money, guns, and ammunition. And then they forced him to call for a mass meeting of the local population. When everyone showed up, Tupac Amaru hanged the administrator and claimed that he was doing so on orders from the King of Spain. And not only that, but he also had further orders to abolish taxes and end the forced labor system. The assembled masses were thrilled, and Tupac Amaru II now had a couple of hundred followers. He also had money, and he had guns, and he put them all to good use. Now, word of this rebellion spread fast, and the majority Amerindian population of Peru that had suffered for so long all rose up against the Spanish authorities. And by December 1780, Tupac Amaru was leading an army 40,000 strong to the gates of Cusco. This was a huge rebellion. But any attempt to take Cusco itself was repulsed by the Spanish defenders. And so much like the slave revolt in San Domingue a few years later, the rebels wound up holding the rural areas while the Spanish remained safely ensconced in their urban strongholds. Now, from these strongholds, the Spanish then started orchestrating repacification expeditions. But they did have to wait until regular army troops could be moved into the area, because as it turned out, those militias that the Bourbons had been trying to foster as the principal defenders of Spanish America, well, they were not particularly interested in fighting these Indian rebels, and in many cases just went ahead and switched sides. But when the regular army arrived, repacification commenced, and basically any Amerindian was considered a combatant to be dealt with accordingly, whether they were a combatant or not. And over the course of the rebellion, tens of thousands would be killed. With its tenuous cohesion now under serious assault, the rebellion was dealt a debilitating blow in the spring of 1781 when Tupac Amaru himself was captured. He was dragged into Cusco along with his family, and then forced to watch as the Spanish tortured and executed his wife and children one by one, before they turned on Tupac Amaru himself. They cut his tongue out and then attempted to quarter him by having 4 horses pull in 4 different directions, but that attempt failed, and so finally they just beheaded him. But independent rebel groups did carry on the fight. Tupac Amaru's brother had managed to lead a rebel army to the city of La Paz in Upper Peru, and he proceeded to surround the city with a huge army and lay siege to it for the next 6 months. But then he too was captured and executed in November 1781. Now by that point, most of Peru had been repacified, but scattered rebel groups did manage to hold on until the last of them were finally snuffed out in 1783. Now the Spanish, not being totally blind to what had just been unleashed, did reinstate the forced labor system and the taxes, but they legislated some corrective reforms to curb the worst abuses. And they also opened up a special audiencia in Cusco to hear Indian complaints against Spanish transgressors. So then in that same spring of 1781, right around the time that Tupac Amaru is being captured, yet another rebellion broke out up in New Granada. So in the 6 months between November 1780 and April 1781, you've got 3 totally unrelated, yet very, very troubling uprisings hitting all at once. So the latest revolt up in New Granada wound up looking a lot like a wider spread version of Quito's Rebellion of the Barrios 15 years earlier. To generate more state revenue to underwrite their operations against the British, the Spanish authorities tried to squeeze greater profits from their liquor and tobacco monopolies. They pursued the sales tax with renewed vigor once again, and then introduced completely new taxes that no one had ever had to pay before. The enraged locals in New Granada were soon literally up in arms about all this, kicking off what would soon be dubbed the Revolt of the Comuneros. Now, if you know a bit about Spanish history, you know that technically this is the 3rd revolt of the Comuneros in Spanish history. The first was an uprising in Castile in 1520 against the rule of Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor. The second was a revolt down in what is now Paraguay, back in the 1720s and 1730s. Now, all 3 of these were unrelated, but they did follow a pattern where local towns claimed that the tyranny of the central political leaders had triggered a justifiable devolution of sovereignty to the local towns, otherwise known as the comunidades, the communes, the communities, hence the revolt of the Comuneros. So this latest revolt of the Comuneros erupted in the city of Socorro, a city northeast of Bogota, where the authorities had introduced the new taxes and monopoly edicts. And again, as had happened in Quito, the upper and lower classes joined forces to protest the intrusive new regime. They dumped out government booze and burned government tobacco, amongst other displays of open hostility. Then they took things one step further. They organized. The residents of Socorro appointed a 5-man executive committee to coordinate further action. A pattern then spread across the region, with other towns forming their own communes, knitting together a loose network of rebellion with Socorro at the center. But the Criollo elite were nervous about where all this might be headed, and so the 5 men leading the revolt of the Comuneros in Socorro actually all signed a letter to the viceroy, saying that they had accepted their roles under duress and that their principal concern was making sure that things didn't get out of hand. So the Comuneros then stopped destroying tobacco and booze and instead sold it to raise money to fund their little rebellion. And the next thing you know, you've got somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 20,000 armed men marching on Bogota. With the viceroy himself down in Cartagena, thank you to everybody who told me how badly I was pronouncing it last week, the audiencia in Bogota was the only authority around, and they had no troops to defend them because all the troops were down in Cartagena too. And the audiencia might have called out the militia, but a bunch of the militiamen were already on the other side, and so calling the rest in might just double the strength of the rebellion. When the Comunero army approached Bogota, they proceeded then to negotiate, and the terms were simple. In exchange for us not sacking Bogota, the audiencia will repeal all the new monopoly rules and taxes. And then hinting again at that underlying Criollo Peninsulare tension, in the future, Criollo applicants for various state jobs would be given preferential treatment over Peninsulare. Now, the Audiencia agreed to all this because they were staring down a huge army. But the viceroy in Cartagena heard the terms and he hit the roof. He ordered regular army troops to march on Bogota, restore order, and cancel any and all capitulations. Now, once the army arrived, the Comuneros folded. At least the leadership did. The elite Criollo appeared ready to shut the whole thing down if things got hairy, and the arrival of the regular army was their cue to split. And their reticence to keep pushing, like has had happened in Quito, might be traced back to their fear that resisting political and economic reforms might lead to an uncontrollable social revolution that would engulf them, the Criollo, along with the hated Spanish peninsulares. And this was not an abstract fear now, because word had by now reached Bogota that a massive Indian rebellion was underway in Peru and might be spreading north. So the lower-class Comunero rebels were told to either drop the business right now or face the Spanish army without any elite backing. Most abandoned the cause, but a few fought on, only to be snuffed out by the end of 1781. So as with the rebellions of the 1760s, this run of rebellion in the early 1780s did not lead directly to a movement for independence. And in fact, we are still one full generation away before we get there. But this does bring us perfectly to the point of departure for the man who would become known as the precursor, the man who would dedicate his life to the project of Spanish-American independence to the point where he practically became synonymous with the project for Spanish-American independence. That's Francisco de Miranda. And we will spend the rest of today's episodes on the adventures of Francisco de Miranda, which, if you've never heard of him, is going to be pretty fun because he just sort of wanders his way through the American, French, and even, very briefly, Haitian Revolution. So Francisco de Miranda was born in Caracas in 1750. His mother came from a wealthy Criollo family, while his father was an émigré from the Spanish Canary Islands. Miranda's father rose up to become a prominent merchant, but his Canary Island roots led the Caracas elite to turn their noses up at him. And though the elder Miranda secured a prestigious captaincy in the local militia, two jealous rivals accused him of having African blood, which in the caste system would have disbarred him from the post. The elder Miranda now had the support of the governor of Caracas, but he had to go to great lengths to prove that his bloodline was in fact pure, and even then would voluntarily resign over the issue in 1769. It was a humiliation that burned the father and roused the indignation of the son. A young Francisco and his siblings, though, did receive a top-flight Jesuit education, and the boy turned out to be a voracious reader and an incurable bibliophile. He loved books. He's going to love books his whole life. And as the flood of Enlightenment material poured out of Europe, young Francisco gobbled up whatever he could. You name it, he read it. He graduated from a small university in Caracas before making ready to continue his education in Spain. And so in 1771, at the age of 21, Francisco de Miranda departed Caracas. And though no one could have imagined it at the time, he would not in fact again set foot on Venezuelan soil for 35 years. He spent the next 2 years as a student in Madrid, and upon completing his studies, he purchased a captaincy in a regiment of the Spanish Regular Army in 1773. At the time, Spain was trying to hold on to its last remaining possessions in North Africa, and Miranda saw the first action of his career defending the Spanish-occupied city of Melilla in 1774. But Captain Miranda was not exactly an ideal soldier. He much preferred reading to the soldier's life. Suspicious bookkeeping seemed to follow him wherever he was posted, and he was both insubordinate to superiors and overly harsh towards subordinates. But he did bounce around various posts in Spain then until the Spanish entered the American War of Independence, and Miranda's application to take his services back to the Americas was granted. But though he returned to the Caribbean in August of 1780, he does not appear to have dropped by Caracas to visit his family or anything. He was stationed in Cuba, then promoted to lieutenant colonel, and arrived just as the Spanish were on a nice little run of success against the British, taking first Baton Rouge and then Mobile. The first operation Miranda himself appears to have participated in came in early 1781 when the Spanish laid siege to Fort Pensacola. The siege lasted for just about 2 months and ended with the British capitulation in May 1781. All of this happening around episode 2.12, just as the Americans and French were converging on Yorktown. Now, shortly thereafter, Colonel Miranda was dispatched to Jamaica to arrange for the release of 900 Spanish prisoners. And while there, he of course came into direct contact with British officers and citizens with whom he developed a very natural rapport. Miranda greatly admired the forward-thinking British as opposed to what he considered to be the backwardness of the Spanish. And while he was there, he also arranged for the purchase of some British ships for the Spanish Navy. And then, crucially, he cut a deal with a British merchant to fill the holds with British goods to resell them in the closed Spanish markets. When he got back to Cuba, Miranda's enemies, and he had his share, accused him of being a British spy and a smuggler. These charges would then hang over his head for almost 2 years, and while he managed to fend off arrest with the help of some well-placed friends, because he had his fair share of those too, in the summer of 1783 he was tipped off that the governor of Cuba was going to arrest him. Rather than take his chances with the authorities, Miranda ran for it. He secretly boarded an American ship in June 1783 and sailed off to the Carolinas, beginning a life of permanent exile. Miranda was a dreamer, with a very healthy ego and a chip on his shoulder, and it is likely that he was already mulling what it might take to lead a glorious fight for freedom in his own homeland, to break away from the arrogant, petty, and backward Spanish. And as he traveled the globe, he would only become more fervent in his belief that it was his destiny to free America from Spanish rule. Miranda would then spend the next year and a half in the United States, and though when he arrived in the young country he had only very rough English and no connections, he soon charmed his way up the coast, and would leave a much-loved semi-celebrity. He was well-read, insatiably curious, and a perfect guest. He was by all accounts a witty, fun-loving guy, who often complained only that the austere Protestant Americans just didn't want to drink with him enough. And as he moved from the Carolinas to Philadelphia to New York to Boston, he collected calling cards that would open future doors for him, and it did not take long for the dashing, enlightened Spaniard to crack the upper rung of the American economic and political elite, including among others George Washington, Thomas Paine, the Marquis de Lafayette, Aaron Burr, Thomas Jefferson, Henry Knox, Sam Adams, and Alexander Hamilton, forming in particular lifelong friendships with both Knox and Hamilton, with whom he would exchange letters for the next 20 years. And this is all going on through episode 2.14, the critical period, as all of these guys are dealing with the transition from being an independent republic under the Articles of Confederation that are not working so well, and then he's going to leave just before the Constitutional Convention convenes. Miranda was also a great friend of the ladies, beginning his reputation as a revolutionary Don Juan, and on a few occasions his decisions to move on stemmed from one of his frequent affairs. Wherever he traveled, Miranda was a meticulous observer of everything he encountered: social habits, governmental systems, economics, the physical infrastructure, religion, science, nature, whatever. He took it all in and wrote it all down in a meticulously kept diary. And he was particularly interested in Revolutionary War battle sites, and he made contact with Continental veterans to take him on tours of the grounds upon which they had fought. I mean, he's really studying what it's going to take here. The Americans loved the serious attention that he was giving them and their cause, and he came to admire their earnest republicanism greatly. And together, they all talked about the dream of Spanish-American independence. Miranda then wrapped up his tour in Boston in late 1784, engaged in long talks with Sam Adams about the process of winning an independent republic. But then he decided to keep on moving, and in early 1785 he boarded a ship in Boston and set sail for London, leaving behind an array of friends and contacts and allies that he could and would draw upon down the road. And indeed, when he entered London, he came with a stack of letters of introduction that he used to enter the small American social circle in London. And in that circle, he quickly became best friends with Colonel William Smith, who was attached to the American embassy and serving the man who was about to become his, that is Smith's, father-in-law, Ambassador John Adams. Smith and Miranda made plans to go on a grand tour of the continent together, and in August 1785, they crossed over to the Netherlands and from there went on to Berlin, where they witnessed Prussian military exercises. They then spent the next few weeks making their way down to Vienna, and from there to Budapest, where they, no joke, got to hang out for a few days kicking it with the great composer Joseph Haydn. And I am thinking of starting a historical parlor game that's called 6 Degrees of Francisco de Miranda, because seriously, he meets, talks to, has dinner with, lives with practically every notable intellectual, artistic, and political figure of the age. So Colonel Smith then had to return to London, and so Miranda pressed on alone through the Alps and into Italy. And when he got there, he started making contact with the exiled American Jesuit community, most of whom had taken up residence in Italy. Now, when those guys had arrived in Europe, they discovered that the Europeans were phenomenally ignorant about the Americas. And so to dispel ignorant prejudices, they had started cranking out natural histories of the Americas and social histories and various other scholarly works to defend their homeland and explain it to the Europeans, forging, as I said last week, a uniquely pro-American identity that Miranda would come to thoroughly embrace. Now, Miranda's diary is suspiciously silent on which of the prominent, probably now seditious, Jesuits that he met with, but that's not exactly the kind of thing you just go writing down. He finally settled in Rome for 2 months and inhaled that great city before heading to Athens in the spring of 1786 to inhale that great city, and from there on to Constantinople, where he spent a further few months inhaling that great city. Everywhere he went, he studied the history and the language and the culture, and he wrote it all down. And he pondered it, and he thought about it. I mean, really, Francisco de Miranda is a guy who has a very unique perspective on the early modern world, because he goes everywhere, sees everything, and meets everybody. Now, at this point, he makes a fateful decision in 1787 to make his way up into Russia. And while in the Crimea, Miranda met the great general and statesman Grigory Potemkin, or as we call him in English, Potemkin, who took a liking to Miranda and told the Spanish exile to accompany him to Kiev to meet the Empress Catherine the Great. So, in February 1787, Miranda finds himself invited to a dinner with the Empress. Now, Catherine was as enlightened a despot as they come, and she herself was insatiably curious, and so she spent the meal peppering Miranda with questions about his Spanish-American homeland. Now, Miranda was charming and insightful enough with his answers that the Empress brought him into her inner circle of favorites, and over the next few weeks and months, the two engaged in long, meandering discussions about every topic imaginable. Now, the standard rumor to emerge from all this is that they also became lovers, but there is surprisingly little evidence of a physical relationship, and in fact much to discredit the claim. But as was usually his MO, wherever Miranda went, as much as he could, he talked about Spanish-American independence, and he was now trying to talk Catherine into backing him. Now, the Empress seemed interested in supporting the project, but soon enough, a renewed war with the Turks would draw her attention and her money much closer to home. Now, while Miranda is doing all of this traveling, he is always traveling under an alias because the Spanish diplomatic corps is out there sending out alerts to keep an eye out for this wandering, troublesome deserter. And it soon came to the attention of the Spanish ambassador in Russia that this charismatic Spaniard who had taken up with Catherine was indeed this troublesome deserter, and he protested to Catherine, whereupon the Empress made Miranda a Russian count and gave him 10,000 rubles to live on. Now, she implored Miranda to live in Russia permanently, but he declined, whereupon Catherine offered him the protection of the Russian embassies wherever he went in Europe, just in case the Spanish managed to convince some local government to arrest him. So Miranda left Russia and traveled through Scandinavia before hopping down to Copenhagen and from there down the Rhine all through the summer of 1788. and eventually he arrived in Switzerland in September 1788, where he made a point to call on the famous English historian Edward Gibbon to talk a little Roman history. From Switzerland, Miranda went over into France, and when he got to Marseille, he was warmly welcomed by the Abbé Raynal. Remember, he's the guy who wrote that History of the Two Indies that called for a black Spartacus to avenge the New World. Well, Miranda had, of course, read Raynal's book, because he read everything, and the two spent a great deal of time discussing the future of the Americas. From Marseille, Miranda then traveled up to Paris, arriving in, you guessed it, May 1789, right smack dab at the beginning of the French Revolution. He literally arrived on May the 5th, the day the Estates General convened in Versailles. But Miranda did not care much for the French. He was an Anglophile all the way, and he had no intention of getting sucked into the mad squabbles consuming Paris, at least not yet, and so in June, just days before the tennis court oath, he headed back up to London. Upon arrival in London, he was entered onto the rolls of the Russian embassy, and from that point on, he lived under their diplomatic protection. But by now, though, Miranda's reputation had wound its way up to the highest levels of the British government, and Prime Minister William Pitt the Elder invited Miranda to a secret meeting to discuss this rumored plan of South American independence, and how the British might be of assistance. Miranda then went on the British payroll, and got his first chance to really start drawing up serious plans for Spanish-American independence, how the liberation would work, how a new government might function. He also provided Pitt with tons of intelligence on the often impenetrable world of the Spanish Empire, and it does kind of seem like that was all Pitt was really after, because once Miranda has dumped all of this in his lap, Pitt just stopped returning his calls. And over the next 2 years, Miranda grew increasingly irate and depressed as he finally came to realize that Pitt was just stringing him along. So, in 1792, Miranda had pretty well given up on British assistance, and he turned his attention back to revolutionary France as a better vehicle for his ambitions. And in March 1792, he got on a boat and went back to France. And he arrived in Paris just in time for the Legislative Assembly to declare war on Austria just a few weeks later, and we are now at episode 3.22, War. Miranda then fell in with the Girondin intellectual circle. Cue ominous music. And after the sudden overthrow of the monarchy on August the 10th, 1792, Miranda was approached by Alexandre Pétion about signing up for the armies of the French Republic, which were in dire need of experienced officers. Now, the thing here is that the French were under the impression that Miranda had been a brigadier general during the American War of Independence, a notion that Lieutenant Colonel Miranda did not disabuse them of. He was then commissioned as a field marshal and left for the front in Belgium just days before the September massacres. We're now at episode 3.24. And when he arrived up in the Army of the North, he joined the high command of General Dumouriez, who was at present about to go win the surprise victory at Valmy, which, unless I am mistaken, Miranda did not participate in. So anyway, here is the craziest kicker of all. After the Austro-Prussian Allied army had retreated out of France, Jacques-Pierre Brissot turned his own attention back to the problem of the rebellion in Saint-Domingue, because we are right now right around episode 4.6, 4.7, where Brissot's brothers, Sonthonax and Polverel, have put old Governor Desparve on a boat and sent him home, and he still needs to be replaced. Brissot got it into his head that Miranda was actually the perfect man for the job. Miranda even came back to Paris to talk it all through, though he expressed some mighty huge reservations about taking on, a French colony in the Caribbean currently in the throes of a massive slave rebellion. So the idea eventually does get dropped, and instead, as we saw in episode 4.7, they sent our ill-fated little friend, Governor Galbaud. But yeah, Francisco de Miranda was almost made governor of Saint-Domingue in November 1792. But instead, he went back up and rejoined the Army of the North. But of course, a renewed Austrian offensive in February 1793 sent the French forces, some of them under Miranda's command, into scattered retreat. And then Dumouriez made his ill-advised attack at Neervanden on March the 18th. We are now at episode 3.27, Advance and Retreat, this obviously being the retreat part. So the French were badly beaten at Neervanden, and when the dust settled, Dumouriez decided to fix all the blame on this possibly treasonous foreigner, his Spanish Field Marshal, Miranda. Dumouriez denounced Miranda's conduct during the battle and blamed him for the defeat. But then, of course, Dumouriez goes rogue and tries to turn his army on Paris, and when that didn't work out, he defected to the enemy. Now, Miranda had scoffed at joining Dumouriez's coup, but he was now in a very tight spot. His principal political connections in Paris were all Girondin, and like it or not, he was a part of Dumouriez's senior staff, which put him under suspicion on two fronts, to say nothing of the fact that he was a foreigner, and just now the dread foreign plot was working its way into the increasingly paranoid imaginations of the French revolutionaries. So Miranda was brought back to Paris and tried by the Revolutionary Tribunal in May 1793. But remember, this was still in the days when evidence and testimony did count for something, and Miranda wound up being cleared of all charges. But Robespierre had mentally pinned a target on Miranda's back. And so after the purge of the Girondins that we talked about in episode 3.31, and then the reorganization of the Committee of Public Safety that we talked about in episode 3.32, that's when they booted out Danton and brought in Robespierre, Miranda was rearrested and dumped in prison in July 1793. But after being put in prison, his number never came up, which is honestly pretty crazy. All of his friends in the Girondin movement were fed to the guillotine in October. That was episode 3.34. And then a bunch of the foreign plotters were wiped out when Robespierre got going on his liquidation spree in March and April 1794. That all took place in episode 3.36. But Miranda just sat and sat and sat and was never actually called to stand trial. And so he continued to just sit there until Thermidor arrived in July 1794. But even after Thermidor, he continued to just sit all the way until January 1795. So he sat in a French prison for like a year and a half. And he only did wind up getting out thanks to the maneuvering of the American ambassador, James Monroe, because Miranda still had a lot of friends in the American government. And this is also, by the by, right around the same time Monroe is getting Thomas Paine out of a French prison too. Upon his release, Miranda remained in prison, but he continued to be like a generally suspicious character to the French revolutionaries. And so when the Vendémiaire uprising hit in October 1795, that was when young Bonaparte's whiff of grape shot cleared out all the conservative insurrectionaries, and we're now at episode 3.42. And Miranda, of course, had nothing to do with it, but he was arrested and interrogated, though he did wind up getting released. But then he did have to go into hiding in the countryside because another arrest warrant was issued, and he remained in hiding until that order was lifted in April 1796. Miranda then kept his head down and was mostly left alone until the coup of Floreal comes along in episode 3.46, at which point he was again targeted for arrest and deportation as a suspicious reactionary foreigner. But by then, events back in Spanish America had taken a further revolutionary turn, particularly in his native Venezuela, and Miranda suddenly had some hope that the project of Spanish American independence would yet live, and that he might be able to go back to the British and get their support, because Spain, by now, has capitulated to the French and are now at war with Britain. And next week, we're going to talk about that revolutionary turn in Venezuela and Miranda's new approach to the British about supporting his project, but mostly we are going to introduce the man who will be at the center of the show from here on out, because that particularly revolutionary turn in Venezuela in 1797 would make quite an impression on a teenage Criollo aristocrat getting ready to make his own grand tour through Europe, Simon Bolivar. I'm just kidding. Simon Bolivar. and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.4, The Prince of Caracas. So last time, we ran through the first two waves of rebellion that hit Spanish America in the years after the 7 Years' War, before wandering off into the endlessly fascinating life and times of Francisco de Miranda. Now, we left Miranda in Paris, getting ready to head back up to London to reignite his dream of Spanish-American independence, but we are going to leave him there for the moment, while we hop back in time a little bit. Specifically, we're hopping back to the summer of 1783, just after Miranda had deserted from the Spanish army. As I mentioned, it is very likely that as the then 33-year-old Miranda sailed from Cuba to the United States, that he was already dreaming of going down in history as the man who liberated Spanish South America. Well, we know that Miranda does not go down as the liberator. He is just the precursor. But as historical coincidence would have it, as Miranda departed for his life as a wandering revolutionary, the man who would become the liberator was on the verge of being born back in Miranda's hometown of Caracas. And it is time to call that man to the center of the stage. Simón Bolívar was born on July the 24th, 1783, into one of Caracas's most elite Criollo families. As I mentioned 2 episodes back, the original patriarch of the family, Simón de Bolívar, emigrated down to Caracas in 1589, beginning a run of 7 generations of the Bolívars occupying the very upper rungs of Caracas society. They owned multiple haciendas all around Venezuela that produced sugar and indigo and tropical fruits. They owned cattle ranches out in the grasslands, copper mines up in the hills. They owned a rum distillery and a textile business, and multiple townhouses in the heart of Caracas itself. And of course, to do all the work, they owned hundreds of slaves. And generation in and generation out, Bolívar served as senior officers in the militia and trusted civilian officials who helped administer the province of Venezuela. And the lineage and status of Bolívar's mother was no less august. The roots of her family sank even deeper into Venezuela than the Bolívars. She could trace her roots all the way back to a minor German noble who had emigrated to Venezuela way back in the 1530s when the Welser banking house still ran things. So Bolívar and his siblings, 2 sisters and a brother, were born into the inner circle of the Criollo aristocracy of Venezuela, and they were the princes and princesses of Caracas. But they were also born into an aristocracy that was entering a bit of an identity crisis. Caracas itself had not been hit with any overt insurrections yet, but that did not mean the local Criollo were not chafing under increased imperial oversight and taxation. An intendant had shown up in 1776, and then a captain general in 1777, and both of these imperial offices brought with them a host of peninsulare agents and administrators and bureaucrats who now seemed to be sticking their noses into everything, and generally treating the Criollo elite as if they were children, rather than men worthy of honor and respect. Now, years later, Miranda would produce a letter that he allegedly received in 1782, that is, just before he departed for exile, that had been signed by Bolívar's father and 2 others, complaining about the tyranny of these imperial agents and asking advice on what they could do about it, Miranda's reputation as a dissident officer having filtered back down to Caracas. Now, the authenticity of this letter is disputed, and it is entirely likely that it was forged by Miranda years later, which would not have been out of character. But it also wouldn't have been out of character for the native elite of Caracas to be complaining about the intrusive Spanish authorities. Simon's parents did not have much influence on him growing up. His father died when he was just 2, and then his mother died when he was 9, and he was raised principally by a black slave nurse named Hippolyta. Now, Bolívar's father had stipulated in his will that the extensive family estates were to be divided between his 4 children, and then, on top of that, an older cousin who was a wealthy priest died in 1785 and unexpectedly left everything to baby Simón on the condition that the child remain loyal to God and the king, which, spoiler alert, that is not going to happen. But the point here is that when Simon's mother died in 1792, he became an incredibly rich orphan. Now, as you might expect from a pampered rich kid who adults rarely said no to, Simon was headstrong, undisciplined, and refused to be told what to do, where to go, or how to behave. After the death of his mother, he was placed in the custody of a maternal uncle, but the two clashed immediately. The uncle in question was himself an unsavory moocher, who was interested principally in using the Bolivar property he now held in trust for his nephew to his own advantage. Simon repeatedly disappeared into the streets of Caracas with other boys of all social and ethnic classes to just do as he pleased. And then in June of 1795, 12-year-old Simon got sick of his uncle's exploitive neglect and ran away to his sister's house, sparking a legal battle over who would have custody, because controlling Simon meant controlling his fortune until he came of age. Now, a settlement finally placed the boy in the custody of a local teacher, who then became Simon's private tutor, the famous, or possibly infamous, Simon Rodriguez. Now, Rodriguez was an Enlightenment enthusiast, although his greatest love was reserved for the arch-anti-Enlightenment philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Simon was also tutored during this period by a budding young intellectual named Andrés Bello. Now, Bello was only 2 years older than Simon, but would in time go on to become a cornerstone of Spanish-American culture. He was a philosopher and a poet and a statesman, and as we will see for ourselves a few episodes hence, an early patriotic revolutionary. Now, the influence of these two tutors has apparently long been made a central feature of Bolivar biographies, but most modern historians downplay their role, because at this point in his life, Simon was basically unteachable, and was certainly more interested in blowing off his tutors to go play with his friends than actually listening to a word they said. It would not be until years later that he developed the habit of constant reading that became such a familiar sight in the camps of the Patriot armies. So as young Bolivar was growing up, the world around him was changing, and New Granada in particular was about to become the focal point of a third wave of pre-independence unrest, this one triggered by the seminal arrival of the French Revolution in 1789. Now, France was suddenly generating and circulating a whole host of dangerous new ideas that the Spanish authorities could not stop from spreading into their American empire. And so right now, I want to cover 3 incidents in particular that would rock New Granada, as young Bolivar made the transition from spoiled brat to nauseating adolescent. The first is the printing of the Declaration of the Rights of Man in Bogota by one Antonio Nariño, helping launch Nariño into the pantheon of great precursors to Spanish-American independence. Nariño had been born back in 1765, so he lands right in between the elder Miranda, who was born in 1750, and the younger Bolivar, who was born in 1783. The Nariños were upper crust Criollo, and Antonio carried the family fortunes to even greater heights. He appears to have excelled at practically everything he put his mind to, and was one of the richest men in the city. But he was also a child of the Enlightenment, and more interested in intellectual pursuits than the simple business of business. Indeed, he seems to have modeled himself on the example of the world-famous Ben Franklin, businessman by day, amateur scientist and philosopher by night. Nariño amassed a huge collection of books, and constructed a large library/laboratory/salon that he then decorated with portraits and busts of famous, admirable thinkers, with pride of place going to a bust of Franklin, and then the famous line about Franklin posted underneath it that he snatched the lightning from the sky and the scepter from tyrants. Nariño also hosted a regular intellectual gathering, which functioned as a private salon, and was one of the few ways that like-minded liberal criollos could share and discuss new ideas in a world where the public sphere was heavily censored. Nariño managed to avoid trouble with the authorities, though, in part because he was personal friends with the Viceroy of New Granada. But after the French Revolution hit, Nariño got himself into a whole heap of trouble. He followed news of events in France as best he could, and in 1794 he got his hands on something he was really not supposed to have his hands on, the Declaration of the Rights of Man. And despite the fact that freedom of the press did not exist in the Spanish world, Nariño had purchased for himself a private printing press. And after getting a hold of the rights of man, he made a rather reckless decision. He translated it into Spanish and one Sunday morning ran off 100 copies. He sold one for sure, and possibly gave a few more away, before realizing that maybe he should not actually be doing this. He tried to get the copies back, but by then it was too late. They were already beginning to circulate, and they would continue to circulate for years to come. The viceroy was now forced to take action, and he arrested his wayward friend, putting him on trial for printing and distributing censored material. The Bogotá Audiencia then sentenced Nariño to 10 years exile in Africa, but the ship they put him on sailed first to Spain, where Nariño managed to sneak away and disappear into hiding. He hung around the outskirts of Madrid for a little while, trying to secure a pardon, but when that didn't come, he kept moving and made his way over to France, where he almost certainly came into contact with the South American emigre community in Paris that Francisco de Miranda was right in the middle of, and we're going to deal with them momentarily. But after a brief stay in Paris, Nariño kept moving and eventually wound up in London, where, like most Spanish-American expats, he was contacted by and debriefed by the British government. But Nariño was not content with life as an exile, and so he decided to return to New Granada under an assumed name. His ultimate objective was, like Miranda's, Spanish-American independence. But after traveling around his country and making discreet observations and contacts, he determined that it was a hopeless project, and instead turned himself into the viceroy, whereupon he was dumped in a Cartagena prison, where he sat off and on for the next 13 years, and where he will still be when the winds of Spanish-American independence come sweeping through. Now, while the imagination of a guy like Nariño was being fired by the example of the American Revolution on the one hand and the French Revolution on the other, there was, as we know, a third major revolution floating around out there that was also firing a few imaginations. The Haitian Revolution, which was unfolding practically right next door to New Granada, just 500 miles north or so as the crow flies. And that brings us to the second incident I want to discuss, the 1795 slave rebellion in Coro, Venezuela. Now, the Great Slave Uprising up in Saint-Domingue complicated things for liberals in Spanish America, because it represented everything that scared the crap out of the Criollo elite. Now, maybe they fancied themselves the next Ben Franklin or George Washington and read approvingly from Montesquieu and Rousseau and Voltaire, but the thought of mass racial revolution sent shivers down their big white spines. At the end of the 18th century, the population of Venezuela was about 800,000, and of those, maybe 4,000 were pure white elite, and that combines the Peninsulare and the Criollo. Everyone else was some combination of white, black, and Indian. And so that tiny white elite was very conscious that they were surrounded by and could be overwhelmed by the quote-unquote inferior races at any moment. So after the Great Slave Uprising in Saint-Domingue erupted in 1791, the Criollo elite of New Granada no doubt heard the tales of white landowners murdered in their beds, a whole colony on fire, and mass racial upheaval. And this was all ominous enough, but then their own imperial government seemed ready to betray them. In February 1795, the Council of the Indies had concluded that continuing the rigid racial caste system in their colonies was unsustainable. The vast majority of the population, and whatever talent, industry, and intelligence it might contain, was locked out of full political, economic, and social participation. Plus, the Council of the Indies was no doubt getting frequent reports about the mess in Saint-Domingue, this all-out race war. I mean, they were funding the slave armies. And perhaps they were trying to head off just such a race war in their own domains, though I do not know exactly what role that played in their decision-making. So the council introduced a new law that in effect allowed pardos, that is, mixed race, white and African, to purchase legal whiteness. So if you were a mixed race merchant and had done well for yourself, you could literally go buy a piece of paper that made you legally white. That is, you had access to all offices and privileges and educational opportunities that whites did. And as had happened in Saint-Domingue, The home government trying to undo the racial caste system stoked further resentment and complaints among the Criollo about the tyranny of the Peninsulares who were now trying to enforce this. Then just a few months later, the Criollo got hit by an even scarier jolt when the contagion of slave rebellion finally reached Venezuela. Because obviously a huge chunk of the population wasn't scared of the revolution in Saint-Domingue, they were inspired by it. In particular, a mixed-race merchant named José Leonardo Chirino from the coastal city of Coro had sailed to Saint-Domingue and back, and seen firsthand that racial revolution was possible, having almost certainly spent his time in the South Province, which at that point was under the control of André Rigaud. Now, the area around Coro was one of the principal sugar-producing regions of Venezuela, which meant a large concentration of African slaves ready to rebel. So Chirino conspired with another mixed-race partner named José Cardidad González to organize their anger and launch a slave rebellion. In early May 1795, they led hundreds of slaves in a mass uprising outside Coro that followed the pattern of the early Saint-Domingue uprising. They destroyed sugar plantation infrastructure and killed any whites they could find. But unlike the uprising in Saint-Domingue, the Coro rebellion was contained. After 3 days of unchecked rampaging, the army and militias moved in with overwhelming force. A good 300 men and women were apprehended and summarily executed. Now, the slave rebellion in Coro put a lot of elite Criollo on notice that playing with revolutionary fire was a good way to burn down their whole world. And so it led them to retreat to more conservative ground. But it put others on notice that if they championed the cause of racial justice, that huge armies might flock to their banner. So fast forward 2 more years to 1797, and along comes the third and final incident I want to talk about. A revolutionary conspiracy to overthrow the imperial authorities of Venezuela. Now, the root of this third incident also extends back to Europe, where big changes had been wrought by the course of the French Revolutionary Wars. Because if you will recall from our episodes on both the French and Haitian revolutions, Spain joined the anti-French coalition in early 1793, but by mid-1795 had gotten trounced. And so in the summer of 1795, just as the slave rebellion was being suppressed in Coro, the Spanish signed a humiliating treaty with France that made them de facto vassals of the French Republic, complete with an annual indemnity payment and the putting of their military resources at French disposal. But peace with France meant war with Britain, and that meant that the British Navy now stood between Spain and her colonies, and this is hugely important. This is going to be a major disruption to the political economies of both sides of the Atlantic, because by 1797, Spanish America was now all but cut off from Spain. Increasingly isolated from the mother country, a group of radical liberals in Caracas got together and started plotting a revolution that they hoped would combine the best elements of the American, French, and Haitian revolutions. And there were 3 principal ringleaders to this plot. The first was a dissident peninsulare named Juan Bautista Picornell, who had been busted trying to get a revolution going in Madrid in early 1795, and for his trouble had been packed off to prison in faraway Venezuela. Upon arrival, though, he simply continued his revolutionary practices, and through intermediaries came into conspiratorial contact with 2 local radical liberals, and together they further developed the plan, those 2 being Manuel Gual and José María España. Together, these 3 plotted a revolution that would topple the existing social and political order, and when they were done, they hoped to declare American self-government, unrestricted free trade, the elimination of all the burdensome imperial taxes, and then follow all that up by establishing the equality of all races and the emancipation of all the slaves. I mean, this is heady stuff. But in July 1797, before the project got off the ground, it was uncovered, and everyone was forced to scatter into hiding or exile. Now, the conspiracy had by then implicated, by either direct association or merely suspected support, many liberal-minded elites in Caracas, and it was a hugely destabilizing scandal as young scions of prominent families were revealed to have been a part of the conspiracy. Now that brings all this back around to the now 14-year-old Simón Bolívar, because while he himself played no part in the uncovered conspiracy, This does mark the abrupt departure of his longtime tutor Simón Rodríguez. Implicated in the plot, Rodriguez was apprehended and only released after promising to vacate Venezuela immediately. He did not even say goodbye. He next turns up in Jamaica under the name Samuel Robinson, marking the beginning of his own life as a revolutionary exile that would soon enough see him reunited with his former pupil back in Europe. So those three incidents really help set up the future dynamic of Spanish-American independence, at least in New Granada. The introduction of dangerous French ideas like liberty and equality, especially being filtered through the lens of the slave revolution up in Saint-Domingue, de-radicalized many elites, making them far more loyal to the Spanish crown than they might otherwise have been, but simultaneously it radicalized others who were now fired up by the romance of revolution and wanted to bring the gospel of liberty to their own shores. And when Spanish-American independence gets going, it starts to look a lot like a civil war between these two groups. So returning now to young Bolívar, it's difficult to say exactly where he landed between these two groups. He would later say that as a child he was fascinated with the great Greek and Roman heroes of old and dreamed of joining their ranks, and that he was also well versed in the American War of Independence and the glorious reputation of George Washington, who had achieved that very feat by becoming nothing less than the American Cincinnatus. But Bolívar was saying all this in retrospect, and at the time, probably, he was a typical rich teenager who wasn't thinking about much of anything beyond himself and his own immediate pleasures. So, despite the destabilizing winds now swirling through Caracas, Bolívar himself just kind of kept on moving through the standard developmental steps of a Criollo aristocrat. He joined an elite militia company and spent a year learning a bit about the military arts, though nothing really serious. Mostly this was a prestige company. It's not like it was a real battle force. And after a year in militia service, he then prepared to take the next standard step in his aristocratic training, an extended trip back to Spain. So in January 1799, he got on a ship and sailed for Spain to continue his education, or, as would be far more accurate, actually begin his education. After a long, circuitous voyage to avoid British naval patrols, the now 16-year-old Bolívar landed in Spain and made his way to Madrid, where he took up residence with his uncle Esteban, one of his mother's brothers. Now the crazy thing here is that Esteban was currently living with a guy named Manuel Mayo, who at that moment, that is mid-1799, had managed to become the Queen of Spain's favorite lover. And that connection allowed young Bolívar to get an up-close look at the very heart of the Spanish monarchy, and he would be mighty unimpressed with what he saw. So the enlightened King Charles III, he of all the reforms that we discussed, had died in 1788, just before all hell broke loose over in France, and he was succeeded by his son, King Charles IV. Now, Charles IV was not a bad guy, but he was also not the guy you wanted ascending to the throne just as the tidal wave that is the French Revolution is about to come roaring over the Pyrenees. He spent most of his time hunting and tinkering around in a workshop, and mostly left the boring business of state to someone else. That someone else turned out to be his wife, Queen Maria Luisa. Now, unfortunately, Maria Luisa was not some brilliant leader or enlightened ruler, and she was in fact all too willing to let her favorite courtiers run the show, and her favorite courtiers were also generally her favorite lovers. And her favorite lover was the infamous Manuel Godoy. Godoy had come into her line of sight as just a good-looking member of the royal bodyguard, but after taking up with the queen, Godoy was promoted and promoted again to positions well beyond his experience, rank, or intelligence, culminating with his elevation to prime minister in 1792, right on the eve of war with revolutionary France. He then quote-unquote led Spain through the war, right to total defeat, bankruptcy, and a humiliating treaty that left the kingdom severed from her colonies, whose gold and silver were really the only thing keeping the monarchy afloat. So this was the state of the Spanish monarchy that young Bolívar witnessed firsthand when he accompanied his uncle to court, and it taught him a valuable lesson. The Peninsulares were no better or wiser or richer even than his Criollo brethren back in the Americas. They instead appeared to be a bunch of dumb, out of touch, petty, short-sighted buffoons, more interested in court gossip than the health, well-being, and safety of their vast empire. And it's safe to say that from this first visit to Spain, Simón Bolívar had nothing but contempt for native Spaniards. And this was all possibly reinforced even further because the one guy he met in Madrid who seemed at all decent was himself a native of the Americas. And this is the Marqués de Ustaritz. Ustaritz was Criollo. He'd been born and raised in Caracas, and then come over to Spain, and through talent and skillful politicking, had risen up into the very upper reaches of the Spanish monarchy. He was currently one of the most respected members of the Supreme Council of War. He knew the Bolívar family well, and agreed to guide the further education of Simón, and the teenager moved into his house. Now what the Marqués soon discovered, though, was that Bolívar's previous education was a bad joke. I mean, the kid seriously could barely write a comprehensible sentence. So the Marqués pushed Simón into a super active and well-supervised re-education program. Now, Bolívar himself appears to have genuinely liked and respected this intelligent and wily Marqués, and instead of resisting the attempt to mold him, he embraced it. And this, really, is where Simón Bolívar is born, because he discovered that he actually enjoyed learning new things and contemplating interesting thoughts, and he started to actually apply himself to his studies. Given free rein to the Marqués's library, he read voraciously, and from this point on, for the rest of his life, it was rare to find Bolívar without a book close at hand. In early 1800, a shift in the Queen's eye left Manuel Mayo out of favor, and Bolívar's uncle Esteban in prison, which likely turned Bolívar even harder against the fickle and petty royalty that was somehow running this great empire. But Bolívar brushed all this aside, because it was right around this same time that he fell in love. And the love of his life was Maria Teresa del Toro. 2 years his elder, Maria Teresa's family was native to Venezuela, but now lived in Spain. So she was herself a kind of reverse Criollo. She was born in Spain to American parents, rather than being born in America to Spanish parents. Bolívar met her and fell for her hard. But her father was a little wary of this allegedly love-struck 17-year-old and moved his daughter out of Madrid, possibly to test Bolívar's sincerity. But he was totally sincere, and all he wanted to do now was marry Maria and return to Caracas to settle down to a life as a gentleman farmer. At this point, he really had no thought of becoming a revolutionary or joining the great cause that Francisco de Miranda was continuing to pursue from his base in London. And so before we head back to Venezuela with the newlyweds, we need to catch up with Miranda. Now, it's hard to say when Miranda personally learned of events back home. The slave rebellion in Coro in 1795 and the busted conspiracy in Caracas in 1797, but he was now at the center of a little expat community of South Americans in France, and as men passed back and forth between the Americas and Europe, he was likely well briefed on events back home. Now, for sure, he and Antonio Nariño met and interacted, meetings that would have taken place not long after Miranda had been released from jail back in 1795. But while Nariño moved on to London quickly, Miranda stayed in France, despite the fact that he was under constant surveillance. Finally, though, the coup of Floreal came along. That was the one that expelled the conservatives and created the so-called Second Directory. Miranda's name wound up on a list of suspicious foreigners to be deported. So in one of those you can't fire me, I quit moments, Miranda decided to abandon revolutionary Paris for London. But before he left, he got together with 2 other exiled South Americans, a Peruvian named José Godoy de Paz and a Chilean named Manuel José de Salas, to draft a document that would make the objective of a free and independent Spanish America explicit. In December 1797, these 3 guys sat down and signed the so-called Paris Convention. In this document, they claimed for themselves the titles of official agents of Spanish America, and then stated their goals, which was to secure the liberation of their homeland from Spain with the assistance of Great Britain and the United States. In exchange, those countries would receive favorable trade deals and straight-up cash bonuses once independence had been won. The Paris Convention also stipulated that any military expedition to achieve this end would be headed by General Miranda, in light of his unparalleled military experience. With this self-proclaimed mandate in hand, Miranda then sailed back to London to once again lobby the British government to back the project. Now, as had happened the last time he dealt with Prime Minister William Pitt, talks started out very agreeably. But after a flurry of discussion, Pitt's attention turned back to more pressing matters in the war with France. We're right around episode 3.47, when the French had been making moves that look an awful lot like an invasion of Britain is imminent, though we know that Bonaparte had already convinced the Directory to let him launch the Egyptian expedition. So frustrated, Miranda went to work on his old friends in the United States. He sent copies of the Paris Convention to Alexander Hamilton and Henry Knox, with Hamilton in particular expressing enthusiasm for the idea, and saying, yeah, we should do this, but it would be even better if it was a purely American project, just cut the British out of it. And it was during these intra-American discussions that Miranda struck up a rapport with the American ambassador to the court of St. James, Rufus King, which resulted in King lending Miranda a box of papers that had recently come into the possession of the American embassy. And this box turned out to be quite a treasure trove, seeing as how it was the collected papers of the now late Jesuit exile, Juan Pablo Vizcardo. Now, as I mentioned very briefly at the end of episode 5.2, Vizcardo was a Peruvian Jesuit who had been exiled from Spanish America in 1767. Since then, he had been splitting his time between Italy and Great Britain, and he finally wound up in London in the late 1790s and had then died just a few weeks after Miranda's arrival in the country. He died in February 1798. Now, at some point in all this, Vizcardo had begun work on what has become known as the Letter to the Spanish Americans, which Thomas Jefferson would later refer to as the Spanish-American Declaration of Independence, and which Miranda was now pulling out of this box of papers. Now, the Letter to the Spanish Americans was not some quick run of bullet points. It runs 90 pages, and if it was, I would have recorded it as a companion supplemental. Now, Vizcardo knew his stuff. He was very well educated, and he began by laying out 300 years of history in the Americas, which he said proved that not only did the Spanish Americans deserve independence, but they had already won it. That the early conquistadors had come with drive and determination, and through their labor and valor had built a new world that was theirs. This is actually like bringing in John Locke's theory of property. Meanwhile, all the Spanish had done was leech onto this new world and try to suck it dry. He actually refers to them as, quote, bloodsuckers employed by the government. He said that America owed Spain nothing, relied on Spain for nothing, and that all the strong Americans had to do was cut the feeble bond of lingering sentimental attachment to weak Spain, because that was really the only tie that bound them together. I mean, losing America would be disastrous for Spain, sure, but America losing Spain would only cut some dead weight and allow them to rise to ever greater heights. Vizcardo also made the point that the majority mixed-race population of the Americas was not some inferior breed, as the Peninsulares supposed, that they were instead stronger and better, the race of the future rather than the race of the past. And this helped to stamp racial equality as one of the core ideological components of Spanish-American independence. Vizcardo then said that the sum total of Spanish rule in the Americas could be reduced to just 4 words: ingratitude, injustice, slavery, and desolation. Francisco de Miranda read all this and realized that he was holding the manifesto of his dreams in his hands. He set about translating and publishing it and just sending it around the world, and it is now considered to be one of the founding texts of Spanish-American independence. So Miranda would remain in London for the next few years, continuing to make his plans, meet with exiled dissidents and possible allies from Spanish America, and then just generally set himself up as the center of gravity for any revolutionary Spanish Americans who might come round. But because Simón Bolívar was not yet a revolutionary South American, he had no thoughts of ever making a pilgrimage up to London to meet Miranda, and right now all he wants to do is get married and go home. So we'll wrap things up today by bringing Bolivar to the great turning point in his life. Bolivar and Maria Teresa del Toro were married in Spain in May 1802, and shortly thereafter sailed back to Venezuela. They took up residence in one of Bolivar's haciendas and settled into what they thought was going to be a long and happy life as landed gentry. But rather than settling into a long and happy life as landed gentry, tragedy struck immediately. As is so often the case with new European arrivals to the Caribbean, young Maria contracted yellow fever, and she was dead just 5 months after their arrival. By his own admission, Bolivar was mad with grief, and he swore that he would never remarry, which was a promise that he kept for the rest of his life. He never does again remarry. After lingering in Caracas for a few months, utterly despondent and unable to function, he resolved to return to Europe and just try to go anywhere and do anything to get over it. And he later said, "Had I not become a widower, my life would have been very different. I would never have become General Bolivar, nor the Liberator. When I was with my wife, my head was filled only with the most ardent love, not with political ideas. Those thoughts hadn't yet captured my imagination. The death of my wife placed me early on the road of politics and caused me to follow the chariot of Mars." Still only 20 years old, Simón Bolívar made plans to return to Europe in 1803, and there he would begin grasping after the reins of the chariot of Mars. Next week, we will follow Bolivar as he treks through Spain, France, and Italy, recovering from his grief and discovering a new purpose in life, a purpose that he would explicitly swear to on the sacred mount outside Rome, the very hill which the plebs of Rome had once famously seceded to as they fought to secure political and social rights from the arrogant patricians. That was episode 5 of The History of Rome, which, no kidding, I just looked up which episode I talked about it in by breaking out my copy of The History of Rome, Volume 1, The Republic, which is now on sale. It turns out it's a very handy reference guide. But on that same spot, 2,300 years later, Bolivar swore that he would liberate his country or die trying. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.5, The Leander Expedition. When Simón Bolívar and his new wife Maria Teresa del Toro sailed away from Spain in the spring of 1802, the Europe they were leaving behind was just then entering the so-called Year of Peace. The decade of mass conflict that had begun when the Legislative Assembly declared war on Austria in April 1792 finally concluded when Napoleon Bonaparte's consulate signed the Treaty of Amiens with the British in March 1802. And no one was more relieved by the peace than the ailing Spanish monarchy. Having been all but cut off from her colonies after getting sucked over to the French side of the war back in 1795, Spain hoped to start reasserting its authority in the Americas again, and revive those all-important shipments of gold and silver that they needed to survive. But by the time that a grief-stricken Bolivar boarded a ship in October 1803 to return to Europe, war had already returned to Europe. The Year of Peace ended in March 1803, and the Napoleonic Wars had begun. And the Napoleonic Wars were a catastrophe for Spain, and provide the direct trigger for the breakup of her vast American empire. When the now 20-year-old Bolivar landed in Spain at the end of 1803, he headed first for the house of his in-laws to deliver the tragic news of their daughter's death. But he did not linger long in Madrid. In April 1804, he left Spain completely, accompanied by an old friend from Caracas, who also happened to be his late wife's cousin, Fernando del Toro. The two young Venezuelans crossed the Pyrenees and took up lodgings in Paris, living in the thriving expat community, surrounded by men and women of all nationalities. The great victories of Bonaparte had transformed Paris from the starved and blood-soaked nightmare of the heady days of the French Revolution into a rich and vibrant capital of what was on the verge of becoming the mighty French Empire. And indeed, Bolivar and Del Toro were there to witness that transformation firsthand, because on May the 18th, 1804, just a few weeks after the two Venezuelans arrived in Paris, the tribunate voted to transform First Consul Bonaparte into Emperor Napoleon I. Now, Bolivar found himself simultaneously attracted to and repelled by Napoleon's imperial ascension. Like most liberal idealists, he had come to greatly admire General Bonaparte, who was the heroic great man in every sense of the word, a man to be admired by a guy like Bolivar, whose fanciful ambitions were now starting to harden into a vision of his own future greatness. Everywhere Bolivar looked in France, he saw the fruits of Bonaparte's victories, and it was impossible to miss the sharp contrast between the energetic glory of Paris and the decaying pettiness of Madrid. Everywhere he looked in France, he saw rich, dynamic advancement, while everywhere he had looked in Spain, he saw paper-thin facades that covered a kingdom rotting from the inside out. But also, like many liberal idealists, Bolivar was dejected by Bonaparte's decision to drop the pretense of republicanism and embrace overt imperial despotism. Not unlike Beethoven, Bolivar was angry that Bonaparte, the enlightened republican hero, had given himself over to such tyrannical self-glorification. Now, Bolivar did not have a magnificent symphony that he could scratch out the dedication page to, but he was still in Paris when the massive celebration of Napoleon's imperial coronation consumed the city in December 1804. Bolivar refused to join the revelry and made a point to shut up his doors and windows on the day of the coronation and try to tune out Bonaparte's disillusioning slip into authoritarianism. And that day will forever stand as a moment of ironic foreshadowing of Bolivar's own tragic end. Consumed by a sense of grief and depression and disillusionment, Bolivar threw himself into a fairly debauched Parisian world of drinking, gambling, and love affairs, not paying too much attention to the future or the past, just living for the moment. During these days of endless partying, he started attending the salon of Fanny du Villars. 7 years older than Bolivar, Fanny was a well-known fixture of Parisian society life and connected to the world of the imperial family. She was married to a colonel in Napoleon's army who would soon enough rise to become a senator in Napoleon's imperial government. But the colonel didn't care much for Paris, and often left his wife alone there for long stretches of time, and she and Bolivar fell into a passionate love affair. It was also during these days that Bolivar ran into his old tutor, Simón Rodríguez. Rodríguez had become an itinerant teacher since being exiled from Venezuela back in 1797, and after arriving in Paris, he and Bolivar reconnected. Bolivar now all ears for the grab bag of radical liberal doctrines Rodríguez espoused. By early 1805, though, the running party that Bolivar had been indulging in for the better part of 9 months was finally running on fumes. And partly this was because Spain and Britain had finally declared war on each other in December 1804, as a part of the expanding War of the Third Coalition, and Bolivar was now cut off from his fortune back in Caracas. He lost the last of his available cash at the gambling table, and was forced to borrow money from Fanny to try to salvage himself. He then made one last run through the tables, winning back enough to recover what he had lost and repay Fanny, whereupon he swore off gambling forever, and like his oath to never remarry, he would never again gamble, because when Simón Bolívar swears something, he means it. Once he had settled all his accounts, he broke things off with Fanny and decided to move on. In short order, she took up with the Empress Josephine's son, eventually bearing him a child that she would later strongly imply was actually Bolívar's. To clear his head, Bolivar, Fernando del Toro, and Simón Rodriguez decided to go on a walking tour down to Italy. They took off for the peninsula in April 1805, making a point to pass by the old house of Jean-Jacques Rousseau in Switzerland on their way. And though he was trying to leave his troubles behind, Bolivar could not escape the shadow of Emperor Napoleon. The three Venezuelans arrived in Milan in May 1805, just ahead of Napoleon, who had come to town to place the famous Iron Crown of Lombardy on his head and proclaim himself King of Italy. Again, Napoleon Bonaparte was an attractively repellent figure, and Bolivar would later note that he was mighty impressed that as emperor, Napoleon still wore the simple plain uniform of a simple plain soldier while inspecting his troops. In the end, he was just a soldier among soldiers. From Milan, the three companions kept moving south through Venice and Florence, on their way naturally to the eternal city of Rome. And like anyone with any kind of love for the ancient world, Bolivar was captivated by Rome, and his head was fired with visions of the great old Roman heroes. And as he later said, from the time he was a boy, he had always dreamed of joining their ranks. Well, his path to entering those ranks had now crystallized in his mind. Now, it's hard to pinpoint exactly how and why he came to set himself on a path of revolutionary glory, because remember, Bolivar would also say that before his wife died, politics had not yet captured his imagination, and had she lived, he never would have become the liberator. So what has changed, and what has changed him? Well, it's clear that from his 2 tours through Spain, that Bolivar was unimpressed with the quote-unquote mother country and disgusted by the Spanish monarchy. The energy and vitality of the empire lay in America. The Peninsulares were nothing but dead-weight bloodsuckers. Of this, Bolivar was convinced. Added to this personal revulsion for the Spanish were the modern liberal ideas he had been devouring since first being set loose in the library of the Marquess de Ustades. He had by now read and absorbed Locke and Montesquieu and Voltaire and Hume and Hobbes and Thomas Paine and a dozen others. He read history and philosophy and political theory and military manuals. But what's interesting is that Bolivar always did so with a practical eye. He was not drinking all this in merely to quench some thirst for abstract knowledge, and he constantly brought the ideas and theories back around to how he could use them, how they were applicable in the real world, how they might better inform his plans, make them better plans, make them smarter plans. And then he of course also now had the concrete examples of the American and French and even Haitian revolutions to guide his imagination and his ambitions. So while it's hard to say when exactly he became convinced of his destiny, it is clear that by the summer of 1805, he was on the path. And we know this because in August 1805, he and Del Toro and Rodriguez climbed the sacred mount outside Rome to play out one of the most famous scenes in the legendary life of Simón Bolívar. On August the 15th, 1805, the three companions took a day hike to follow in the footsteps of the plebs of Rome, who had once retired to the sacred mount en masse in 494 BC, refusing to return until the patricians agreed to political and social reforms. An agitated Bolivar equated the stubborn patricians with the ignoble Spanish, and he vowed right then and there on top of the sacred mount to liberate his country or die trying. And as I just said, when Bolivar makes a vow, he damn well means it. He would never marry again, he would never gamble again, and from this day forth, he was unrelenting in his obsessive drive to liberate his country from Spanish rule or die trying. The trip to Italy wound up taking just about 6 months to complete, and Bolivar, Del Toro, and Rodriguez returned to Paris at least by November 1805, just as the dynamics of European politics were changing drastically on all fronts. Because after crowning himself with the Iron Crown of Lombardy, Napoleon had launched his grand army at the Austrians and Russians, while his navy went off to try to break the growing British stranglehold on the continent. And while the land war would end in December 1805 with Napoleon's spectacular victory at Austerlitz, the naval war had ended in catastrophic ruin at Trafalgar back in October. And it is the fallout from Trafalgar that is of principal interest to us here, because the cream of the Spanish Navy was wiped out along with their French allies, and Britain now truly controlled the high seas. This development would have major implications for the future of Spanish America, and would immediately set the stage for two failed invasions of Spanish South America, one that seemed to show that the population was not at all ready for independence, the other that they most certainly were. The first of these invasions brings us back to Francisco de Miranda, because the Leander expedition is the great embarrassing stumble of his life. The moment when he likely first confronted the reality that he may not go down in history as the liberator after all. Now, since returning to London in 1798, Miranda had been lobbying the British government to help him open up an American front in their larger war against the French. But the British government remained standoffish to his grand plans, and then the Treaty of Amiens in 1802 seemed to firmly close any interest they might have in Miranda's schemes. So by 1803, Miranda was reconciling himself a bit to the fact that he might be staying in London for a while, like maybe forever. While traveling up in Yorkshire, he met a woman named Sarah Andrews and brought her back to London, where they either married officially or simply lived as common law husband and wife. I've seen both reported. The couple then purchased a house on Grafton Street in London, and their first child, a son named Leandro, was born in October 1803. This is just as Bolivar is embarking for his voyage back to Europe. The Grafton Street house is now justifiably famous as the hub of Spanish-American revolutionary activity in the lead-up to independence, because anyone who is anyone passed through the Grafton Street house at one point or another, as Miranda settled into a life possibly dedicated to grooming the next generation to carry on the fight. But Miranda was not done dreaming of his own glorious return to Venezuela just yet. The breakdown of the year of peace had led Britain and France back to war, and Miranda back to his lobbying efforts. But unfortunately for Miranda, Spain had not yet been dragged into things. And indeed, in 1803 and 1804, the British had some hope that the Spanish might be brought into what ultimately became the Third Coalition. But ever hopeful, Miranda cast a wider net in his efforts to secure British backing for a move against the Spanish Americas. He lobbied adventurous souls in the British Army and Navy, avarice souls in the British merchant community, and intellectual souls looking for a moral crusade they could get behind. And to work on all these fronts, Miranda became a fixture of British social life, dining, dancing, and chatting his way through high society. Now, mostly he was indulged as a charming rogue, but he did manage to convert a few influential figures to his cause. Amongst the intellectual set, for example, Miranda started working with anti-slave hero William Wilberforce, and then even more importantly, Miranda entered into a rich and mutually beneficial collaboration with utilitarian reformers Jeremy Bentham and James Mill, because of course Miranda becomes tight with Bentham and Mill. And he, no joke, almost convinces Jeremy Bentham to move to Spanish America. But that would come later, after the fiasco that was the Leander expedition. Amongst the military set, Miranda made a number of friends, but none more critical than a senior naval officer named Sir Home Riggs Popham, who, as we will see, absolutely believed in the cause of Spanish-American independence, if not for the Spanish-Americans themselves, then for the British merchants that he envisioned moving into their now open markets. Popham worked tirelessly on the Admiralty to get them to approve a Miranda-led expedition, but for the time being, the British government did their usual thing. Nods of approval, with nothing ever being approved. And this is even after Britain and Spain redeclare war on each other in December 1804. Because if you'll recall from that last episode of the French Revolution series on the Empire, the origins of Napoleon's Grand Army, the one that is about to steamroll through Europe on its way to Austerlitz, originated along the English Channel coast, where Napoleon had been preparing for what appeared to be the inevitable invasion of Britain. So, if you're the British government, this is 100% not the time to be sending soldiers, sailors, and guns off on some harebrained adventure in Venezuela. So once again left hanging by the British, Miranda made up his mind by mid-1805 to act on the suggestion made years earlier by his friend Alexander Hamilton, to make this an exclusively American project. In September 1805, that is just before Trafalgar, Miranda packed up his bags, left his pregnant wife and young son behind, and sailed for the United States. Now, unfortunately, by this point, Hamilton himself was dead, shot by Aaron Burr in July 1804, but when Miranda landed in New York City, he was able to reestablish contact with other old friends. For example, his old traveling buddy, William Stephen Smith, now controller of the Port of New York, and former ambassador in London, Rufus King. They put him in contact with a financier named Samuel Ogden, and a community of merchants with experience trading in and around the Caribbean. These are the guys who would have been running guns and supplies in and out of Saint-Domingue all those years. Miranda started making real actual plans for a real actual operation. He was done dreaming. He was done talking. He wanted to act. In December 1805, Miranda headed down to Washington, D.C. to try to secure official approval for his operation from President Thomas Jefferson and Secretary of State James Madison. Now, they took the meeting, but as was their signature style, they were officially non-committal, while seeming to offer private tacit support. But whatever they really said or really meant to say, when Miranda got back to New York City, he pretty much let everybody think that the White House supported his plan. And it all sure looked legit from the outside. Miranda had high-placed friends everywhere and was able to purchase U.S. government-manufactured guns and arms that he then loaded onto a ship he had rechristened the Leander, an anglified version of his son's name, Leandro. And then adding to the general air of legitimacy, among those he first recruited was the son of his old friend William Stephen Smith, the similarly named William Steuben Smith, who was going to go along as Miranda's personal aide-de-camp. Then Miranda went around further recruiting, and here we get to one of the blacker marks on his record, because his recruiters were really super coy about what they were actually recruiting for. They were just promising big wages and the chance for an adventure to the down-and-out youth of New York City. And after the whole thing went to hell, most of these recruits claimed to have been duped by Miranda, who did not tell them they were being roped into revolutionary treason, although those claims themselves may be self-serving lies after the fact. So in the end, Miranda recruited somewhere between 180 and 200 men for his expedition. Now that's not very many, but Miranda believed he only needed a small corps to start with, that as soon as he landed in Venezuela and raised the banner of freedom, that his real army, an army drawn from the disaffected masses of Venezuela, would surely come running. So he loaded the Leander up with all his guns and ammunition and supplies, including a printing press, and sailed out of New York City in February 1806. The Leander sailed down the coast and put in first at Jacmel, the port in the South Province of now independent Haiti, which is currently under the dominion of Emperor Jean-Jacques Dessalines. Miranda and his crew spent about a month in Haiti, and while there he started formally organizing his forces into what they really were, a vanguard military unit of what he hoped would become a grand patriot army of what he was now calling the country of Colombia. And it was in Jacmel that he first raised the flag that he had personally designed for a liberated Colombia, the familiar yellow, blue, and red that would indeed become the team colors of the Patriot Revolutionaries, and still today is the basis for the flags of Ecuador, Colombia, and Venezuela. And not to get sidetracked here, but one version of the story of how he came up with those colors is that in 1785, at the very beginning of his long tour of Europe, he was up late chatting with literary giant / statesman / natural philosopher Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, because of course Miranda stays up late chatting with Goethe, and Goethe told him that Miranda's destiny was to, quote, create in your land a place where primary colors are not distorted. And according to Goethe's theories of color, the two primary colors were yellow and blue, with red being a synthesis of the two, Now, don't bother trying to work out the scientific logic of that or email me about what good his theories really were, because this is just a story that Miranda later tells. While in Haiti, he also put his printing press to use, running off 2,000 copies of a proclamation to the inhabitants of South America that he planned to distribute upon arrival in Venezuela, advising the population that all men ages 16 to 65 were now subject to conscription into Miranda's Patriot Army, and advising everyone to pin a tricolor yellow, blue, and red cockade to their hats so that they would not be mistaken for unpatriotic counter-revolutionaries. He also held a ceremony formally swearing his recruits to loyalty to the free people of South America, and swearing that they would obey his orders until Miranda discharged them. After about a month in Haiti, and some growing unrest in the crew about what, in fact, they were all actually doing, the Leander sailed out of Jacmel in early April 1806, now accompanied by 2 small transports to carry all the men. After putting in for resupply in Aruba, they had made their final approach to Venezuela. Now at this point, it had been 35 years since Miranda had set foot on Venezuelan soil, and though his name was synonymous with Venezuela in the United States and in Europe, in Venezuela itself, well, hell, they hadn't seen the guy since he departed as a 21-year-old student way back in 1771. A lot has happened since then, and though he had kept up correspondence with a few old friends, it's not like anybody there knew him personally anymore. I mean, he was just a name, often spat out derisively as the defector, the man organizing treason with all of the enemies of Spain. And for all his dreams of being the great hero of independence, Miranda was about to discover that the people of Venezuela were just not in the mood for him, or what were fast being revealed as his delusions of grandeur. The Spanish authorities, of course, had spies all over the world, and they were well versed in Miranda's movements, even if they ultimately overestimated the size of his army. They thought he might be coming with 4,000 men, not, 200. So as Miranda's 3 ships approached the Venezuelan coast at the end of April 1806, a squadron of the local Spanish Coast Guard sailed out to intercept them. And with the Spanish ships approaching, Miranda ordered the captain of the Leander to turn and make a run for it. But in the process, they just abandoned the slower-moving transports, which were quickly intercepted by the Spanish, and 60 or so men were captured, all of them citizens of the United States, and including young William Steuben Smith. 10 of these prisoners were hanged immediately, and the rest were chucked into Spanish prisons in Cartagena, their plight becoming quite a scandal once news of all this broke back home. The Leander then took refuge back in Aruba until August, when Miranda decided to take another run at things, and this time he aimed towards the city of Coro, site of that slave rebellion of 1795, which may or may not have been on his mind. But as he approached, the Spanish once again anticipated his arrival. Priests in Coro went round to all the inhabitants of the city and said that the traitor Miranda, now a British-backed pirate, was coming with a horde of infidels to ransack the town and murder everyone they found. But this time, Miranda was able to land, and on August the 3rd, 1806, he hoisted the tricolor Patriot flag and led his men the 12 miles inland to Coro, where active recruitment and conscription would begin at once. But when Miranda and his men got to Coro, they found the city deserted. The panicky men did not handle this ghost town well, and there was at least one friendly fire incident when 2 nervous groups scouting around opened fire on each other. But as it turned out, nobody was jumpier than Miranda himself. It had been more than a decade since he had participated in any kind of actual military operation. He was now 56 years old and had spent way more time drinking and dancing and chatting than he ever had on a battlefield. And of course, if there was one outcome he could not abide by, it would be being captured alive by the Spanish. So with Coro deserted and no one flocking to his banner, and now actively afraid that Spanish forces were converging on the city, Miranda gave the order to retreat back to the Leander. On August the 13th, everyone reboarded the ship and put out to sea. Miranda's glorious return to Venezuela after so many years had lasted a pathetic 11 days and concluded not with a bang, but a whimper. Maybe everyone had been right. Maybe Spanish-American independence had been a pipe dream all along. But as he sailed away, this had to have been as rotten as Miranda had ever felt in his entire life. Unable to return to the United States, both because he would have to face angry creditors and possible arrest, Miranda took up residence in British-occupied Trinidad and would remain there for the next year. And he was wise to avoid the United States, because not long after the Leander had departed, the governor of New York accused William Stephen Smith and Samuel Ogden of treason, specifically that their participation in Miranda's expedition violated the 1794 Act of Neutrality that prohibited American citizens from engaging in hostilities against foreign powers. Smith and Ogden were indicted and stood trial in July 1806. Now, their argument was that this had all been authorized by the President and the Secretary of State, but both of them now denied it, though, of course, they also both refused requests to testify under oath. But a sympathetic jury was unwilling to punish the two men for their participation in the project, and they were both ultimately acquitted. The plight of the men now held in the Spanish prisons, though, continued to be something of a cause célèbre in the United States for years after the fact. William Steuben Smith managed to escape from his prison in Cartagena, but his more unfortunate colleagues were still there as late as 1809, when a petition was submitted to Congress to appropriate funds to purchase their release, but Congress took no action. Now, unfortunately, I kind of lose track of these guys after that, but it would appear that they each used whatever personal connections or channels they could to secure their own personal release one by one. But ultimately, I do not know how many got out and how many died in Cartagena. The fallout from the Leander expedition was felt all over. In the United States, Miranda's name was now mud. The press was convinced he was a dangerous charlatan who had led American boys to their deaths, and his various American contacts now distanced themselves from Miranda for good. And then back in Paris, Bolivar heard about the expedition as he was getting ready to sail back to Venezuela, and he was furious. He believed the old man had jumped the gun and that the pathetic operation had set the cause of independence back for years. So after lingering in Trinidad until the fall of 1807, Miranda finally boarded a boat that took him back directly to England, bypassing the United States where he was liable to be arrested, and he returned home to London, now more than ever his real home, on New Year's Day 1808. And that might very well have been the end of the line for Francisco de Miranda, but for the moment, history was still on his side, because just as he was returning to Europe, Napoleon invaded Spain and deposed the Spanish monarchy, which marked the beginning of Spanish-American independence. But we're going to leave that all-important trigger for next week, and instead turn our attention to the second invasion of 1806 that we need to talk about, one that coincidentally enough was unfolding at the same moment as the Leander expedition, just on the other side of the continent. And I speak now of the British invasion and occupation of the Rio de la Plata. So, what on earth is the Rio de la Plata? Well, for starters, it's a really big river down in southeastern South America. But more importantly, it was the fourth and final viceroyalty created by the Spanish crown. So remember, the viceroyalties of Peru and New Spain were created back in the mid-1500s, and then they were joined eventually by the viceroyalty of New Granada in either 1717 or 1739, depending on how you want to date things. Well, in 1776, right in the midst of the reforms of King Charles III, the Council of the Indies formed a fourth viceroyalty, the Viceroyalty of Rio de la Plata, encompassing territory now roughly conforming to the modern nations of Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Bolivia, with a capital in Buenos Aires, which lay on the southern banks of the Rio de la Plata estuary. Now, the territory around the Rio de la Plata was amongst the last to be organized because it really was still frontier territory. It was amongst the last regions to be settled by the Spanish, and, for example, colonial Argentina didn't have much going for it economically except for some cattle ranches. But the Rio de la Plata did have the distinction of roughly marking the border between Spanish and Portuguese South America. Buenos Aires had been permanently planted on the south side of the river in 1580, and it had stood as a lonely outpost until 1680, when the Portuguese showed up and built a fort on the north side of the river, staking a claim to the region called the Banda Oriental, or what is today Uruguay. The two powers lived in uneasy cohabitation, with both claims to the region extremely murky. But to bolster their own case, the Spanish planted the city of Montevideo on the north side of the river in 1724. But in the main, the whole region did not gin up much interest from Spanish administrators, and so with very little direct oversight, the Rio de la Plata region turned into a hotbed of contraband smuggling. This was the best place for foreign traders to get their goods into closed Spanish markets. So during the reign of Charles III, one of the objectives was to clamp down on this kind of smuggling, and in 1776, the Viceroyalty of Rio de la Plata was formed. And then the following year, Spain and Portugal signed a treaty establishing more formal boundaries between their two empires, whereby the Spanish traded claims in the Amazon basin for control of the Banda Oriental. Now, despite the addition of a viceroy, the Rio de la Plata was still a minor territory in the grand scheme of things. Really, the only thing it had going for it were these cattle ranches that produced meat and hides for export, but they now also were the funnel point for the silver coming out of the Great Potosi mine in the Andean interior, though by the late 1700s, this once great mine was pretty well exhausted. Now, over the years, the British and Portuguese had always been able to do a pretty thriving trade in contraband, a trade which picked up mightily during that blackout period between 1795 and 1802 when Spain was cut off from her colonies. And during those years, a British naval officer had cruised the coast and gotten it into his head that the Rio de la Plata was ripe for the plucking. That man, Sir Home Riggs Popham, future friend of Francisco de Miranda, an ardent supporter of Spanish-American independence. After serving at Trafalgar, now Commodore Popham was ordered to ferry an expeditionary army down to South Africa in late 1805 to go capture Cape Town from the Dutch. All of this was successfully concluded by early 1806, beginning the permanent occupation of Cape Town by the British. Now, once it was all wrapped up, though, Popham was told to keep an eye on the Spanish-American coast, in case somebody tried to use it to stage some sort of counterattack against the British in South Africa. But after surveying the complete lack of defenses around Buenos Aires, no navy or regular army forces to speak of, Popham hatched a plan. Without any explicit orders, he got the general occupying Cape Town to lend him 1,500 men to make a run at invading and occupying Buenos Aires. This expeditionary force landed outside the city on June the 25th, 1806, and the viceroy panicked when he heard the news, picking up his treasury and fleeing for the interior. 2 days later, the British marched into the city, practically without firing a shot. The flight of the viceroy hacked off many of the locals, who may have been okay with trading with the British, but who were also super not interested in being annexed into the British Empire. And one of those locals was a French mercenary working for the Spanish named Santiago Ligné. Along with a few other local leaders, Ligné slipped up to Montevideo, and from there organized a militia composed mostly of men from the mixed-race middle classes. Once these guys were organized, Ligné launched a counterattack against the British occupiers in Buenos Aires. Unsupported, lacking reinforcements, and without clear orders about what they were doing, the British troops lost key strategic points to the locals and soon found themselves surrounded. On August the 14th, 1806, the day after Miranda fled Venezuela, the British commander signed an armistice with Ligné, and the British troops withdrew. As soon as they were gone, the town council of Buenos Aires voted to strip the viceroy of his military responsibilities and give them to Ligné, who they now promoted to captain general. Ligné then set about improving the defenses of the city, drafting all able-bodied men into the militia, regardless of race and class, and then he set about fortifying the city and training them to fight. Now, when Commodore Popham returned to London after the failure of his little invasion, the Admiralty was furious with him, and he was censured, but not dismissed, by a court-martial. But obviously they were not too angry with all of this, because shortly thereafter they authorized a second invasion, and by the winter of 1806, a full-blown fleet was sailing for the Rio de la Plata, 15,000 soldiers and sailors. When the British arrived, they decided this time to first attack Montevideo, landing a force in early February 1807 and capturing the city after a hard fight that saw both sides take some pretty heavy casualties. The British occupied the city for the next few months until General John Whitelock arrived in May and took over the operation. In the aftermath of the loss of Montevideo, the Audiencia of Buenos Aires took the extraordinary step of voting to depose the viceroy and name Liniers acting viceroy. This new authority in hand, Liniers prepared for the British attack, which came in early July, when General Whitelock ferried his forces across the river to Buenos Aires and launched an attack on the city. The militia forces led by Liniers fought hard, but the British managed to push their way into the city. But then, the militia forces just kept fighting, and they refused to surrender. And after a few days, General Whitelock decided it was hopeless. And so on July the 6th, 1807, he signed an armistice with Liniers, agreeing to withdraw all British forces inside of 2 months. The last of the British pulled out of Montevideo in September, and when Whitelock returned to London, he was not as lucky as Popham had been. Charged with incompetence for allowing himself to get beat by some ragtag Spanish militias, he was court-martialed and dismissed from service. So the British invasions of the Rio de la Plata had failed. But as I said, where Miranda's expeditions convinced many that Spanish America was not ripe for independence, the inhabitants of the Rio de la Plata were suddenly feeling very self-confident. The population had shown a resolute ability to defend what was theirs from a foreign invader, and what's more, they had done it without regular Spanish army troops, and frankly without the Spanish viceroy, who had proved himself to be cowardly and ineffective. So cowardly and ineffective, in fact, that the local town council in the Audiencia had assumed the unprecedented authority to just depose him from office. This growing local self-confidence and self-assertiveness would feed directly into the Great May Revolution that would come along in 1810. And a lot of the guys who fought against the British in 1806 and 1807 would wind up officers in the liberating army of José de San Martín. So the two invasions of 1806 painted two pictures of Spanish America. The Leander expedition showing a people willing to turn their back on revolutionary independence, while the defense of the Rio de la Plata showing a people ready to embrace it. And who knows how things may have proceeded had not the mother country been overtaken by a fatal crisis. And next week, we will begin with that fatal crisis. Because in 1807, Napoleon would march French troops across the Pyrenees, ostensibly to attack Portugal because they were busy defying his continental system, but then in early 1808, Napoleon would turn on his Spanish allies, seize key Spanish cities, and depose the Spanish monarchy, opening up for himself the Spanish ulcer, but more importantly for us, launching Spanish America on the road to independence. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.6, The Abdications of Bayonne. We come now to the beginning of our story. The preliminary work is done, the precursors have come and gone. The dawn of Spanish-American independence is at hand. And as with the Haitian Revolution, it was a massive upheaval back in Europe that sent the revolutionary ripples across the Atlantic, wrecking the foundations of Spanish rule in the Americas. And now it is actually an open debate whether a grassroots independence movement would have begun had not the Spanish monarchy been overthrown by Napoleon in May of 1808, but we don't need to worry about that, because Napoleon did depose the Spanish monarchy in May 1808, and, well, here we go. Now, at the end of 1805, the British had won the Battle of Trafalgar and the French had won the Battle of Austerlitz. And the Battle of Austerlitz ended not just the War of the Third Coalition, but the 800-year-old Holy Roman Empire. The destruction of the Holy Roman Empire led Prussia to declare war on France in October 1806, turning the Third Coalition of Britain, Russia, and Austria into the Fourth Coalition of Britain, Russia, and Prussia. But the Fourth Coalition did not last very long at all. By the end of October, Napoleon had destroyed the Prussian army and captured Berlin. The Russians kept up a fighting retreat, but were themselves thrashed at Friedland in June 1807, forcing them to sign the Treaty of Tilsit in July 1807, which, as I mentioned in that episode on the Empire, marks the apex of Napoleon's imperial career. Now, it was as a direct result of bringing all of Central and Eastern Europe to its knees that Napoleon's gaze turned west to the Iberian Peninsula. His anti-British continental system was only going to work if he could cordon off the entire continent, and at that moment, Portugal continued to defy the emperor and trade with Britain. This was because the British and Portuguese have the single oldest treaty of friendship in European history, dating all the way back to the late 1300s. So as Napoleon wrapped up the Treaty of Tilsit in July 1807, he immediately demanded the Portuguese break it off with Britain, close their ports, and declare war on their oldest friend. Now at this point, the reigning sovereign of Portugal was Mad Queen Maria, who had long suffered from some sort of mental dementia, so the acting sovereign was her son, now Prince Regent John, and John's wife was Princess Charlotte of Spain, eldest daughter of King Charles IV of Spain, and yes, that will be important to know here in a minute. Now, the Portuguese royal family did not think Napoleon could possibly be serious about worrying with little old Portugal, given all his other concerns, but then they got an ultimatum in August from the French ambassador that if they did not comply and close off the continent, Napoleon would depose the whole lot of them by force. But to follow through on that threat, Napoleon had to get the French army from France to Portugal, and that meant going through Spain. Now, technically, Spain was still its own independent kingdom, so to keep things nice and legal, negotiations were well underway by the fall of 1807 to secure Spanish approval for the French army to enter its territory. These negotiations, though, just so happened to be unfolding against a backdrop of family drama inside the Spanish royal family, which Napoleon decided was a golden opportunity to do a lot more than just go kick Portugal around. So as we discussed 2 episodes back, King Charles IV of Spain was an amiable dullard. His wife, Queen Maria Luisa, was a petty despot who liked to play favorites, and the guy somehow running the show was the Queen's favorite, Manuel Godoy, who had been Prime Minister now off and on for the last 15 years. Well, enter into this picture now the Crown Prince Ferdinand. Ferdinand had been born in 1784, just as Godoy was catching his mother's eye, and the boy was raised in a very restrictive environment, Godoy apparently using his influence to stop Ferdinand from getting a proper education or access to royal funds to keep the boy from ever posing a threat to his own rule. So Ferdinand grew up hating the tyranny of Godoy and the triviality of his mother and the stupidity of his father. He also utterly lacked any sort of training, education, or experience that would prepare him to one day run Spain, not that this would stop him from thinking that he was the man who really ought to be running Spain. So with the latest batch of spectacular French victories in 1806 and 1807, Prince Ferdinand got it into his head that he might be able to get Napoleon's blessing for a move against his hated parents. In October 1807, he wrote a letter to Napoleon asking for a French princess to marry and promising closer union between France and Spain when Prince Ferdinand became King Ferdinand. But his parents, and Godoy, discovered Ferdinand was going around behind their back, arrested the wayward prince, and rifled around in his papers, discovering that that letter had just been a part of a much wider conspiracy to overthrow Godoy. So King Charles wrote his own letter to Napoleon saying, "Look, maybe my son isn't going to make the greatest king, and we should arrange for one of your brothers to succeed me." So this is all coming to Napoleon's attention just as his agents are securing permission from Manuel Godoy for the French army to enter Spain. On October the 27th, 1808, the Spanish and French signed the Treaty of Fontainebleau, which gave official approval for a French army 28,000 strong to march through Spain on their way to Portugal. The agreement then also stipulated that conquered Portugal would be partitioned into 3 new units. One of them, an independent principality that would go to Godoy himself. And with Prince Ferdinand conspiring against him, Godoy was very interested in transforming himself from mere prime minister to an independent French-backed prince. So when the treaty was signed, Godoy was under the impression that he had just secured his permanent ascendancy, rather than what he had really secured, which was his imminent demise. And something of Napoleon's ultimate intentions in Iberia were already on display, because the emperor did not deign to wait for the treaty to be signed in order to send his troops across the Pyrenees. By the time the Treaty of Fontainebleau was signed, the French invasion of Iberia was already 10 days underway. The Portuguese royal family, meanwhile, had finally caught wise to the fact that Napoleon meant business, and in a flurry of activity in the fall of 1807 tried to appease him, but by then it was too late. On November the 19th, 1807, the French invasion of Portugal began. Vacillating right to the very end between capitulation and making a run for it, the royal family was finally convinced by their oldest friends, the British, that back in France, Napoleon had already announced their collective abdication, so really, they needed to make a run for it. So the whole Portuguese court and thousands of nobles and officials hurriedly tossed their stuff onto whatever ships they could find, and on November the 29th, they set sail out of Lisbon under British protection, bound for the safety of their domains in Brazil. The next day, the French army entered Lisbon, and the seat of the Portuguese Empire would be Rio de Janeiro for the next 13 years. Now, the response to all this in Spain was mixed. A lot of people were horrified that Godoy appeared to have sold out the peninsula to the French, but others were hopeful that the arrival of Napoleon might spell the end of the decayed husk of a monarchy currently in place in Madrid, and that maybe energetic French modernization efforts would revitalize Spain. But those hopes turned to dread, as Napoleon ignored the limited troop number stipulated in the Treaty of Fontainebleau. Saying he needed to secure the French occupation of Portugal, another 100,000 troops crossed the Pyrenees between December 1807 and March 1808. And then, under various pretexts, these troops started seizing and occupying major citadels and castles and fortresses all across northeastern Spain, and the locals caught wise quick that the French had more on their minds than just annexing Portugal. Spanish anger at the Bourbons for having invited the French in led the court to retire from Madrid and set up shop at their winter palace in Aranjuez, which they hoped would be safer from potential mob reprisals. But they could not escape. In mid-March, Prince Ferdinand used the general anger against Godoy in particular to his own advantage. On March the 17th, 1808, Ferdinand's supporters orchestrated a mob attack on Godoy's residence in Aranjuez. The attack came so suddenly and violently that King Charles did the only thing he could think to do to quiet them. He dismissed Godoy from service. But now the mob wanted more. They wanted Ferdinand to be king or else. So 2 days later came the stunning development. On March the 19th, 1808, King Charles succumbed to the mob and abdicated the throne in favor of his son. Then on March the 24th, Ferdinand entered Madrid to wild cheering. The kingdom had been saved from the decrepit, corrupt relics, and a new day was dawning. And yes, a new day was indeed dawning, just not in the way anyone expected. With both the deposed Charles and the newly risen Ferdinand now both writing letters to Napoleon looking for support, Napoleon said, "Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't you both come to the French city of Bayonne and we'll talk it all through like civilized men?" Ferdinand, convinced Napoleon was going to support his claim, arrived in Bayonne on April the 20th and was promptly told that he was going to abdicate the throne immediately, or else. Ferdinand tried to resist, but then his father showed up a few days later and just caved in. On May the 5th, Charles relinquished his claim to the Spanish throne to Napoleon. And then on May the 6th, Ferdinand caved in too. He abdicated his claim back to his father, from whence it passed immediately on to Napoleon. In what is today called the Abdications of Bayonne, the Spanish crown passed from the Bourbons to the Bonapartes. Charles IV, Queen Maria Luisa, Prince Ferdinand, and Manuel Godoy would remain prisoners of the French for the next 5 years. In their place, Napoleon made a major addition to the Bonaparte imperial dynasty that he was building, naming his brother Joseph, King of Spain and the Indies. Now, Napoleon thought that the Spaniards were too complacent and lacked the moral fiber and courage to do anything but accept the abdications of Bayonne as a fait accompli. And he was basically right about the court nobles in Madrid, who had no interest in being on Napoleon's bad side, but wow, was he ever wrong about the Spaniards generally. Napoleon thought it would take a few thousand troops to garrison the country once it had been seized, but man, was he wrong about that. A spontaneous citizen riot against the French occupiers in Madrid had already erupted on May the 2nd. The so-called Dos de Mayo uprising turned into a running street fight between the people of Madrid and French soldiers that was finally crushed by nightfall, whereupon the French executed anyone who had been captured with arms in their hands, kinda setting the tone for the whole rest of the conflict. The Dos de Mayo uprising now traditionally marks the beginning of the Peninsular War, the mass Spanish resistance to Napoleon that would require him to deploy not a few thousand troops, but a few 100,000 troops, and contribute mightily to the downfall of his empire, because it was on that day the Spanish ulcer started to bleed. Once news of the abdications of Bayonne got out, the rest of Spain went nuts, all on their own and independently of each other. The French had by now occupied a swath of territory in the north, running roughly from Pamplona down to Madrid. But in every province in Spain, local leaders started organizing resistance and declaring their intention to fight the French. And in short order, the institution that would define the early leadership of that Spanish resistance began forming: the junta, or the junta, depending on your preferred pronunciation. Operating on the principle that the metaphorical decapitation of the Spanish monarchy meant that power automatically devolved to the people, a junta was a self-selected local committee that proclaimed itself to be the representatives of the local people. By the end of May 1808, the first juntas were forming, and soon every halfway respectable municipality across Iberia had formed its own junta, to act as the guardian of local sovereignty until the monarchy could be restored. And by the monarchy, everyone now meant Ferdinand. Charles IV and Godoy were blamed for letting the French in, so it was to Ferdinand that all these juntas pledged their allegiance. For the moment, these juntas were totally disconnected from each other, and none was superior or inferior to another. Although, down in Seville, they rather ostentatiously declared themselves to be the supreme junta, and made noises about trying to get the others to recognize them as the supreme junta. Well, that didn't wind up happening, but the Seville junta did become the most important of them all in these early days. Seville was a pretty wealthy little city and as far away from the French as you could get, and so they were able to start raising a real army to fight the French army. But most importantly for our purposes here, the Seville junta declared jurisdiction over the Americas and took the lead in communicating with the leadership in Spanish America to make sure that they all pledged support for resistance rather than accepting the impostor King Joseph Bonaparte. Now, it would be months before word could make its way across the Atlantic, but it took considerably less time for word to make its way up to London and into the home of Francisco de Miranda on Grafton Street, where he was once again hard at work on a new plan for a British-backed liberation of Spanish America. As we ended last week's episode, Miranda was just returning home to London on New Year's Day 1808, right smack dab in the middle of the Iberian crisis. The British have just spirited away the Portuguese royal family, and French troops are just continuing to flood into Spain unchecked. Now, despite the embarrassing failure of Miranda's Leander expedition, the British government was open to talking with him some more about the prospects in Spanish America, in part because Miranda came bearing official dispatches from the governor of Trinidad, who personally believed that the expedition had failed not because it wouldn't work, but because it hadn't been nearly big enough. So the minute he returned home, Miranda got back to work with the blessing of the British government. He sat with his friend James Mill and devised a plan to transform Spanish America into 4 new states, each one covering one of the 4 viceroyalties. And then the British government assigned him to work on military logistics with Sir Arthur Wellesley, the future Duke of Wellington. Wellesley and Miranda worked up a plan to send a 10,000-man expeditionary force to Venezuela, and were at the point where units were being transferred around as part of the mobilization, and Wellesley was putting in personal supply orders, but the whole orientation of British policy abruptly changed after the abdications of Bayonne. With reports coming in that the whole of Iberia was resisting the French invaders, the British government decided that the war against Napoleon had to be fought there, not in faraway Venezuela. The troops destined for Spanish America were redirected to an invasion of Portugal. And Wellesley was the one who had to break the news to Miranda that the expedition was going to be canceled. And Wellesley literally took Miranda out into Hyde Park to break the news in the hopes that the gaze of potential onlookers would force Miranda to not make a scene. But Miranda did make a scene. And Wellesley later said that he never had a more difficult business than when the government bade me tell Miranda that we would have nothing to do with his plan. Even there, he was so angry that I told him I would walk on first a little, that we might not attract the notice of everybody passing. And when I joined him, he was cooler. He said, "You are going into Spain. You will be lost. Nothing can save you. That, however, is your affair. But what grieves me is that there never was such an opportunity thrown away." Now, of course, Miranda was wrong about the British going into Spain. That's not where they were lost. That's where, in fact, they really started to win. And he was possibly even wrong that a British invasion of Venezuela would have ever succeeded. But whatever happened next, the Spanish Americans were going to have to do it on their own. So those Spanish Americans have started learning about the dramatic events back in Spain in succession, depending on the time it took for news to reach them. And there could be quite a lag time, depending on where you lived. The first to find out were the ports in the Caribbean or the Gulf of Mexico, like Veracruz, Havana, and Caracas, who all found out about the abdications of Bayonne in mid-July 1808. The governor of Havana then sent out further emissaries in multiple directions to spread the word, down to the Rio de la Plata, and then around to Chile and finally Lima, or over to Guatemala and Panama, and from there down to Lima. And the great capital of Peru being so isolated on the Pacific side of the continent that they were, of course, the last to find out, and it was not until October the 4th that the Viceroy of Peru was finally told that Napoleon had deposed the monarchy and installed his brother Joseph, fully 5 months after the fact. But shortly after the sensational news would hit the various cities, the Spanish Americans would then be greeted with emissaries representing the competing factions back in Europe, now trying to secure the loyalty of the Americas. The junta of Seville dispatched representatives everywhere, as did the usurping Bonapartist government. But so too did agents come around from like Rio de Janeiro, because Princess Charlotte was now the one free member of the Spanish Bourbon royal family, and she was open to being recognized as Princess Regent in exile. So the Spanish Americans had an array of choices about how they were going to proceed. And ultimately, I'm about to walk you through the drama as it played out in New Granada, because that's the focus of the show. But before I do that, I do want to give you the flavor of how things are unfolding in the other 3 viceroyalties. So up in New Spain, the town council of Mexico City wanted the viceroy to convene some kind of representative junta. After all, New Spain was a rich and civilized kingdom of 6 million people, and Mexico City itself was truly one of the great cities in the Spanish Empire. So its people deserve the same rights as their Spanish cousins. We should have a junta too. And to the horror of conservative Peninsular administrators residing in Mexico City, the viceroy himself seemed to agree. He took repeated meetings with an informal convention of local Mexico City leaders, and in mid-September approached the conservative Audiencia with a plan to call for the cities of New Spain to send representatives to create a consultative body for the duration of the crisis. The Audiencia not only rejected this idea, but fearing that the viceroy was on his way to inviting a full-blown revolution, they orchestrated a coup. On September the 16th, about 300 men stormed the viceregal palace and arrested the viceroy, along with some other prominent Criollo leaders. The Audiencia then installed a random 80-year-old general as the new viceroy. The movement to form a representative junta was quashed. But the new regime did agree to recognize the authority of the Seville junta and support resistance to the French. And so this was the basic regime that would be in place when the next crisis comes along in 1810, a crisis that will help spark Father Hidalgo's insurrection and the beginning of the Mexican War of Independence. Down in the Rio de la Plata, things were complicated by a number of factors. For starters, there was the rather random complication that the acting viceroy, Santiago Linné, was a Frenchman, so there was strong suspicion on all sides that he would quickly accept the legitimacy of King Joseph Bonaparte. But agents from both the Seville junta and the Bonapartist government arrived in Buenos Aires in mid-August and both concluded that Linné's Frenchness was just not a factor. He refused to recognize the abdications of Bayonne as legitimate. Further complicating things, though, was the very close proximity of the region to Brazil. So the Rio de la Plata had the strongest faction in support of recognizing Princess Charlotte as regent. And then, of course, there were little rivalries inside the Rio de la Plata that complicated things even further. So, for example, the leadership of Montevideo organized a junta of their own, but mostly it was driven by their long commercial and political rivalry with Buenos Aires. They didn't want all of this to wind up with them becoming like vassals of Buenos Aires. And then there were Peninsulares inside Buenos Aires who never liked Linné to begin with. And on January the 1st, 1809, they tried to stage a coup to oust him. But since Linné still had the complete loyalty of a large and well-trained militia, this coup attempt failed. So while things in the Rio de la Plata were very chaotic and lots of long knives were being drawn, the viceroyalty of Peru kind of went in the opposite direction, and they were by far the least affected by any kind of internal turmoil. As I said, they did not even get word of the abdications of Bayonne until October 1808. And at that point, the viceroy simply said, "Right, nothing changes. I'm still in charge, and I'll be running things in the name of King Ferdinand until he can be restored." The viceroy was popular with both the Peninsulares and Criollo elite of Lima, and so when he decreed on October the 13th that, look, I'm just gonna be in charge until further notice, there was no real push to challenge him. Peru was, and would remain, the least revolutionary of all the viceroyalties. So coming back around now to events in New Granada, we can also come back around now to Simón Bolívar and follow along in a bit more detail as he and his countrymen wrestle with the crisis caused by the abdications of Bayonne. So we left Bolívar back in Paris at the beginning of 1806, having returned from his walking tour of Italy and his pledge to liberate his country or die trying. But estranged now from his fortune back in Venezuela, Bolívar decided it was time to return home. But with Napoleon's armies rampaging around and the British patrolling the coasts, this was much easier said than done. So Bolívar had to borrow money and then make his way up to the neutral port of Hamburg, just as Napoleon was sweeping across Germany on his way to Berlin. Bolívar then departed Hamburg on a neutral ship in November 1806, bound for the United States of America. He landed in Charleston in January 1807 after a particularly rotten voyage that saw Bolívar himself become incredibly sick along the way. But he did manage to make friends with an American from South Carolina on the ship who brought the sick and penniless Bolívar into his home where he could recuperate. And once he was recovered, Bolívar headed up to Philadelphia, where he was finally able to make direct contact with agents in Caracas and arrange a cash draw to pay off the debts he had been accruing and secure passage home. All told, Bolivar spent about 5 months in the United States, where he says that he, quote, encountered rational liberty for the first time. Though he also encountered the lingering bad taste Miranda had left in everybody's mouth, thanks to the Leander debacle, and the prospects of his now sworn oath to liberate his country seemed to be as far away as possible. And certainly the Americans he encountered were not at all optimistic about the chances of rational liberty coming to Spanish America anytime soon. Back in Caracas by June 1807, the now 24-year-old Bolivar took up his place as a young member of the inner circle of the Caracas aristocracy, and outwardly he spent his time managing estates and the family businesses. But on the side, Bolivar was meeting with like-minded liberals of that aristocratic set, mostly drawn from the younger generation like himself. Under the guise of book clubs and social parties and card games, they would meet to talk politics. Among them were his older brother Juan Vicente, a few of his mother's brothers, including the uncle he had so famously clashed with as a child, also various members of the extended Del Toro family, and then finally Andres Bello, who had once briefly been Bolivar's tutor and who was now the principal secretary to the Captain General of Venezuela. All through 1807 and early 1808, there wasn't much to do but talk, though it was clear that there was an informal division between older guard Criollo who feared any revolutionary action would open the doors to real Haitian-style revolution, and then those like Bolivar, who were ready to take the risk if an opportunity presented itself. Well, of course, an opportunity then did present itself in July 1808. During his routine work as secretary to the Captain General, Andres Bello came across 2 notices in an English newspaper that bore the sensational news that Napoleon had deposed the Spanish monarchy. He rushed this to the Captain General, but the Captain General dismissed him and said that can't possibly be true. That's just British propaganda. But then, on July the 15th, 2 ships arrived at practically the same moment that confirmed the story, although they did tell 2 completely different versions of it. So the first ship was flying under a French flag that turned out to be bearing official emissaries from the Bonapartist government, saying that Spain has been conquered, Joseph Bonaparte is now king of Spain, and please accept this as the new state of affairs. The second ship, however, was British, and the captain said, no, that is not right at all. Yes, the monarchy has been deposed, but all of Spain is in insurrection. Do not recognize the French government, because none of your countrymen have. The Captain General then vacillated over what to do, but spontaneous demonstrations broke out in Caracas against the French that became so menacing that the French envoys quietly got back on their boat in the middle of the night and sailed away. So with recognizing King Joseph out of the question, it now came down to, do we form our own junta and recognize Ferdinand, or do nothing and just keep the vice-regal apparatus in place, untouched? I mean, what do we do? Now, the kind of liberal Criollo that Bolivar hung out with agitated for a local junta that would recognize King Ferdinand. I mean, we are every bit as deserving of a junta as any other city in Spain. Now, the Captain General made a few noises that he might entertain the necessity of a junta, but then on August the 3rd, a representative from the Seville junta arrived and said, look, we are actually the central resistance government, and we've decided that Venezuela ought to just stick with its existing system. We will recognize that the Captain General is the supreme authority here in Venezuela, and he will recognize that we are the supreme authority back in Spain, and then he will work with us to defeat the French. This, of course, sounded great to the Captain General, and he slammed the door shut on calling any kind of locally representative junta, going so far as to arrest some of the leading pro-junta liberals. But Bolivar was not among those arrested, because he was really not down with their objectives, because everybody was scrambling to recognize King Ferdinand. It was really all just down to how they were going to do it. Meanwhile, Bolivar was the only guy around who had ever actually met Ferdinand, and Bolivar hated Ferdinand. Remember, back during his first trip to Spain, Bolivar had been in and around the court at Madrid, and Prince Ferdinand was just a year younger than Bolivar. The two teenagers not only met, they had played tennis against each other, and Bolivar was of the opinion that Ferdinand was a spoiled brat son of a detestable royal family that he had no interest in ever bending his knee to. But Bolivar did slip out of Caracas to avoid any unpleasantness with the Captain General because he was at this point kind of marked as a budding radical. Meanwhile, over in New Granada proper, that is the future country of Colombia, a representative of the Seville junta reached Cartagena on August the 9th and quickly secured the loyalty of that city, but then it took that guy another month to finally make his way up the Magdalena River to Bogota, arriving in early September. And there, he bore the same basic message that had been taken to Caracas. Keep the vice-regal apparatus in place. Don't bother setting up a junta. It's really not necessary. Just keep your existing government and bureaucracy in place, and please be prepared to support the great patriotic war of resistance back in Spain any way you can. The viceroy in Bogota was all too happy with this arrangement, and he quickly nipped in the bud any attempt by the elite in Bogota to form their own junta. But the Criollo back in Caracas were not ready to give up that easily, and after a few months, they drew up a petition signed by a bunch of local leaders saying we have the right to form a junta, and demanded the Captain General allow them to do so. They presented this petition on November the 24th, but the Captain General was not interested. In his mind, this was all settled, and so, in response, he made a sweep of the city, arresting everyone who had signed the letter and making a big show of repression to demonstrate just how he felt about all of this junta nonsense. Bolivar, though, was not picked up in this sweep either, because he had not signed the letter. He was not going to recognize Ferdinand, and in his mind, this was all the beginning of independence, and he would settle for nothing less. But it would not be until 1810 that events finally caught up to Bolivar's vision for the future of Spanish America. So that's where things stood at the end of 1808. In all four American viceroyalties, the viceroys themselves continued to be the ultimate authority, all four recognizing the legitimacy of Spanish resistance to the French and the authority of the Seville junta, with attempts to create American juntas mostly suppressed. So we'll finish up today by heading back over to Spain so that we can follow the further organization of the various independent juntas into a single central junta, and its subsequent call to invite the Americans to officially participate in the government, which would help create the first real waves of independence in 1809. So as I mentioned, Napoleon drastically underestimated Spanish resistance and had brushed off Talleyrand's repeated advice to please not do what you are about to do. But in his defense, Napoleon had just crushed the Austrians and the Prussians and the Russians. I mean, what was Spain compared to the great military powers of Central and Eastern Europe? So from the territory that the French held down to about Madrid, the French launched multiple columns out in every direction in the summer of 1808 to complete the envelopment of the Iberian Peninsula. Now, mostly these columns found themselves harassed by independent bands of local resistance fighters, and this is famously where the term guerrilla starts to enter the military lexicon as the Spanish word for little war. But the Seville junta managed to organize detachments of the Spanish regular army and patriotic volunteers into an actual army, almost 30,000 strong, that they then sent to block the advance of a 25,000-man French army into Andalusia. In mid-July 1808, that Spanish army won a resounding victory at the Battle of Bailen, forcing the complete surrender of the French. And I should mention here that among those fighting at Bailen was a Buenos Aires-born captain in the Spanish army named José de San Martín. So the shocking defeat at Bailen, plus mass resistance everywhere else, sent French plans into complete disarray. King Joseph made what was supposed to be his permanent entrance into Madrid on July the 19th, but he stayed in the city for not even 2 weeks before prudently withdrawing back to more secure territory on August the 1st. The French advance in 1808 was halted and then reversed. By the end of summer, the French armies would be regrouping back behind the Ebro River. Then, to make matters worse, the British launched their invasion of Portugal in August under the command of Arthur Wellesley, future Duke of Wellington, bringing with him troops that have very recently been earmarked for the invasion of South America. And the failure of the French to secure the rest of Spain left the French army who were holding Portugal cut off from any resupply or reinforcement. In short order, a combined British-Portuguese army defeated the French outside Lisbon at the Battle of Vimeiro on August the 21st, but then the British did not press home their advantage. Wellesley had already been slated to be replaced as commander of the British forces, and when his new superiors arrived, they cut a deal with the French over Wellesley's strenuous objections. The British actually agreed to transport the beaten 20,000-man French army out of Portugal and back to France, stipulating further that they would be allowed to take their weapons and any personal property with them. That personal property, of course, being all the Portuguese loot they could carry. These insanely lenient terms caused quite a little scandal back in London, and an investigation into the affair was convened, and while the senior British officers were officially cleared of any wrongdoing, Wellesley was the only one who was returned to active service. So by the fall of 1808, the Spanish resistance had a bit of breathing room to try to organize their government, and the various juntas agreed to try to form one executive junta, representing all of them, to try to coordinate national defense. On September the 25th, the first meeting of the so-called Central Junta convened at Aranjuez, with each provincial junta granted 2 seats at the table. But though the Central Junta did successfully convene, that was kind of the only thing it ever successfully did. The men participating were hopelessly at odds with each other. Some were old guard, absolute monarchist conservatives who fully intended to restore Ferdinand and the old regime. Others were new-style liberal reformers who planned to use this opportunity to establish some kind of constitutional monarchy and generally modernize Spain. So though they all had a common enemy, they were not at all pulling in the same direction. A fact soon exploited by their common enemy, the French. So the tide turned again when Napoleon decided that the situation in Spain had gotten bad enough that he needed to show his marshals how to run a war. In November 1808, the emperor himself was in Spain along with 100,000 reinforcements, bringing the total number of French forces in Spain up to a staggering 275,000. Napoleon then ordered a massive double envelopment of Iberia that pretty much steamrolled all organized resistance in its path. The Central Junta was soon enough in full flight to Seville, aka as far from France as they could possibly get. Napoleon himself then re-entered Madrid on December the 4th at the head of an 80,000-man army. Now convening in Seville, the Central Junta did manage to make 2 momentous decisions. First, they signed a treaty of friendship with the British on January the 15th, which was, of course, really important for their war effort, but for our purposes was most especially important because it really reopened contact with the Americas, since the British were now facilitating, rather than blocking, movement across the Atlantic. And then on January the 22nd, the Central Junta issued a decree to their American cousins inviting them to send representatives to sit in the junta. Each viceroyalty was to send 1 man each, as were the major provinces of Cuba, Puerto Rico, Venezuela, Chile, Guatemala, and the Philippines. Now, as we will see next week, this was a decision that kept the ball rolling in Spanish America towards independence because it acknowledged the right of the Americans to participate in the government as equals, even if they weren't really equals with the Peninsulares. But even more immediately, it was the regions not invited to participate in the junta that really kept the ball rolling towards independence. And next week, we will move through the events of 1809 and 1810. The province of Upper Peru and then the city of Quito had both been denied special representation in the junta, and as a result would declare de facto independence from all other authorities save the deposed King Ferdinand himself in the summer of 1809. And while South America was starting to get more chaotic, the wind of the Peninsular War blew so hard against Spain that the Central Junta collapsed in early 1810, leaving yet another power vacuum that this time was fully exploited by radicals in the Americas to declare themselves independent. and in Caracas, Simón Bolívar will finally have a cause that he can get behind. Now, before we go, I will change subjects completely and plug the fact that I did another guest spot on the Ground Rule Trouble podcast to talk about baseball, specifically the All-Star Game, and why I continue to love it so much. So if you want to listen to your favorite history podcaster talk a little baseball, it's at groundruletrouble.com. And then I'll post an additional link at revolutionspodcast.com. We do talk some Francisco de Miranda at the end because, who doesn't love talking about Francisco de Miranda? Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.7, The First Cry for Liberty. So we left off last time with Napoleon thundering into Spain, now at the head of 275,000 troops, and chasing the Central Junta down to Seville. With the emperor in Iberia, the French reversed the reverses from the year before, and even the British invasion of the peninsula that had begun so auspiciously back in August ran into major troubles. The British had advanced into Spain after kicking the French out of Portugal, and were approaching Madrid in November 1808, just as Napoleon was approaching Madrid from the other direction. The British Expeditionary Army said, uh-oh, took a hard left and fought a running retreat to the sea, pursued by a much re-energized French army. In early January 1809, the British fought their way to the coast and were then ferried out of Spain by the Royal Navy. So by early 1809, the north of Spain was now firmly in French hands, but the south was still free, and the Central Junta now scrambled to maintain that freedom. But the arrival of the Central Junta in Seville meant that there were now two juntas in Seville, because though you often see them conflated, the Supreme Junta of Seville, the one that's been organizing affairs in the Americas, is not the same thing as the Central Junta, now also of Seville. And it actually took a few weeks of bickering before the Supreme Junta of Seville agreed to recognize the ultimate authority of the Central Junta, now also of Seville. This is all very confusing, I know, but, that's history for you. But though they were now recognized as the supreme patriotic government of Spain, the Central Junta was not a well-oiled machine. As I said last time, the membership was divided between conservatives and liberals and having major difficulty forging a unified plan of action, communicating with the other regional juntas, or showing decisive leadership of any kind. Indeed, its leadership was insanely scattershot. They set up all the standard ministries, war, treasury, foreign affairs, but absolutely could not keep ministers in office for any length of time. There was something like a dozen ministers of war between September 1808 and January 1810, and you just can't have that much turnover and expect to survive. And they would not survive. British ambassadors to the junta could see how badly the resistance was being run, and they started lobbying for an end to the junta system completely, and in its place appoint a very small regency council, like 5 or 6 guys max, who could actually make decisions. The British also started pushing the Spanish to call for an actual representative body to convene, like a national congress elected by the people rather than a bunch of self-declared juntas. But for the moment, the Central Junta did not listen, and they forged on into the wilderness. Now, luckily for the patriotic Spaniards, Napoleon departed the peninsula in early 1809 to deal with rumblings back east, rumblings that were in fact the direct result of patriotic Spanish resistance to the French, because after learning that the French were getting bogged down in Iberia, the Austrians suddenly showed signs of life. Now, even though the Holy Roman Empire had been dissolved in 1806, the Austrian Empire proper was still a thing, and they had been forced to sit in the corner with a dunce cap on their heads ever since Austerlitz. while the show of mass resistance to France in Spain gave hope to the men running Austria that they might now be able to break the humiliating chains Napoleon had kept them bound with. And in April 1809, they attacked the French in Bavaria, beginning the War of the Fifth Coalition. Now, as we'll see here, things are not going to go great for the patriotic Spanish in 1809. They are in fact going to go quite badly. But had the Austrians not reopened the Eastern Front, things could have gone a whole lot worse. Napoleon is now entering the whack-a-mole phase of his career, where he rushes around the continent trying to beat down anti-French uprisings as they appear. Now, he's mostly going to be successful the next few years, but then in 1812 he winds up chasing one particular mole all the way to Moscow, and yeah, he probably should have just let that one go. Anyway, just as the Austrians were attacking the French in April 1809, word reached the Americas that the Central Junta had invited the Americans to participate in their government. And the process to determine who the American representatives were going to be was intended to be at least kinda semi-participatory. Town councils from the principal cities from one of the provinces designated by the Central Junta for representation, like let's say Venezuela, would meet and drop a list of 3 potential candidates from their ranks. Then they would draw one of those names out of a hat and send the candidate's name on to the provincial capital, in this case Caracas. There, the audiencia would meet and choose from the available candidates a further list of 3 names, one of whom would have his name drawn from a hat, and that guy would then be the representative of Venezuela to the Central Junta. Now, this is not democratic in any way, and the fact that the final say was going to the peninsular-dominated audiencias was telling. But still, in 1809, legitimate participation of Americans in an empire-wide government was underway. And for the rest of 1809, across Spanish America, these little kinda sorta elections unfolded. Now, before we leave off, though, I should mention that events wound up moving too quickly for any of the representatives to actually take their place in the Central Junta. Only one guy representing New Spain, who was already in Spain when he was elected, was ever able to show up to work. After sending along the request for American delegates, the Central Junta also started dispatching their own appointees to start taking over the reins of government in the Americas. Now, they never engaged in anything like a wholesale reappointment of all the officials, but wherever vacancies appeared, the junta took it upon itself to fill them. So down in the Rio de la Plata, for example, Santiago Liniers was still only acting viceroy. So shortly after arriving in Seville, the Central Junta appointed a permanent replacement. Now, Liniers had of course been nothing but loyal to the patriotic resistance, but he was still French, and so you could never be too sure where his loyalties actually lay. Then they also appointed a new captain general for Venezuela, because though I didn't mention this last week, because I didn't want to muddy the picture any more than it already was, but the captain general of Venezuela was himself technically only the acting captain general. A permanent replacement was still waiting to be named when the abdications of Bayonne hit. So, in January 1809, the Central Junta named a new captain general for Venezuela, and that guy's name was Vicente Emperan, and he would be the captain general who gets deposed when the fun really gets going in April 1810. So the thing about Vicente Emperan is that he's not like a tyrant or a malicious dictator. He was, in point of fact, a universally well-liked, well-read, well-educated career soldier, very much a man of the Enlightenment. He was a peninsular, but he had served as a regional governor in Venezuela from 1792 to 1804 and was known and pretty well liked by most Venezuelans. He returned to Spain in 1804, though, just in time for Napoleon's envelopment of the continent, and so he was in Spain when the Peninsular War began. But the crazy thing here is that it was actually the new government of King Joseph Bonaparte that first nominated Emperan to fill the post of Captain General of Venezuela. But shortly after this appointment, Emperan crossed the lines and pledged his patriotic allegiance to King Ferdinand and the Central Junta. But like I say, Emperan was so well liked by everybody that when he crossed over the line, he told the Central Junta, "Oh, by the way, Joseph appointed me Captain General of Venezuela," And the Central Junta said, "Oh, that's actually a pretty good choice, so why don't you just go for it?" And they ratified the decision. And Perón crossed the Atlantic shortly thereafter, arriving in Caracas in May 1809. And attached to his staff was a young inspector general, none other than Simón Bolívar's old friend and traveling buddy, Fernando del Toro. Now, when Perón arrived in Venezuela, the people of Caracas, at least the elites in Caracas, were now somewhat mollified politically by the news that they would be able to send a representative back to Spain. And so 1809 was a year of relative peace in Venezuela. But two regions that had been denied the right to send their own representatives back to Spain were not mollified at all. And I'm speaking here of Upper Peru, aka modern Bolivia, and then the city of Quito, aka the modern capital of Ecuador. Despite long-standing political and economic autonomy, both interior regions were not included on the Central Junta's list of additional provinces who deserve to be represented in the Central Junta, and so Upper Peru and Quito became the leading edge of Spanish-American rebellion in the summer of 1809. So Upper Peru, remember, was first and foremost the seat of the Great Potosi Mine. After the conquest, the region had been a part of the Viceroyalty of Peru and governed out of Lima, but in 1776 had been transferred to the Viceroyalty of Rio de la Plata, in part to reorient trade in and out of the region towards an Atlantic port rather than a Pacific port. Situated up in the Andean interior, Upper Peru had never really been much directly under the thumb of either Lima or Buenos Aires, and so there was a certain sense of local independence already floating around out there. Now, being so far removed from everybody else, it did take a while for Upper Peru to learn about the abdications of Bayón, but when they did learn about them, the upper echelon elite were divided about how to respond, especially in the capital city of Chuquisaca, which you'll also see referred to as Charcas, but which is today called Sucre, for reasons that will become abundantly clear down the road. Now, not to get too deep into the weeds here, but after the news of the abdications of Bayón arrived, the intendant and bishop of Chuquisaca were actually inclined to recognize Princess Charlotte as their sovereign, while the members of the local audiencia did not think that anybody should make any rash decisions about who to recognize, since nobody had any idea what the real situation was back in Europe. But they were inclined to recognize the Seville junta, and through them, King Ferdinand. The two camps battled back and forth about what to do until the end of May 1809. Then, on either May the 25th or May the 26th, depending on which source you're reading, the members of the audiencia learned that the intendant planned to arrest them all for obstructing his will, and they decided to make a preemptive strike. The audiencia ordered the arrest of the intendant and his friend the bishop, and then they formed themselves into an independent junta to run the city. This little rebellion in Chuquisaca is sometimes remembered there as the first cry for liberty. This cry was then taken up 6 weeks later by an even more radical uprising in the great city of La Paz. Now, this time it was the local town council that took the lead, backed by the largely mestizo population. On July the 16th, 1809, these guys rose up against the local intendant and bishop, deposed them from office, and formed themselves into an independent junta to run the city, just like their neighbors had over in Chuquisaca. But unlike the Chuquisaca junta, which was largely elite peninsular or criollo, the junta of La Paz was far more representative of the mixed-race mestizo population. They elected as their president a mixed-race military officer named Pedro Murillo, who swore loyalty and fealty to King Ferdinand, but nobody else. The La Paz junta refused to even recognize the authority of the viceroys in Buenos Aires and Lima. And then they also started talking about racial and class reforms to forge a more egalitarian society. They issued a plan of government that said, quote, "Now is the time to organize a new system of government, founded upon the interests of our country, which is so downtrodden by the bastard policy of Madrid. Now is the time to raise the standard of liberty in these unfortunate colonies." And even more than the revolution in Chuquisaca, the revolution of La Paz is the first that really captures what would become the true spirit of Spanish-American independence. Meanwhile, over in New Granada, a further rebellion broke out in August 1809. As we discussed in episode 5.3, the city of Quito was one of the earliest cities in Spanish America to get its own audiencia, and they had long enjoyed relative autonomy from the viceregal authorities, first down in Lima and then up over in Bogota. And the people of Quito considered themselves to be basically their own thing. Now, shortly after learning about the abdications of Bayonne, elite Criollo in Quito began meeting amongst themselves to try to create an independent junta, thinking that this might be an opportunity to seize power, because the tensions between the Peninsulares and the Criollo, tensions that had helped incite the rebellion of the Barrios back in 1765, had never really gone away. But by the end of 1808, word was out that there would be no independent juntas in the Americas, that the viceregal structure would stay in place. But the Criollo elite kept at it to the point where there were in fact a rash of arrests in March 1809 over an alleged conspiracy to seize the government. So tensions continued to simmer under the surface until the summer of 1809, when word arrived that various American provinces had been invited to send a representative to the Central Junta, and that Quito was not among them. They would simply be represented by whoever was representing the wider viceroyalty of New Granada. With this added snub sticking in their craw, a cabal of Criollo got together on the night of August the 9th, 1809, and formed a 36-man junta to rule independently in Ferdinand's name, bypassing any other authority. And one thing they really had going for them was the sympathy of the commander of Quito's regular army garrison, and on August the 10th, that commander put his troops at the junta's disposal, arresting Peninsulares and occupying key points in the city. The junta then defended its conduct by saying that the Spaniards were, quote, oppressors of the Criollo and usurpers of their natural rights, and that, quote, Quito has been treated by the Spaniards who monopolize its government as a recently conquered nation. The word Criollo has been used as a term of abuse and contempt. But unlike the La Paz Revolution, the rebellion in Quito was an elite Criollo affair. This was not about turning the world upside down. So while they implemented the standard big white platform, liberalized trade laws, lower taxes, abolition of all state-run monopolies, and self-government, they were not about to touch the racial caste system or talk about freeing the slaves or really even invite non-Criollo to participate in their new little self-government. The new Quito junta then declared that they were assuming jurisdiction over all the cities that had long fallen under the jurisdiction of the old Audiencia of Quito. But when they sent representatives round to secure the allegiance of those cities, most of those cities refused. The critical port city of Guayaquil, for example, wanted no part of being ruled by Quito, and they were frankly appalled by the rebellion up in the quote-unquote capital. And here I want to make a broader point, because as we will see time and time again, there was just very little solidarity between cities adjacent to one another. In the Rio de la Plata, for example, Montevideo and Buenos Aires, they were not friends. Their proximity, in fact, made them fierce rivals. And in a little bit, we'll see Bogota and Cartagena fighting each other to become the predominant city of patriotic New Granada. And then most of the peripheral cities in Venezuela are not going to be eager to recognize the supremacy of Caracas. And this is the great problem of federalism in the process of Spanish-American independence. And in this context, it means everyone's unwillingness to submit to the authority of anyone else. The problem of federalism will not only prove Simón Bolívar's dream of a united South America to be a complete fantasy, but it would also fatally undermine his even more modest vision of a united Gran Colombia, because it was just a vision that nobody else really shared. So these first cries of liberty, though, were silenced by the end of 1809. The viceroy in Lima in particular took stern measures against the rebellious cities of the interior. In October, 5,000 troops set out from Cusco into Upper Peru, with additional forces coming up from the Rio de la Plata. The juntas in La Paz and Chuquisaca could not coordinate a defense. They were already succumbing to the disuniting forces of federalism, especially since the La Paz junta represented a broader social revolution promoting the interests of the mestizo, while the Chuquisaca junta was an almost exclusively white affair. After a brief fight, the rebellions of Upper Peru were crushed, and the leaders were all rounded up and mostly executed. The Viceroy of Peru then unilaterally annexed Upper Peru back under his official jurisdiction, so they're now in the Viceroyalty of Peru again. Now, while this was all unfolding, the Viceroy of Peru also set about crushing the rebellion in Quito, sending troops up the coast, where they were reinforced by eager units from Guayaquil. Together, they marched on Quito, and in the face of armed attack, the resolve of the Quito junta failed, and the whole thing collapsed in October. Quito was occupied, and the old order was restored. So by New Year's 1810, the first cries for liberty were fading echoes. But then out of nowhere, those fading echoes hit a wall and came reverberating back stronger than ever, because at that same moment, a major crisis hit patriotic Spain. This crisis would upend Spanish rule in the Americas in the spring of 1810, and suddenly, the cry for liberty became deafening. So to get to that crisis, we must head back to Spain, where the now Napoleon-less French armies continued their slow envelopment of Iberia. With the British having fled the peninsula in January 1809, the French launched their second invasion of Portugal in March, and then also won their first solid victory in southern Spain, when a 17,000-man French army defeated 27,000 Spaniards at the Battle of Medellin, a bloody affair that saw the French offer no quarter even to surrendering Spaniards. But the British were not just going to give up on the war, and in April they re-landed in Portugal and soon had the French on the run once again, forcing them to retreat out of Portugal for a second time in the middle of May. But then the British made it clear that they were not going to be leaving Portugal anytime soon, not even to support a Spanish offensive because it was just too risky at that particular moment. The Central Junta, though, spent the summer of 1809 trying to get their act together. And in the fall of 1809, they finally organized and launched their one major offensive campaign of the war, driving two armies up towards Madrid, the main army on the right and then a little flanking army on the left. But this all culminated in November with a spectacular disaster. The main Spanish army was well over 50,000 strong, and they met a much smaller 30,000-man French army on November the 19th at the Battle of Ocaña. But in that battle, the Spanish army just collapsed. They were unable to make a dent in the French lines, and then the Spanish soldiers fell into uncoordinated retreats, which turned into indiscriminate running for it, and they were just getting pounded by French guns the whole time. The Spanish lost 4,000 dead or wounded, and fully 14,000 captured. And this left that flanking Spanish army just hanging out there utterly unprotected, and soon they too were in full disorganized flight. For all intents and purposes, the Spanish army dissolved and now ceased to exist. With no functioning armies now in the field, the Central Junta itself dissolved and ceased to exist. The French army was now able to march south into Andalusia unopposed, and in late January 1810, the members of the Central Junta recognized that Seville was indefensible, and so they decided to fall back to Cadiz, their last possible refuge. But the members of the junta all made their own individual escape from Seville, and many never bothered to show up again in Cadiz. Those who did show up convened a rump session of the Central Junta and dissolved themselves, passing power, as their British allies had long been recommending, to a small executive regency council. The people of Cadiz then rushed to shore up the defenses of the city before the French arrived. And now the walls were pretty formidable, and they did have the British Navy at their back, so this is not some hopeless last stand here. But it was still pretty ominous when the French showed up on February the 4th and began digging siege lines. So all of this is going to have a devastating effect on Spanish authority in the Americas. The nascent movements towards American autonomy that had been mostly nipped in the bud in 1808 and 1809 were premised on the viceroys and captain generals and intendants recognizing and promoting the authority of the central junta as the legitimate keeper of Spanish sovereignty. Well, now that body no longer exists. It's been replaced by a tiny regency council that nobody's ever heard of. And when word of all this hits America, it is going to reopen the debate about American autonomy. Now this time, it would be Caracas that gets first bite at the apple, and the long grumbling Criollo bit off as much as they could chew. Now, though the local Criollo of Venezuela had been partially mollified by the invitation to join the Central Junta, they still really wanted some form of self-government. And by the end of the year, they had gotten word at least of the establishment of the Quito Junta, though I'm not sure how much they really knew about what was going on in Upper Peru. Lines of communication in South America are long and heavily censored. But the Criollo of Caracas were emboldened enough that on December the 14th, they were laying the groundwork for a coup against Captain General Emperan. This time, Bolivar was among the plotters. But the plot was exposed before it could be launched. And possibly, at the request of Inspector General Fernando del Toro, Captain General Emperan personally took 25-year-old Simón Bolívar aside and said, "Look, you're young, you're reckless, but you have to knock off this kind of thing or you are going to get in a lot of trouble." Bolívar does not listen. Things were mostly calm in Caracas after that, until the big bomb went off on April the 17th, 1810. That was the day the ship arrived from Spain bearing representatives of the new Regency Council. They declared that they were now the supreme authority back in Spain, and that they expected Venezuela to recognize their authority, no questions asked. But Bolívar and Del Toro both knew one of these Regency Council representatives from their earlier trips back through Italy, and from him learned the really real truth. The Spanish army has been blasted to smithereens. The French pretty much control all of Spain. The Regency Council is a couple of guys hunkered down in Cadiz under siege. I mean, for all anybody knew at this point, the Regency has fallen, and the conquest of Spain is truly complete. For the Criollo of Caracas, this was all they needed to hear. With no functioning government back in Spain to recognize, it was finally time to take matters into their own hands. So in the wee morning hours of April the 19th, 1810, which just so happened to be Maundy Thursday, that is the Thursday before Easter, a group of about 100 prominent Criollo leaders met and planned to force the Captain General to convene a governing junta. It is not clear, though, whether Bolívar was among them. At dawn on April the 19th, these guys all marched down to City Hall, banging on doors and rousing the city to life. They then demanded that the Captain General present himself, which, by the by, they had no authority to do. But Emperan decided to come down and confront the movement head-on. He met with the Criollo leaders, who demanded the immediate convening of a representative junta. Emperan said, "Yeah, listen, we're actually kind of in the middle of Holy Week right now, so this is not a good time. And in fact, today's Mass is coming up any minute now, so let's break for that and we'll come back around later." He got up and left his office and tried to make his way down to the cathedral, but in the middle of the town square, the assembled crowd blocked his path and started chanting, "To City Hall, Governor, to City Hall." Unable to go forward, the Captain General had to go backward. So now back in his office, Emperan was now feeling a wee bit isolated. And then the deacon of the Caracas Cathedral showed up, and rather than backing the Captain General's authority, he lambasted the Criollo for not being more decisive about deposing him. I mean, let's get on with the business of seizing our right to self-government. And then Emperan made one of those mistakes you hear lawyers sometimes talk about, where you're never supposed to ask a question in court you don't already know the answer to. He did not actually think that the people hated him as much as the Criollo were implying, and so he said, "We'll see about this." He went out to the balcony and shouted out to the people, "Do you approve of me? Do you support the new regency?" And everybody in the square thundered, "No." So that was kind of that for Captain General Emperan. Bowing to the apparently universal sentiment that his services were no longer required, he gathered up his small staff and 2 days later set sail for exile in Philadelphia. Following on his heels were half the Audiencia and most of the senior Peninsular civil servants. The Criollo of Caracas, who had been trying and failing for almost 2 years to form an independent junta, were finally able to do so, and they declared themselves to be the Supreme Junta of Caracas, dedicated to preserving the rights of King Ferdinand VII. They recognized no higher authority in Spain and put themselves only below Ferdinand, who, at the moment, was sitting under French house arrest, so this was de facto independence. What followed, then, was yet another example of the problem of federalism. The Caracas junta sent out representatives to other Venezuelan cities, inviting them to form their own juntas and recognize the supreme authority of the Caracas junta, which some did, but others refused to do. There was a lot of intra-provincial rivalries, and so like the cities over by Maracaibo were just not going to put themselves under Caracas's rule. The problem of federalism here is showing itself early, and it will continue to show itself. Plus, just as in the ill-fated Central Junta, there was disagreement within the Caracas Junta about where this was all headed. Many of the older Criollo believed that they really were just holding the fort till Ferdinand could be restored, and when he did, that Venezuela would go back to being one of his domains. And most importantly, these guys wanted to make sure that this did not spill out into Haitian-style racial revolution. But there was a more radical camp, and Bolivar was one of its more radical voices. They believed that this was all headed in the direction of true independence and were willing to do what it took to make that happen. I mean, if not now, then when? Now, at this point, Bolivar is still kind of just a kid. He's 26 years old, with a reputation among the older Criollos for being an uncompromising hothead. So he was not invited to be a member of the Caracas Junta, nor, frankly, were any of them much interested in having him around. But Bolivar was not going to be sidelined that easily, and he quickly figured out that he had something that they needed, and that was a whole bunch of money. The Bolivars were still one of the richest families in Venezuela. Now, the Caracas Junta knew that to secure their position and stave off what was likely to be a French attempt to take them over, they would need international friends. So they wanted to send out some envoys to the United States and Great Britain, but there was a problem of how to organize it and pay for it. And so Bolivar presented himself and said, "I will fund the entire embassy to Britain out of my own pocket if you let me go." Now, many in the junta were not keen to let this kid be the face of Venezuela in London, but, he is going to pay for the whole thing, so, okay, you can go. So they formed a little three-man embassy of Simón Bolívar, Andrés Bello, and then an older, more stable hand to hopefully guide their conduct, a former mayor of Caracas named Luis López Méndez. In June 1810, these guys set sail for Britain, hoping to secure British support for their cause. And next week, we will rejoin them as they arrive in London, where, of course, Bolivar is going to seek out none other than Francisco de Miranda. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.8, The Patriotic Society for the Development of Agriculture and Livestock. So last time, we took Venezuela up to the coup of April 19, 1810, and the establishment of an independent Criollo-dominated Caracas junta. And then we wrapped up in June of 1810 with the departure of a little three-man embassy to London to try to win British support for the cause. But though Venezuela was the first to take advantage of the fall of the Central Junta in the spring of 1810, it was only the first to take advantage of it, and 1810 would prove to be a momentous year in the history of the Spanish Americas, as 5 major rebellions took hold. But since each is as complicated as the other, I am going to invoke my goal to keep the focus here on New Granada, and instead we'll just briefly touch on the others. The most significant of these rebellions, at least at the moment, erupted down in the Rio de la Plata, as news arrived of the fall of the Central Junta at the end of May. In a region already brimming with political and military self-confidence, a complicated little game played out, pitting everyone against everyone else. Criollo against Peninsular, against Mestizo, liberals against conservatives, the old viceregal regime against calls for self-government. Taken together, it's called the May Revolution, and culminated in Buenos Aires on May the 25th, 1810, with the deposition of the viceroy and the beginning not just of the Argentinian War of Independence, but also a running civil war that would engulf the region for years. The coastal cities would fight against the interior. Buenos Aires would find itself fighting against everyone else. It's really quite a mess, and we are not going to fall into it. The third major rebellion to hit in 1810, though, we do need to talk about, because it broke out over in New Granada proper, that is, modern Colombia. Word of the fall of Seville and the Central Junta reached Cartagena in May 1810, and as in Caracas and down in Buenos Aires, the local Criollo elite wasted no time establishing a local governing junta to rule in Ferdinand's name without recognizing the legitimacy of the regency, whatever that was, or whatever claims to sovereignty it might be making. This pattern of junta formation then followed news up into the interior of New Granada, passing through Socorro on July the 9th, Socorro being the scene of the Comunero Revolt in 1781, on its way to the viceregal capital of Bogota in July. Now, since the abdications of Bayonne, the viceroy in Bogota had been doing a pretty okay job keeping a handle on things. Sure, he had lost Quito there in 1809, but with a timely assist from his colleague down in Peru, Quito was pacified again by the end of the year. But as time passed, tensions grew between the Criollo of Bogota and the large population of Peninsulares, who lived in the viceregal capital because it was the viceregal capital. And the viceroy tried to play fair, but by disposition and, frankly, necessity, he wound up siding more and more with the Peninsulares against the growing assertiveness of the Criollo. Now, once word of the fall of the Central Junta arrived in Bogota, the growing assertiveness of the Criollo went into overdrive, and events moved very quickly. Leading Criollo immediately demanded local autonomy and the creation of a junta. Then, in a calculated move to provoke the population, there's this funny little incident where some of these Criollo leaders asked a particularly prejudiced peninsular merchant to lend them a vase for a meeting that they were going to have, knowing full well that this guy was going to say, no, if you want it, you have to buy it. Then an argument broke out, and after being intentionally provoked, this peninsular merchant allegedly got so mad that he smashed the vase on the ground rather than let them take it. Now, this created an insulting incident that the Criollo could then go out to use to rile up the streets, and all of it worked. With the streets now fully agitated, the viceroy agreed to convene a junta. This all took place on July the 20th, which is today celebrated as Colombian Independence Day, though to be clear, there are many, many more twists and turns before they actually get there. So the elite Bogota Criollo, then called to serve in this junta, tried to maintain some semblance of viceregal authority, at least in appearance, by making the viceroy president of the junta. But, as I just said, events were now moving very quickly, and agitators out in the street protested against the prominent position now being played by the viceroy, and on July the 25th, the junta gave way to the streets, and the viceroy was forced to resign. Bogota was now in the hands of local Criollo leadership, but the big question remained, would their authority be limited to the city itself, or would it encompass the whole of the viceroyalty? This question would run everyone smack dab into the problem of federalism. Now, the next two rebellions don't hit until the fall of 1810, so we'll move now to reconnect with that little three-man Venezuelan embassy we sent across the Atlantic at the end of last week's episode, who arrived in London just days before the Colombians deposed their viceroy. The senior Venezuelan envoy was 52-year-old Luis Lopez Mendez, well-respected member of the Criollo elite and a former mayor of Caracas. Accompanying him were 29-year-old Andres Bello, budding intellectual superstar, and most recently secretary to the now deposed Captain General of Venezuela, and then last but not least, 27-year-old Simón Bolívar, who was only on the trip because he paid for it. Their mission existed in a very gray diplomatic area. Coming as they did from a self-declared rebel junta, they could not and would not be officially credentialed by the British government, but at the same time, they had made the trip across the Atlantic courtesy of the Royal Navy, like literally a British naval ship came and picked them up. So it's not like they were persona non grata. When they arrived in London, none of them knew anyone. Not one of the three had ever been to England before, and not one of the three spoke English. But that was no matter, because whenever a South American arrived in London, they would always find a warm welcome in the now famous house on Grafton Street, home of their long-exiled countryman Francisco de Miranda, and so to Grafton Street they went. Now, when last we left Miranda, he had just blown a gasket after being told by Arthur Wellesley, future Duke of Wellington, that their imminent plans for an invasion of South America were being scrapped in favor of throwing everything the British had into the Peninsular War. Well, Miranda is irrepressible by nature, and so despite yet another setback, he continued to hammer away on the cause of Spanish-American independence. And though he had friends in all stations of British society, Miranda's principal collaborator at this point appears to have been the utilitarian philosopher and reformer James Mill. And just as an aside, given their long-standing friendship, it is impossible for me to believe that Miranda did not meet Mill's young son, John Stuart Mill, who was born in 1806, and from birth was basically the subject of an educational experiment to see what the human brain was actually capable of if pushed to its maximum capacity. The result was that, after having a nervous breakdown, John Stuart Mill became one of the greatest philosophers and political economists in British history, and just another 1 degree of separation in the endlessly fascinating social web of Francisco de Miranda. Anyway, during these years, Miranda and Mill undertook to translate and publish various treatises on Spanish America, mostly written by those old exiled Jesuit intellectuals. Mill would then review the translation in one of the liberal journals floating around out there, and use that review as a launching pad to espouse the cause of freedom in Spanish America. They ginned up enough enthusiasm that, as I briefly mentioned a few episodes back, Jeremy Bentham was making serious plans to move to Spanish America in 1809. Specifically, he was going to go to Mexico, where he thought he might set himself up as a constitutional expert for hire if and when the walls of Spanish tyranny finally came tumbling down. But Bentham couldn't secure the requisite visas from the Spanish embassy and eventually moved on to other projects. Now, in addition to his public PR campaign, Miranda also delved into a more secretive side of his independence project. Sometime in here, 1808, 1809, 1810, he founded an offshoot Freemasonic lodge called the Grand Reunion Lodge that he then deployed as an organizational tool to link South American patriots from across the continent into a single unified effort. As various exiles and dissidents would come through the house on Grafton Street from the Rio de la Plata or Chile or New Spain or Peru, Miranda would induct them into the lodge. And the membership roll of the Grand Reunion Lodge included nearly every prominent South American revolutionary, and their shared brotherhood was one of the underlying connections that allowed for whatever limited coordination took place during the Wars of Independence. Now, I have not talked about the Freemasons even once here on the Revolutions podcast, which I'm sure for some of you has been a noticeable dog that has not barked, because not only were a ton of the various revolutionaries in the American, French, and even Haitian Revolution Masons, the theory that all of these revolutions were actually the work of the Masons has long enjoyed a certain popular prominence. But I am personally skeptical of the idea that Freemasonry as an organization and movement were the secret drivers of these various revolutions. Yes, it was a secretive organization of enlightened liberalism, and many core Mason beliefs became cornerstones of the Atlantic Revolutionary era, but at the same time it was also just a fairly banal social club that included educated men on the rise from all walks of life who were looking to make connections with other prominent men. These guys might be radical in their politics, they were often indifferent in their politics, and some were indeed downright reactionary in their politics. And basically, when you start digging around, Masons don't just show up on the revolutionary side of the line, they show up on every side of the line. So it's not nearly as straightforward as like, oh, a bunch of Masons staged the American Revolution, and then Washington inducted Lafayette and sent him back to plot with the Duc d'Orléans to launch the French Revolution. And yes, all three of those guys were Masons. So mostly I've kept Masonry out of the narrative, because God knows we've had enough other stuff to talk about, but I have had some notion to do a little mini-series at some point to address all of this, the role of Masonry in the revolutions, because they are linked in the popular imagination. But I haven't yet committed to it because I can't decide where I stand on the theory that Adam Weishaupt killed George Washington and took his place at some point after the suppression of the Bavarian Illuminati in 1785, which would explain why the Washington who just wanted to retire peacefully to Mount Vernon after the war suddenly threw himself back into the bubbling cauldron of revolutionary politics, so I can still see both sides of the argument. Now, all of that said, the one place where you really do find all the Masons loaded over on the revolutionary side of the line is here in the Wars of Spanish-American Independence, and it's largely thanks to the role of Miranda's Grand Reunion Lodge. For one thing, Masonry was outlawed in the Spanish Empire, so it's not like there were many Masons roaming around out there to begin with, but even more importantly is the fact that the Grand Reunion Lodge was founded with an explicitly revolutionary goal. Once Miranda inducted the various exiles and dissidents, they would return home and seek out other like-minded revolutionaries and induct them into affiliated lodges. But really what's going on here is that these guys were revolutionaries who became Masons, rather than Masons who were then turned into revolutionaries. The kicker to all this here is that while Luis Lopez Mendez and Andres Bello were both confirmed to have been inducted by Miranda into the Grand Reunion Lodge here in 1810, there's not one shred of hard evidence that the most famous South American revolutionary of them all, Simón Bolívar, ever was. Now, I've seen it reported that he was, but a few years down the road, royalists would intercept a list of all the active Masons in Venezuela. Bello and Mendez's name were on the list, Bolívar's name was not. And then, during one of his phases of holding dictatorial power, Bolívar would issue an edict suppressing secret societies, which is not exactly something a Mason is going to do, unless it's a part of a larger conspiracy somehow. But whether he joined the Grand Reunion Lodge or not, Bolívar and Miranda were of one mind that events in Caracas must, absolutely must, be the beginning of independence. Miranda made the necessary arrangements for the three Venezuelans to meet with the British Foreign Secretary, who just so happened to be Richard Wellesley, brother of Arthur Wellesley. And I might as well mention at this point that the British ambassador to the Spanish Regency was Henry Wellesley, because at this point, the Wellesley brothers are basically running the Peninsular War like a little family project, like some craft brewery they've started up in the basement. Now, the delicacy here is that the British had a treaty with the Regency, against whom these three Venezuelans were in rebellion against. So Foreign Minister Wellesley took the meeting in his private home rather than at his office to avoid conferring official legitimacy to the South Americans. The first thing Wellesley tried to do was convince them that the Regency was not dead, that all was not lost in Spain, and that the British backed Patriot Spain 100%. Bolívar and company, meanwhile, had come to tell the British that they would not accept the Regency, this tossed-together, self-declared nothing that had no legitimacy and frankly had no ability to tell the Venezuelans what to do. The Americans had been kept in limbo for 2 years by the Central Junta, and they were done taking orders from Europe. But the Caracas Junta had also given super explicit instructions to their ambassadors that independence, true independence, was not the goal. They were now, and would forever remain, loyal to King Ferdinand. But of course, Bolívar is now the one doing the talking, and he just couldn't help himself. He argued that the war-torn Regency could not be expected to adequately govern the Americas, and that they could expect nothing from an imprisoned king. So, we're already on our own out there. I mean, you can see where I'm going with this. But Wellesley wouldn't follow. The British government was allies with the Regency, and he urged the Venezuelans to acknowledge the Regency, though he also implied that the British would be neutral. They would not support Venezuelan independence, but they also weren't about to spearhead a military effort to force them into allegiance. Now, an interesting wrinkle here is that the Venezuelans and British actually had the same aim. What the Caracas junta really wanted right now was the ability to trade freely with the British, and what the British wanted was the ability to trade freely with the Venezuelans. I mean, all of Spanish America, really. But they were coming at it from two different directions. The Venezuelans wanted to do this around the Regency. The British wanted to do it through the Regency, and they in fact now planned to use the threat of Spanish-American independence as leverage to force the Regency to grant the British trade concessions. And indeed, for the rest of 1810 and then all through 1811, Henry Wellesley, that third Wellesley brother, would be down in Cadiz offering to mediate the conflict between Spain and her colonies in exchange for British trading rights in the Americas. The final upshot from this meeting was that the British made it clear they would neither help nor hinder the Venezuelans, while Bolivar left having made it clear that he certainly believed this was all headed towards independence. And while Wellesley complimented Bolivar on the passion of his argument, he also noted wryly that in the stack of papers the Venezuelans had just handed him, they had accidentally left the private instructions not to discuss independence. But one guy who was always willing to talk independence was Francisco de Miranda, who was thrilled by the news coming out of Caracas and eager now to brain dump his life's work into Bolivar's head. And during the 2 months that Bolivar remained in London, he and Miranda conferred constantly. They were practically inseparable. Miranda introduced Bolivar all around London, and they would stay up late plotting Spanish-American independence, all the way down to Miranda's ideas for infrastructure improvements that could be undertaken after independence to improve the economic productivity of their country. They also agreed on one other thing. Unity of purpose was essential. One of those we all must hang together or surely we shall hang separately things. Now, Miranda and Bolivar had both read their Montesquieu and did not think it was practical or even possible to have all of Spanish America centralized under a single government. But large states roughly conforming to the boundaries of the four viceroyalties? That sounded perfect. Now, as we go forward, we're going to see that the Spanish-American revolutionaries, that is, setting aside unreconstructed conservatives who are opposed to all of this, could be divided along two axes. The x-axis was monarchist-republican. That is, do you want regional political autonomy under the sovereign umbrella of King Ferdinand, or do you really want pure independence? The y-axis was centralist-federalist. That is, do you want a strong central government ruling a large territory, or every city and province and region holding ultimate sovereignty over itself? And as we're about to see, the Caracas junta, for example, was pretty much in the quadrant monarchist-centralist. They wanted to rule Venezuela from Caracas, but planned to remain loyal to Ferdinand. Other guys out there were Republican Federalists or Monarchist Federalists. Miranda and Bolivar are both Republican Centralists. They favor independence and a strong central government. And through everything that is to come, through all the fighting and all the negotiations, Bolivar would never leave this quadrant. He would remain a Republican Centralist. The Venezuelan envoys then continued to meet informally with Foreign Minister Wellesley and his agents over the next few months, but neither side changed their positions. Believing he had now done what he came to do, Bolivar decided in September 1810 to return to Venezuela, and in the run-up to his departure, he lobbied Miranda hard to come with him, though Miranda was understandably reluctant. The Leander expedition had been a disaster. I mean, he was now 60 years old, he had a wife and children, and frankly, a very comfortable, respectable life in London. But Bolivar painted a picture very similar to the one Miranda had long ago painted for himself, that Miranda would return home to Caracas a liberating hero. And finally, Bolivar convinced the old man to come home. Now, the two men intended to take the same ship home at the end of September 1810, but Bolivar would again be traveling courtesy of the Royal Navy, and at the last minute, Foreign Minister Wellesley decided it would be too provocative to the Regency for the British Navy to transport Miranda back to Venezuela, since everyone in Europe and the Americas knew that Miranda only had one thing on his mind: independence. So while Bolivar departed England on September the 22nd, Miranda was delayed until he could secure passage on a private ship, and he did not depart until October the 3rd. Andres Bello and Luis Lopez Mendez, meanwhile, stayed behind in London. Bello got working on an intellectual PR campaign, and Mendez ultimately became the great logistical organizer for Bolivar's patriot armies over the next decade, and he was so important to the cause that Bolivar would later say that it was Mendez who we should all actually be calling the liberator. As Bolivar and Miranda set to depart, the 4th and 5th rebellions that I talked about at the beginning of today's episode rocked Spanish America, and they hit almost simultaneously, even though they occurred on opposite sides of the empire. Down in Santiago, Chile, the local criollo had now learned not just of the fall of the Central Junta, but also of the May Revolution over in Buenos Aires. Inspired by the example of the Rio de la Plata, the locals of Santiago convened an open meeting of their town council on September the 18th, 1810. They deposed the local governor, who was a no-good, very bad man, and declared themselves autonomous under an independent junta. September the 18th is now Chilean Independence Day and would mark the beginning of the Chilean War of Independence. Then way up in New Spain, the really big revolt finally broke. On September the 16th, 1810, the radical Father Hidalgo issued his famous Cry of Dolores that kicked off the beginning of the Mexican War of Independence, a tumultuous conflict that would engulf Mexico all the way until 1821, and which I said in the first episode of this series we are not going to get into. But just know that New Spain right now is also exploding into a revolutionary mess. What I do want to talk about, though, is another key event that took place in September 1810, the convening in Cadiz of the Cortes. As I mentioned in passing 2 episodes back, since the beginning of the Peninsular War, the British have been pressing the Patriot Spaniards to convene a real representative body that would enjoy greater political legitimacy than the self-declared juntas, or now the self-declared Regency, which, as you can see, the Americans are rejecting. So just before fleeing Seville in January 1810, the Central Junta agreed to put out a call to convene a General Cortes. Now, you probably don't remember this, but back in episode 5.1, we briefly discussed the Cortes, which operated a bit like the French Estates General. It was an old medieval council composing the nobility, the clergy, and the commons. And what was on the table now was creating a pan-imperial Cortes that would resemble kind of the early days of the National Assembly, with representatives drawn from all the various Spanish administrative provinces and all the American provinces dumping into one congressional body. The call to join this Cortes would then supersede the call to join the Central Junta, which was fine because, like I said, none of the American representatives, save for one, ever made it to the Central Junta before it collapsed anyway. So the situation in Iberia during 1810 was grim, but there was enough stability that the Regency could now move forward with the plan to call the Cortes. Now, over the summer, the French had launched the third invasion of Portugal, but by then, Arthur Wellesley, future Duke of Wellington, had constructed major defensive lines around Lisbon that halted the French advance and ultimately forced them into retreat, which would then lead to a general stalemate in 1811 that would give way to an Allied offensive in 1812. But in the summer of 1810, most of Spain was still occupied by the French, and Cadiz wound up being really the last city standing, so patriotic refugees streamed into the port from all over occupied Spain. Cadiz was now a bulging mass of people from all over the empire, since it already included a community of Americans and residents, and it was from this available population that the first batch of delegates to the Cortes were drawn. On September the 24th, 1810, the first assembly of the Cortes convened, and in that first assembly, there were 104 delegates, 30 of them American-born. One of them was actually Bolivar's uncle Esteban, the one who he had lived with as a teenager during his first stay in Madrid, the guy who had eventually gotten himself tossed in jail. Now, the first thing the Cortes did was declare itself to be the seat of Spanish sovereignty and sole generator of Spanish law, which did not sit well with the existing 5-man regency, but in the ensuing little power struggle, the Cortes emerged victorious, and one by one, each of the 5 regents was forced out of office. The old regency was then replaced with a new 3-man body that would be there to execute the laws passed by the Cortes. So the first thing the American delegates tried to do was establish the principle of equal representation. The original decree sent out by the Central Junta had several clauses that we don't need to get into, but the big one is that Spaniards would be represented at a rate of 1 delegate per 50,000 people, while Americans would be represented at a rate of 1 delegate per 100,000 people, and not just people, but a rate of 1 per 100,000 whites. Which, I mean, at this point, the vast majority of the American population is Indian or black, mestizo, pardo, or some further combination thereof. So on day 2 of the Cortes, the American delegates presented a proposal to make their delegation equal at a rate of 1 per 50,000 free subjects of the king. And here lay the fate of the future of the Spanish Empire. Because at the time, it was believed that Spain had a population of about 10.5 million, while the Americas had a population of 15 to 16 million. Now, historians have decided that latter number is probably inflated, but the implication here was obvious. Equal representation for the Americans meant an American-dominated Cortes, full stop, which even for enlightened peninsular liberals, this was an intolerable shift in the balance of power. Plus, the Spaniards had one very strong rejoinder. The raw population in the Americas may be 15 to 16 million, but everyone knew that the Criollo elite would be the ones deciding who represented the Americas. So in effect, quote-unquote equal representation would give a tiny minority of American whites, who numbered maybe 2 to 3 million, a controlling majority of the seats in the Cortes. Now, this being a not unreasonable counterpoint, the two sides worked out a compromise that would have major implications for the future and represent a sea change in thinking about what constituted a citizen inside the Spanish Empire. After much wrangling, the two sides agreed on October the 15th to a new formulation. Free subjects who could trace both sides of their ancestry back to Spanish domains would be considered for the purposes of representation, those domains being Europe or America, which very, very obviously left out anyone from Africa. So on the one hand, this is a pretty remarkable extension of political and civil rights not just to mestizo, but also to full-blooded Indians, all of whom were now legally equal to the purest pure white peninsular. But this was accomplished specifically by eliminating blacks and mixed-race pardos from the equation. Now, for the guys sitting in the Cortes, this all looked pretty good. The Americans would get more delegates, but by not counting anyone with African blood, the Peninsulares still held a majority of the seats. But this new formulation turned out to be kind of disastrous, because, for example, in Venezuela, the Indian and mestizo population wasn't especially big, while the population of those with African blood was. And as we were about to see, those guys at this very moment are actually the strongest supporters of the Regency in Venezuela against Republican centralists like Bolivar. And guess how loyal they will stay when word comes across the Atlantic that they have just been excluded from the imperial government. Now, before we head back to Venezuela for the arrival of Bolivar and Miranda, I'll mention one other thing that would also help sink the legitimacy of the Cortes in the Americas. On December the 11th, the American delegates presented 11 propositions representing the core components of what they wanted out of the new order. Now, number 1 was recognition of the October 15 decree on equal representation. But the rest came down to various angles of free trade, no monopolies, unrestricted imports and exports, elimination of various taxes, equal access to government posts and the civil service. Number 11, though, returned to a long-held American grievance, demanding the return of the Jesuits. Now, the problem with this list of free trade proposals, and indeed one of the fatal problems with the Cortes in general, was that the patriotic government was physically housed in Cadiz. And since 1717, Cadiz had been the monopoly port of entry and exit for all American trade. And even after the Free Trade Decree of 1776, Cadiz still accounted for something like 90% of the American trade. The Cadiz merchant houses were still incredibly powerful, and they now had the government planted right in their front yard. And the really big stick the Cadiz merchants now held over the Cortes was that the patriotic war effort relied exclusively on taxes and revenues from the Americas for funding. And all those taxes and revenues were handled by the Cadiz merchants. It was kind of like they were a wholly independent treasury department. And so when the Americans presented the Cortes with a list of free trade demands, the Cadiz merchants were right there to tell the peninsular delegates, look, you do what you want. All we're saying is there might be problems releasing the revenue you need to go fight the French if you try to undermine our monopolies in the Americas, and you can imagine who won those battles. And so even as the Cortes hoped that their new government would coax the rebellious Americans back into line, their idealistic liberal fantasies never much materialized in reality, and the reality wound up being way more important to the Americans than the fantasy. So coming back now to Venezuela, Simón Bolívar arrived back in Caracas on December the 5th, just a few days before the American delegates presented the 11 propositions. He looked around, took stock of what had happened in the 6 months that he had been absent, and did not like what he saw. The Caracas junta had taken a decidedly conservative turn, and were now even more monarchist than when he had left. Meanwhile, efforts to bring the other Venezuelan cities under the leadership of the Caracas junta had mostly failed in the face of federalist resistance. The other principal cities in the province, like Maracaibo and Valencia and Coro, had gone ahead and formed their own juntas, but they refused to say, oh yeah, we'll let the guys in Caracas call all the shots. I mean, why should they get to run themselves, but not us? So Bolívar is a Republican centralist who finds himself surrounded by either monarchists on the one hand, federalists on the other, or, horror of horrors, a combination of the two. And this is all to say nothing of the large black and Pardo population I just talked about who is filling the streets of Caracas. They were convinced that any separation from Spain would leave them at the mercy of now unchecked Criollo race prejudice, and things for them would get worse than ever. Remember, in the latter days of the Bourbon reforms, the Peninsulare officials coming in were enforcing rollbacks to the racial caste system, rollbacks that had been opposed by the Criollo, who now controlled the juntas, who were saying we don't take orders from Peninsular officials anymore. The Caracas junta, though, had done a number of things Bolívar approved of. They wasted no time, for example, enacting the now standard issue Big White Reform Package. They abolished all export duties, ended the much-hated sales tax, they declared free and open trade with every other nation, and they committed themselves to home rule, though under the sovereignty of King Ferdinand. They also replaced the peninsular-dominated Audiencia, most of whose members had already fled anyway, with the Criollo-dominated High Court. They also called for the convening of a province-wide Congress that would meet in Caracas using a version of the old active-passive citizen distinction we talked about during the French Revolution. So property owners would be allowed to vote and be represented, the landless poor would not. But they did go a little bit further than we've seen so far, except for the Little La Paz Revolution of 1809. The Caracas junta voted to end what little Indian forced labor still existed in Venezuela, and then they abolished the special Indian tribute that the Indians had been forced to pay all these years. They also voted to outlaw the slave trade. Now, they are not outlawing slavery, just the trade. And I've not seen this argued anywhere, but I personally wonder how much of this was to bring Venezuelan trade policy in line with the British Slave Trade Act of 1807, because the British were bound to be one of their principal trading partners for the foreseeable future, and they had already abolished the slave trade. But that is 100% speculation on my part. Miranda arrived just a few days after Bolívar. He showed up on December the 10th, and he would immediately discover that the young firebrand had possibly oversold the situation in Venezuela. Bolívar did manage to hustle together a crowd to go greet Miranda at the docks when he arrived, and in anticipation for what he thought was going to be a momentous occasion, Miranda emerged from the ship wearing nothing less than his old French Revolutionary general's uniform. But it soon became clear how manufactured the greeting really was. Only one member of the Caracas junta attended the welcome ceremony, and he was only there to deliver a curt greeting to the old exile before departing. Not only was the membership of the junta now trending monarchist and conservative, Most of those guys were also in their mid to late 30s. They had literally not been born yet when Miranda last actually lived amongst them. Remember, he hasn't lived in Venezuela since 1771. So to them, he was the embarrassment of the Leander expedition, a troublemaker exile working for the British, not somebody to be embraced. And there's even some historical debate about whether the junta had told Bolívar not to make contact with Miranda while in London, like that was even possible. Mostly, though, they didn't trust him, and they really didn't want him around. So Miranda took up lodgings with Bolívar until he could secure a place of his own to live, and while the junta didn't quite know what to do with him and didn't really want him, he did have a few friends and pen pals from his years in exile, and as we just discussed, probably a few fellow Masons around. So the junta commissioned him lieutenant general in the militia, with commensurate pay and privileges. But this was more of a snub than anything else, because clearly Miranda has been led to believe, or he led himself to believe, that he would be made like Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Venezuelan Patriot Army. I mean, there was literally no one in Venezuela with a longer and more distinguished war record than him. With elections to the coming Congress underway, and the junta trying to keep more radical Republicans at arm's length, Miranda and Bolívar then set out to wage something no one in Caracas had ever seen before, a real, actual political campaign. Miranda was by now well-versed in British-style electioneering, and since no one else had a clue about it, he and Bolívar and their allies pretty much had the floor to themselves. The first thing they did, and I really do love this, and it's why it's the title of the episode, they identified a sleepy little trade organization called the Patriotic Society for the Development of Agriculture and Livestock. Presumably, it was a group of ranchers lobbying to make sure the junta included their interests in all the economic reforms they were passing. Well, Bolívar, Miranda, and a small cadre of allies walked into the Patriotic Society one day, signed themselves up as members, and then just took it over, turning it into a party machine for the advancement of their more radical agenda. Because remember, kids, sometimes it's easier to go take over an existing organization than trying to start a whole new one from scratch. From their base in the Patriotic Society, they then took over a newspaper and started pumping out editorials and pamphlets and sending Miranda around to give speeches. Now, Miranda is incredibly charming and charismatic, of course, but more importantly, he could speak eloquently to the mostly mixed-race crowds about the humiliation his own family had endured at the hands of the arrogant Criollo, just because the Mirandas came from the Canary Islands. Miranda then managed to secure himself a place in the new Congress as a delegate from the town of Pau. And then came the really big coup. The Patriotic Society secured control of the Caracas Gazette, the paper of record in the capital city, which they then used to pump out more pro-independence editorials, which now had something resembling an official seal of approval. The more conservative Criollo just couldn't keep up with this organized rallying of public opinion that they had frankly never encountered before. On March the 2nd, 1811, the Congress finally met, 31 members from 7 outlying provinces, but not nearly all of Venezuela was represented because the problem of federalism would continue to plague them. The Congress proceeded to try to create the foundations for an autonomous government and the permanent implementation of their slate of big white reforms. But at the end of June 1811, a scandal rocked the Congress, and suddenly the great issue Miranda and Bolívar had been working towards and rallying public opinion towards was at hand. It turned out that one of the congressmen was a plant whose loyalties actually lay with the Regency back in Spain. At the end of June, he bundled up confidential War Department assessments of Venezuela's defenses and skipped town. So on July the 1st, one of the congressmen rose and said, "We need to decide this issue of political sovereignty once and for all. Are we going to live under the thumbs of the Peninsulares forever, or aren't we?" The Patriotic Society then sprang into action, creating a healthy buzz in the Caracas streets in favor of declaring total independence. And on the night of July the 4th, the auspicious date not lost on those who knew their recent history of the United States, Bolívar led a great revelry of speech-making inside the Patriotic Society in favor of independence. Then on July the 5th, 1811, the Congress met, and they listened as Miranda read war dispatches from Spain. The war was now starting to go in favor of the Spanish and the British, and in the heat of this particular moment, this struck a note of fear in their hearts rather than joy. Because once the French had been expelled and Spain reconsolidated, it was inevitable that the old regime would try to come back and undo everything that they have now done over the past year. Whether you were a monarchist or a republican, it was obvious that maintaining home rule meant acting now before it was too late. With only one dissenting vote, the Congress voted to declare independence, and the First Republic of Venezuela was born. Next time, we will cover the first year of the First Republic of Venezuela in all of its ignoble glory. And I do say next time because I'll be taking next week off, mostly to focus on riding the storm before the storm. But when we return in 2 weeks, we will watch things go really not great for the patriotic cause. Because the Declaration of Independence may have seemed like the final culmination of something, but it turned out to be little more than a false start. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.9, God's Divine Wrath. On July the 5th, 1811, Venezuela declared independence from Spain. Well, at least part of Venezuela declared independence from Spain. The Congress that had convened in Caracas lacked representatives from most of the western half of the province, as no other major city wanted to be ruled by Caracas. And then, on the other side, there was the matter of who exactly they were declaring independence from. Most of Spain at this point was being ruled by the French Bonaparte monarchy that nobody had recognized since its inception way back in 1808. So really, the Congress in Caracas was declaring independence from the Regency that was holed up in the port of Cadiz, and its allegedly pan-imperial Cortes that had been convened there. So the Declaration of Independence was really some guys in the region around Caracas declaring independence from another group of guys who were trapped in Cadiz. But still, it was a momentous day, and the patriots in Caracas, Simón Bolívar and Francisco de Miranda chief among them, set out to make their play for freedom permanent. Today is the story of their abject failure to do so. The mood in Caracas immediately after the Declaration of Independence was jubilant and turbulent. Gangs of patriotic citizens, the kind that had been roused to life by the Patriotic Society for the Development of Agriculture and Livestock, marched around harassing and disarming all remaining peninsulares and anyone suspected of being a royalist, that is, anyone who still professed loyalty to King Ferdinand. And though the mixed-race Pardo community and even the free blacks in the capital were wary of the new regime, for the first few weeks they joined in the excitement. They joined militias and requested full and equal access to all offices and opportunities. And they really did hope that maybe this would be the start of a real egalitarian liberation project. They would be very disappointed on that front. Now, the backlash in Caracas at this point, though, was pretty minimal. On July the 11th, a small insurrection broke out in the northwest part of the city, but it turned out to be 60 guys and was easily crushed. 16 of them were summarily executed, hanged, and their bodies then dismembered. But elsewhere, dangers to the new republic rose up on multiple fronts. The most obvious was that the other major cities in Venezuela, Maracaibo, Coro, Valencia, had never sent representatives to the Congress, and they were not interested in taking orders from it. And indeed, when Caracas declared independence, those cities in western Venezuela just as loudly proclaimed their continued loyalty to King Ferdinand. But if you remember from last time, we talked about the 4 quadrants of Spanish-American revolutionaries, right? You had your monarchist centralists, which is what the old Caracas junta had been. Then you had Republican centralists like Bolívar and Miranda, Republican Federalists, which is what the first Congress is actually going to morph into as they try to appease these Western cities, and then Monarchist Federalists, which is what those Western cities were. So they were pledging fealty to the king, but they were also demanding local home rule. They intended to be as free from Cadiz as they were from Caracas, just under the umbrella of their shared sovereign, King Ferdinand. But the even bigger danger looming over the new republic was that the elite criollo serving in the Caracas Congress had no intention of touching the racial caste system. Yes, they made a few grand rhetorical gestures and had gone so far as to outlaw the slave trade, but for them, freedom meant freedom for the elite criollo, not necessarily for anybody else. So for example, any slave that thought that the end of the slave trade might mean the end of slavery was immediately disabused of that notion. Then the free blacks and pardos who joined the Patriot militias found themselves dumped in segregated companies run by white officers. Then, as Peninsulares abandoned their various posts, criollos stepped into the void without doing much to offer anyone else a shot at those jobs. It soon became clear to the non-white population of Venezuela that their initial suspicions were true. Freedom meant freedom for the whites, not for anybody else. And the Congress did not help matters by moving forward with their own version of the active-passive citizen distinction. So property holders, like themselves, could expect both civil rights and political rights, the right to vote and to stand for office. But everybody else would have to settle for mere civil rights, protection from abuse, but no active participation in government. Now, for the circle surrounding guys like Miranda and Bolivar, this attitude was massively counterproductive. Most of the population was poor, or they were mixed race, or they were both. So the best way to survive as a new republic in a dangerous world was to harness the energy of the whole population, get them all pulling in the same direction, not go looking for ways to cut out huge swaths of that population and set them down on the sidelines. And it's worth noting, too, here, that Miranda and Bolivar and other members of the Patriotic Society did skew more radically enlightened on matters of race and class, especially Miranda. He's not a slave owner at this point, and his contact with reformers like William Wilberforce had made him far more broad-minded than most of his contemporaries. Bolivar, meanwhile, was also not wedded to the caste system, and if clinging to it undermined the legitimacy of the new republic, then he was happy to ditch it, or at least reform it. But he was still a slave owner, and his worldview hadn't yet shaken off all of its old prejudices. And all that said, both men were acutely afraid that this would all turn into the Haitian Revolution, and so they would never press anyone to move too far or too fast on the subject of race. But by entrenching local white rule, the Republicans opened a huge breach for the Royalists to step into. Royalist agitators started going around educating the blacks and the pardos about the obvious intention of the Caracas Congress to enshrine elite white rule as the order of the new republic. And taking the lead in that effort were members of the Catholic Church. From the Archbishop of Caracas on down to local parish priests, the word went out that a bunch of selfish radicals in Caracas were trying to spit in the face of both God and the king, and that following them down the path to hell would be their ruin. It was not a particularly hard sell, and pretty soon, almost the entire mixed-race population of Venezuela had abandoned the republic. I mean, it was not unlike the coloreds of Saint-Domingue sticking with the French in the face of big white push for home rule, because, I mean, you call it home rule and you call it freedom, but I'm personally going to have it even worse than ever, so why should I support you? And then on top of that, Royalists started taking an even more radical line. They went out amongst the slaves and told them that, nope, you guys are just going to be kept in chains forever, you're going to have to break them for yourselves. And in all regions containing major commercial estates, slave uprisings became an endemic problem, which only made the Congress dig in even harder. Now, though I've been talking about Miranda and Bolivar as if they both agree about everything, cracks were now beginning to open up between them that will come to a head at the end of today's episode. And these cracks seem to have followed two principal fault lines. The first was simply that friction exists between any two ambitious, egotistical men, which Miranda and Bolivar both certainly were, especially when you throw in the fact that one is old and wants deference, and the other is young and wants respect. The other fault line, though, was that Miranda apparently had a running feud with the Del Toro family, especially with the family patriarch, the Marquis Del Toro. These two did not see eye to eye on much of anything, and of course the Del Toros are also Bolivar's old in-laws, and were amongst his closest friends. I mean, for all intents and purposes, they were his family, and he remained close to them throughout this period of partnership with Miranda. Meanwhile, Miranda was getting a little annoyed at Bolivar's divided loyalties, especially after Congress sprayed some gas on the feud when they made Del Toro Minister of War over Miranda. Bolivar is just caught in the middle of all this. But the Marquis Del Toro was not going to turn out to have been a very good choice for Minister of War, and he would fail the very first test that the Republic faced. On July the 19th, an armed insurrection broke out in the town of Valencia, which is west of Caracas. The mostly mixed-race population swore allegiance to King Ferdinand and rejected the authority of the Caracas Congress. This now being a major test of resolve, the Marquis Del Toro organized the armed forces at the Republic's disposal and marched on Valencia. But the old Marquis wasn't really a military commander, nor his men really soldiers. At the first sign of real resistance in Valencia, they retreated without putting up much of a fight at all. So the embarrassed Congress then had to turn back to Miranda and say, okay, you are now the commander-in-chief of the army, please go subdue Valencia. But before Miranda could leave to take up his command, the strain between him and Bolivar spilled out into the open. Now, Bolivar naturally expected to be taken along with Miranda, but Miranda told the Congress not to assign Bolivar to any important position in the military, and that he was in fact a dangerous young man. When Bolivar heard about this, he stormed into the Congress and blustered about his aggrieved honor, and he did kind of have a point. But the situation was ultimately resolved when the Marquis Del Toro, who was still over in Valencia, would take Bolivar onto his personal staff at the rank of lieutenant colonel. So General Miranda and Lieutenant Colonel Bolivar arrived at Valencia with some reinforcements at the end of July, bringing the total size of the Patriot army to somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 men, almost all of them white. And they fought against about 750 men who were defending the town walls of Valencia, almost all of them mixed race. But despite the numerical advantage, Miranda was not impressed with his army. Most of his troops lacked proper guns, and they had never undertaken any kind of official training. In fact, many of them had been persuaded to do their patriotic duty and join the army at the end of a sharp sword, if you catch my drift. And thus began Miranda's very bad relationship with the rank and file. He was dismissive of them and very condescending, saying that they were an absolutely rotten lot, the worst soldiers he had ever seen. He frequently spoke in English and French, which did nothing to make them think that he was actually one of them, and that doesn't even get into his tactics, which they were not too thrilled about. Because upon arrival, Miranda staged a first attack that saw his main column walk into a cannon ambush that resulted in heavy casualties and the failure of the attack. So then Miranda regrouped, surrounded Valencia, and successfully cut off their water supply. He then was able to launch a second and far more successful attack, but he took a play out of the old French Revolutionary playbook and just threw his superior numbers at the enemy, hoping to overwhelm them, whatever the human cost. So on August the 13th, Valencia did finally capitulate, but the combined dead and wounded on the Patriot side numbered as much as 50% of the army. So it's pretty safe to say that Francisco de Miranda was not the most popular general in the history of the world. The battles around Valencia, though, also marked the first time Simón Bolívar saw combat, and by all accounts, he performed exceptionally well. He was brave, cool under pressure, a natural leader in the chaos of war. I mean, even Miranda, who had tried to keep him off the battlefield, not only recommended Bolívar for medals, but also afforded him the honor of being the man to carry news of the capture of Valencia back to Caracas. Now, Bolívar's first brush with war here is not going to end well, as we soon shall see, but the attributes that would make him such a remarkable and beloved general, unlike Miranda, were all present at Valencia. Despite this victory, though, the Republic was unable, or maybe unwilling, to make further military inroads. The Congress didn't really want to be fighting a civil war against their brothers in Coro and Maracaibo. Miranda especially was not happy that after finally being made commander-in-chief of the great patriot army of independent Venezuela, that he was fighting a civil war against other Venezuelans, rather than a war of liberation against the hated Spanish. So military action took a backseat to political maneuvering, and as the Congress worked on the Constitution that they hoped would define the government of the new republic, they tried to include as many olive branches as possible that would bring all of Venezuela over to their side. Now, as these patriots in Caracas tried to really make the French Republic work, the Cortes in Cadiz was in a similar bind as they tried to craft a new liberal constitution that would govern the Spanish Empire. 1811 was a year of stalemate in the Peninsular War, this being the era where something like 350,000 French troops had been brought into the peninsula, but most of them have been dispersed in garrisons or guarding supply routes and under constant demoralizing harassment by local Spanish guerrillas. But the sword of Damocles hanging over Cadiz had been somewhat secured, and so the Cortes spent the back half of 1811 crafting the framework of a constitutional monarchy that they hoped would govern the Spanish Empire after the hopefully inevitable expulsion of the French. The document they ultimately produced was indeed very liberal, and took many elements from the early constitutions of the French Revolution, so sovereignty would now lay with the people, not with the king, and more than that, it would lay with the whole people. Borrowing from that old concept of the French nation one and indivisible, the members of the Cortes tried to codify that there was no longer a mother country and colonies or even separate kingdoms under a single crown, but rather just one Spain. Whether you lived in Lima or Mexico City or Madrid or Manila, one Spain, one law. But as we discussed last time, who counted as a Spaniard in this one Spain now lay in the compromise that had already been hashed out over the issue of representation in the Cortes. Those who could trace their lineage to Spanish dominions in Europe or America were counted. If you could trace your lineage back to Africa, you were not. So on the one hand, this is a pretty radical admission that all the Indians and mestizo are equal to whites, but it shut out the blacks and pardos. And this was a compromise that would come back to bite them because, as we just saw, and as we will continue to see, the blacks and the pardos are absolutely ready to pledge their loyalty to the Cadiz government, but the Cadiz government is sitting there pretending like they don't even exist. Now, we don't need to worry too much else about the Constitution of 1812, as it would become known, because while the guys in the Cortes were happy with it, it limited the powers of the king, it made the Cortes the creators of all law, it put the monarchy on a fixed allowance, none of it was really ever going to be put into practice. When the Restoration did finally come, King Ferdinand VII planned to pretend like nothing at all had changed since the day he abdicated the throne back in 1808, and he certainly wasn't planning on accepting the liberal constitution of 1812. But that was still in the future. For the moment, the problem with the Constitution was that it failed to really do much to appease the Americans. As we also discussed last week, the American principal demands were for free trade and equal rights and home rule, and those were all pretty much brushed aside. Because even as they talked about one Spain, the peninsular delegates of the Cortes couldn't shake their unconscious prejudice against the Americans as simply an inferior breed, to rule over, not rule with. And the Cadiz merchants were not going to let anybody undo their trade privileges. So while the Constitution of 1812 is justly celebrated in Spain as a liberal, enlightened document, I mean, hey look, freedom of the press, it did nothing to bring the Americans back into the fold or halt the spread of these independence movements. New Spain was currently being overrun by revolutionary armies, although Father Hidalgo himself was captured and executed in July 1811. And then down in the Rio de la Plata, the convoluted little revolution/civil war was unfolding with equal fury, and over in Chile, a liberal Republican regime had successfully tossed out their governor, and they were busy writing their own independent constitution. So in the face of all this turmoil, and the threat it posed to peninsular trade and revenue, the Cadiz government undertook measures to pacify the American domains and force them to recognize their authority, and then eventually, when they promulgated it, the Constitution of 1812. And in particular, it was the Cadiz merchants who undertook this project of pacification, seeing as how they were the only people with any money to pay for anything. So over the winter of 1811-1812, the merchants started outfitting expeditions to the various trouble spots in the Americas to reinforce peninsular authority. Now, of course, with the Peninsular War still raging, it's not like they could just send huge armies to put the rebels down. And by the spring of 1812, only about 6,000 men total would be sent over to the Western Hemisphere, but most of those who were sent were officers, and they also took with them weapons and ammunition and supplies to reinforce locals who were still loyal to Spain. And as we're about to see, a couple hundred well-armed soldiers could recruit and train armies of counter-revolutionary locals to fight for the cause. Now, speaking of constitutions that were never actually going to be implemented, in December 1811, the Caracas Congress finally completed theirs, and much to the dismay of Bolivar and Miranda, it was a self-consciously federalist piece of work. As I said, it was designed mostly to coax wary towns like Maracaibo and Coro into the Union. They also moved the capital from Caracas to Valencia to try to prove that the government would not be held hostage by the Caracas aristocracy. It also did nothing about the social and racial hierarchy of the Republic, aside from permanently abolishing the special tribute paid by the Amerindian communities. Now, this seems pretty benevolent until you realize that they paid that tribute in lieu of any other taxes or obligations to the state. So lifting the tribute meant they were now liable to be taxed by Caracas at a rate higher than the tribute had ever been. So it's safe to say that the Criollo leadership of the First Republic had pretty much alienated everyone by the time the first new Congress under the Constitution convened in March 1812. Now, when that Congress convened, the man who would destroy them in the end, the man who would become the bane of the patriot cause, had already landed in Coro. His name was Domingo de Monteverde. Monteverde was a native of the Canary Islands and a career naval officer. When he arrived in Venezuela, he was simply a frigate captain, nothing more and nothing less. He arrived to support the efforts of the man who had been appointed by the Cortes to become the new Captain General of Venezuela, a Cuban-born officer named Fernando Miyares. Coro welcomed the small force of soldiers and marines and sailors that arrived with the new Captain General to reassert loyalty to Spain, and Coro became the base of the anti-republican campaign of 1812. But though Miyares was supposed to be the ultimate authority in that campaign, Monteverde proved himself to be so resourceful, aggressive, and independent to the point of insubordinate that the frigate captain was in short order the de facto commander-in-chief of the Royalist Army. In early March 1812, Monteverde was dispatched along with a couple of hundred men to link up with a pro-royalist insurrection in a small town just south of Coro and due west of Caracas. He entered this town on March the 17th and immediately exceeded his orders by recruiting reinforcements from the local population. Again, we're talking about mostly mixed-race guys here, and his intention was then to advance on Caracas and recruit all along the road. I mean, really, this is the plan that Miranda had once envisioned for himself during the Leander expedition, except now in reverse. So in March of 1812, things are looking not great for the Republic. Successfully defending themselves from all the dangers that surrounded them was not going to be easy, and then a whole new danger lurched up out of nowhere when the Republic was attacked by no less an enemy than Almighty God. And it's never great for your cause when God comes out against you. So if you remember back 2 episodes ago, the coup that ousted Captain General Emperon took place on April the 19th, 1810. But more significantly, it took place during Holy Week on Maundy Thursday. Well, since Easter wanders around the calendar like a drunk stumbling home from the bar, in 1812, Maundy Thursday landed not on April the 19th, but on March the 26th. And so it was that on this spiritual second anniversary, disaster struck Caracas. Massive, unfathomable disaster. By the afternoon of March the 26th, 1812, all the churches in town were packed with parishioners, and the cathedral itself, one of the oldest and largest buildings in the city, was filled to the brim. In their barracks, soldiers prepared for parade, and out in the streets, everybody went about their business as if nothing was about to happen. But then at 4 p.m., a massive earthquake hit. It shook the city for the better part of 2 minutes. Now, obviously, there's no way to know what the quake measured on the Richter scale, but the scale of destruction could only mean that it was huge. The great cathedral, it was demolished to its foundations. It crushed everyone inside. All those other churches, demolished to their foundations. In fact, nearly every major municipal structure was leveled to its foundations. There was a degree to which if you were inside when the earthquake hit, you were just dead. For the next 30 minutes, dust and screams and crashes and chaos swirled as the dazed residents of Caracas tried, through their shock, to register what had just happened. I mean, what do you do first when everywhere you look is just sudden, complete destruction? How do you even process it? That 30 minutes ended when the first major aftershock hit, which took down any structure still hanging on for dear life, and many of those who lived through the first quake did not make it through the aftershock. Now, I haven't been able to track down exactly where Francisco de Miranda was during all of this, but I would guess that he was up in Valencia. But everybody knows where Bolívar was because it became a part of his growing legend. He was immediately spotted on top of a pile of rubble in a loose shirt, organizing efforts to dig out what, if any, survivors could be found. I mean, Bolívar is legitimately great at this sort of thing. The whole running towards the fire to help rather than running away from the fire to stay safe. And on top of this pile of rubble, he is alleged to have shouted, "If nature itself decides to oppose us, we will fight and force her to obey." Without tools or time to actually think anything through, Bolívar and the others dug with their bare hands. There weren't very many survivors, though, and soon the screams subsided and the bodies started to pile up. So many bodies that a mass grave was deemed insufficient, and anonymous funeral pyres began to be lit across the city. Estimates are, of course, estimates that have been passed down through the years, but conservatively, the death toll was somewhere between 15 and 20,000. The Caracas earthquake of 1812 was a catastrophic tragedy in human terms, and it was also the beginning of the end of the First Republic. The royalist clergy wasted 0.0 seconds before blaming the tragedy on God's divine wrath. Caracas had turned its back on God and the king, and look at what has happened. Now, I mean, the clergy would have exploited the earthquake had it happened at any point, but Maundy Thursday, the anniversary of the coup, it was impossible to ignore. And there is a more apocryphal story surrounding the legend of Bolívar that he happened across a priest in the immediate aftermath of the quake telling the day's survivors to repent and turn back to the light of God and the king, and Bolívar pulled out a saber and chased the priest off. But let's face it, the earthquake as divine retribution was a story that was going to have legs. And the icing on the top of the cake was that over the next few weeks it became clear where the earthquake had caused the most destruction. And all of that destruction was in Patriot-held Republican territory. Cities that had stayed loyal to God and the king, like Maracaibo and Coro, they were all fine and dandy. So in the weeks and months that followed, many families who had gone along with the Republic until now said, "Nope, I am done. I am going back to God and the king." With this major crisis at hand, the Caracas Congress reconvened and decided extraordinary measures were needed. On April the 23rd, 1812, they appointed Francisco de Miranda generalissimo with dictatorial powers. And for all intents and purposes, Miranda's word was now law, at least wherever the Republic's authority extended, which was fewer and fewer places by the day. With Monteverde's army continuing to advance east, Miranda decided on May the 3rd that he could not hold Valencia, and he retreated, leaving the once rebellious city to fall back into rebellion, though at this point it was kind of hard to tell who the quote-unquote rebels really were. But though I'm obviously now moving us towards the inevitable fall of the First Venezuelan Republic, the armed forces Miranda commanded still vastly outnumbered those of Monteverde. Miranda at this point had about 5,000 men under arms. Now, not all of them were in one place, but they did number far more than the 1,500 or so who now formed the core of Monteverde's army. But again, Those guys under Miranda's command are not well armed or trained, and many had been pressed into service, so who knows what would happen if you actually tried to get them to fight for you. They'd probably all desert at this point. So rather than attacking, Miranda settled into a strategy of cautious defense. After retreating out of Valencia at the beginning of May, he just kept retreating until he arrived in the town of La Victoria on June the 20th. Now there, the Patriots were attacked by Monteverde's forces, and the Patriots acquitted themselves actually quite well. They didn't desert, they actually fought and won the battle. But either because Miranda had lost his edge, or felt the moral energy of the Patriot cause slipping away, or maybe he was just never that great of a commander to begin with, he did not follow up on this victory and try to turn the tide. Instead, he settled in like he really was just waiting for the end to come. Now, meanwhile, Bolivar, a man who would always fight, who would never desert, and who would always push for more aggressive action, was currently sitting glumly in the city of Puerto Cabello. After becoming dictator, Miranda had given Bolivar the critical job of defending this critical port city, which had in it a fort that happened to contain all of the Patriots' heavy guns and ammunitions. It was really the Republican storehouse. This was a very important job, but it also looked a lot like Miranda was once again trying to keep Bolivar back from the front lines. And Bolivar certainly did not appreciate the assignment and considered it to be a slight rather than an honor. And so he sat, unable to do anything about the reports he read of Miranda's constant retreating. Now, it was perhaps because he was in such a funk that Colonel Bolivar did not pay close enough attention to the internal threats he faced in Puerto Cabello. Specifically, the fort in the city held not just the Patriot armory, but also an assortment of high-ranking Royalist prisoners captured over the course of the last year. With enthusiasm for the Patriot cause at this point at an all-time low, it was not out of the question that subterfuge and discontentment orchestrated by these Royalist prisoners would threaten the Patriot hold on the city, and that's exactly what happened. On June the 30th, everything fell apart. The second-in-command of the fort had already turned traitor and was just waiting for an opportunity, which came along when the senior commander of the fort left to go attend a wedding for the evening. And yes, it is upon such things that history hinges. Left in charge of the fort for the night, this second-in-command went around and let all the Royalist prisoners out of their cells, and then they went and took control of the armory. Now, whether any of the other soldiers up in the fort resisted this is pretty doubtful, because defections from the Patriot cause were now a daily occurrence. I mean, the minute the fort announced it was now a Royalist stronghold, the company guarding the main gates of Puerto Cabello declared their solidarity with them and refused to take orders from Bolivar anymore. Now, being the brash guy that he was, Bolivar came out of his house and demanded that the guys in the fort surrender, whereupon the guys in the fort turned their guns on the city and said, yeah, do your worst. And there was no worst for Bolivar to do. The shelling started up, and all Colonel Bolivar could do was take cover with the other residents and watch as nearly every soldier under his command deserted or defected. He also learned that a 500-man detachment from Monteverde's army was on the way, and so he sent a desperate dispatch to Miranda, "Send me reinforcements at once." But Miranda did not get this dispatch until July the 5th. He was, in fact, sitting around with his senior staff toasting the first anniversary of the Declaration of Independence when Bolivar's frantic letter arrived. And Miranda allegedly said, "That is the way of the world. A little while ago we thought we were all secure. Yesterday Monteverde had neither weapons nor ammunition. Today he has both in abundance. I am told to attack the enemy, but he already has everything in his hands. Tomorrow we shall see what happens." And tomorrow, what happened was that Bolivar gave up. He had with him now just 5 officers and 3 enlisted men still willing to follow his orders. This small company slipped out of town on July the 6th, and on July the 7th, Bolivar turned up in La Guaira, the main port serving Caracas, where he wrote a now famous letter defending his conduct. He said, "My spirits are so low that I do not feel I have the courage now to command a single soldier. My vanity had me believing that desire and patriotic zeal alone could offset my lack of experience. I beg you now to assign me to an officer of the lowest rank, or grant me a few days to compose myself. After 13 sleepless nights under extreme conditions, I find myself in a rare state of mental ruin. I did my duty, General, and had one of my soldiers stayed, I would have fought to the end. But they abandoned me, and alas, the nation is lost at my hands. Bolivar's sense of shame over what had happened and the way that it had happened was going to haunt him. And though it is never reported, it's entirely possible that he swore one of those ironclad oaths to never let anything like that happen again, which would kind of help explain one of the blackest marks on Bolivar's career, which is going to be coming up when we discuss the war to the death. And when Miranda learned that Puerto Cabello had indeed finally fallen, all the energy went out of him. Despite still having superior overall numbers, he felt the walls closing in and sought to salvage what could be salvaged by negotiation. On July the 12th, he opened talks with Monteverde to surrender the Patriot Army and return Venezuela to the fold of the Spanish Empire. But these talks were handled by intermediaries because Miranda had more important things on his mind, like how to successfully extract himself from this disaster. He sent his luggage down to La Guaira, where a British naval ship just so happened to be waiting for him. And then infamously, he also directed that a large chunk of the state treasury, we're talking silver here mostly, and ordered that it be carried on to this British naval ship as well. Now, Miranda would later claim that this was because he planned to eventually sail for Cartagena, where the Republicans could regroup and carry on the fight. But to his more patriotic brethren, who had a lot more to lose in Venezuela than he did, it looked a lot like Miranda was surrendering without a fight and then running off with the Republic's money, with the British acting as his prearranged getaway driver. They were not happy about it at all. All of which sets the stage now for the ultimately tragic final chapter for our friend Francisco de Miranda. The final armistice was signed on July the 25th. The Patriot Army was now officially dissolved. In exchange for this, Monteverde agreed to a blanket pardon for the Patriots and said that he would not touch their property and that he would issue passports to anyone who now wanted to leave the country. Miranda himself, of course, wanted to leave the country, and he made his way down to La Guaira as fast as possible, but there a plot was already afoot to not let the precursor get away quite so easily. And at the center of this conspiracy was Simón Bolívar. Miranda arrived down at the port late and was convinced by a patriotic innkeeper that it would be better to eat and rest and sail in the morning. All of your luggage and all of the silver has been loaded onto the British ship. All you'll have to do is get up in the morning and go. But that night, 12 disgruntled Patriot officers met to discuss whether they were really going to go through with what they were planning on going through with, and they talked themselves into quite a lather about how Miranda had led them to ruin and was now trying to run for it, and they decided that they were going to go through with it, that Miranda was not going to get on a ship and sail away, he was going to go down with the ship that was the Republic of Venezuela. At 3 a.m., these men took over the inn. They posted guards to prevent anyone from entering, and then they banged on Miranda's door and demanded that he present himself. The old general soon recognized what was afoot. He donned his uniform and presented himself. A heated exchange then unfolded as they accused Miranda of treachery and he tried to defend himself. But the officers had made up their minds. They took Miranda into custody, marched him down to the fort, and tossed him in the dungeon, in chains, where they planned to leave him for the Spanish to do with as they pleased. Miranda would never again breathe free air. Simón Bolívar was now himself at a crossroads, and as the patriots who had arrested Miranda broke up, it was pretty much every man for himself. Now, despite all his promises to the contrary, when Monteverde entered Caracas in early August, still mostly a pile of rubble, he had no intention of doing anything but cracking down on the rebel scum. He ordered the ports closed. He was going to issue no passports, and Patriot property was fair game for confiscation. Bolívar, though, was incredibly lucky, which, as you may have noticed over the course of all the podcasts we've been through together, is something all great men have in common. Being part of the inner circle Criollo aristocracy meant that Bolívar had friends on both sides of the lines, and he was able to seek asylum with an old family friend who happened to be a staunch royalist administrator, who Monteverde happened to trust very highly. So this guy arranged for Bolívar to get a passport, but at the meeting where Bolívar was supposed to come down and get this passport, Monteverde was like, I've heard of this guy. I hear he's one of the most radical of the bunch. But he decided to go ahead and issue the passport anyway when he was told of the role that Bolivar had played in apprehending the traitor Miranda. But then Bolivar interrupted and said, I didn't arrest Miranda to curry favor with you. I arrested him because he turned out to be a traitor to the Patriot cause. And so Monteverde was like, wait, what did you just say? And Bolivar's old family friend had to literally step into the middle of this and say, look, you be quiet, you please issue the passport, and let's just get this kid out of here. So the passport was issued. And on August the 27th, 1812, Bolivar sailed away from Venezuela for exile, not entirely sure where he would wind up. The name Bolivar would then haunt Monteverde for the rest of his natural life. So the First Republic is now crushed. It had failed in the face of near universal dislike for the men who had run it. The other cities had refused to stand in solidarity with Caracas. The mixed-race population saw no reason to support their brand of big white supremacy. The church thought them sacrilegious traitors against God, who had been justly punished for their transgressions. But this is not even close to the end of the story. Not even close. Because over in New Granada, the dream of independence yet lived. And next week, Bolivar will make his way to Cartagena to pick up where he had left off. Bitter, aggressive, and determined to fulfill his oath he had sworn on the Sacred Mount to liberate his country or die trying, Bolivar would soon be literally declaring a war to the death. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.10, War to the Death. The First Venezuelan Republic fell in the summer of 1812, when Francisco de Miranda surrendered the Patriot army to the Royalist general Domingo de Monteverde. Now, Monteverde made extravagant promises about respecting Patriot lives and property, but in the aftermath of Miranda's surrender and the capture of Caracas, Monteverde dropped any pretense of benevolence. Republican leaders were arrested, property was confiscated, and the ports were closed to prevent anyone from getting away. Hardcore patriots were now forced to either prostrate themselves before Monteverde and hope for mercy, or make a run for it. And as we saw at the end of last week's episode, Simón Bolívar engaged in a bit of both, using a high-placed connection to secure a passport. But many of his Republican comrades had to essentially smuggle themselves out of Venezuela any way they could. The captured Miranda, meanwhile, was left to languish in his prison cell in La Guaira until Monteverde transferred him to the more secure fort at Puerto Cabello, the very fort Bolívar had fatally lost back in July. Those who did manage to escape Monteverde's clutches sought asylum in various foreign island colonies off the mainland, so British Trinidad and Tobago or Aruba, and then most especially the Dutch island of Curacao, which is just about 50 miles north of the Venezuelan coast, so not too far as the crow flies, but politically safe from Spanish royalist retribution. And I do want to insert a little terminology note here. To distinguish the two sides in the battles to come in the rest of today's episode, I will be using royalist as a tag for the enemies of Bolivar and his friends. But I do want you to remember that this means that they are partisans of the Regency, the Cádiz Cortes, and the liberal monarchy enshrined in the Constitution of 1812. Now, some of these royalists are unreconstructed conservatives who would welcome the return of the old Bourbon imperial regime. Monteverde is actually secretly one of those guys. But at the moment, Bolivar is fighting for independence from the liberal Cortes in Cádiz, not yet from the conservative court of King Ferdinand. That will come later. After securing a passport and sailing from La Guaira on August the 27th, 1812, Bolivar joined the band of Venezuelan exiles in Curacao, many of them old friends and family and neighbors, including an uncle named José Felix Ribas, who would become Bolivar's chief lieutenant during the Admirable campaign. Upon arrival, though, the Dutch customs officials confiscated what baggage Bolivar carried with him until he could pay for his passage. But this turned out to be a problem, because he was no longer the massively wealthy young man who had been able to buy his way into an ambassadorship to Britain. Bolivar learned from one of his sisters that Monteverde had confiscated all the family property, the mines, the estates, the businesses, everything. Bolivar could expect no money. He was now an indigent refugee. So that left him stranded in Curacao for the next 2 months until he finally managed to secure a loan from a local merchant that he befriended. And during this period of forced idleness, Bolivar's mind turned and turned and turned as he tried to make sense of what had happened and what he could possibly do next. And by the time he was preparing to leave Curacao, he had pretty clearly worked out a plan of action. He was going to sail for Cartagena, which still enjoyed the independence Caracas had lost, and rally the New Granadans into a Pan-American patriotic war of independence, because only if they all worked together could they hope to win their collective freedom from Spain. So at the end of October 1812, Bolivar and a small band of loyal Venezuelan exiles sailed from Curacao to Cartagena, and upon arrival, got about the business of planning their own personal reconquista. So I purposefully set aside talking about events in New Granada after that wave of independence days swept through South America that we talked about in episode 5.8, because I knew that Bolivar's arrival in Cartagena in November 1812 would be a really nice opportunity to play catch-up. So we're going to play catch-up here, and I will try to keep this as straightforward as possible. But I do want to warn you that for the rest of today's episode, there is going to be a quick succession of new names entering the picture. But really, there's only 2 big ones that you're going to need to remember. I'll tell you when we get to them, so mostly, I just want you to sit back and enjoy the ride. So we left New Granada in July of 1810, with the news of the fall of the Central Junta spreading from Cartagena up to Bogota and triggering the formation of independent juntas in every city that the news reached. All of this culminated in July 1810 with the overthrow of the viceroy in Bogota. Well, since then, New Granada has been enduring the same 4-quadrant divisions that had plagued Venezuela. Remember, that's the centralist federalist axis on the one hand, and the monarchist republican axis on the other. In New Granada, the centralist republicans were pretty much all in Bogota. As the capital of the Viceroyalty of New Granada, the patriot leaders in Bogota naturally assumed that Bogota would become the capital of independent New Granada, and exert the same level of authority once wielded by the viceroy. But all the other cities in New Granada were like, hell no. They were all staunch Republican Federalists. They were interested in building a confederation of independent cities, not subordinating themselves to some Bogota dictatorship. And that was just on the Patriot Republican side. In between and amongst them were monarchists and royalists, a mixture of unreconstructed conservative peninsulares, and then more moderate liberals who wanted to remain in the fold of the empire, and then of course the mixed-race lower classes who were all justifiably concerned about the tyranny of independent Criollo. And this would all lead to a very messy running conflict of everybody fighting against everybody else. So the way it played out specifically was that after the overthrow of the viceroy in Bogota, the Bogota junta set about organizing what they thought was going to be a centralized government. They tried to do this all through 1810 and 1811, but found to their dismay that nobody else wanted to join. Instead, a radical patriot lawyer named Camilo Torres took the lead in organizing a rival federalist government that would be based in the city of Tunja. The Centralists and Federalists then vied for the loyalty of the other cities in New Granada, with the Federalists in Tunja coming out way ahead because they were promising political autonomy for local municipal leaders, with the shared Congress in Tunja acting as little more than a glorified summit of independent city-states. The Centralists in Bogota then watched in dismay as most of New Granada rejected their authority. And to try to right the ship, they turned to a man that we have not heard from since episode 5.3, when he was arrested for translating and distributing the Declaration of the Rights of Man. You remember that guy? Antonio Nariño. If you will recall, after escaping from Spanish captivity, Nariño had gone back to New Granada. But upon concluding that his fellow New Granadans were not yet ready for independence, he turned himself in to the viceroy in 1797, whereupon he then sat in a Cartagena prison off and on until the winds of independence came sweeping through in 1810. Well, here we are. Freed from his cell, Nariño returned to Bogota, where he was venerated as an early martyr for the patriotic cause. As brilliant and passionate as ever, Nariño was elected president of the centralist government in Bogota in 1811, and his core mission was to bring Camilo Torres and the Tunja government to heel and make Bogota the true capital of New Granada. But spoiler alert, Nariño is not going to succeed. So in March of 1812, that is, just as the Caracas earthquake was dooming the First Venezuelan Republic, President Nariño dispatched a small army to go subdue the Federalists in Tunja and bring it under Bogota's authority. But as soon as this army got to Tunja, the general entrusted with the job switched sides and declared for the Federalists. Pretty soon that army Nariño had sent had turned around and was marching back towards Bogota, forcing the Centralists to scramble a defense. And this little patriotic civil war was, of course, very bad for the larger Republican cause because Royalist forces, those still loyal to God and the King, took advantage of the situation. And as we'll see in a moment, for example, pretty much the entire length of the Magdalena River was soon held by Royalists, cutting off all communication between the ports along the coast and the interior cities. It was into this very messy political and military situation that Bolívar and his friends arrived in Cartagena in November 1812. Now, to add one further wrinkle to all this, because Cartagena was at the moment pretty much cut off from the interior, they were linked to neither the Centralists in Bogota nor the Federalists in Tunja. They were essentially their own little city-state at the moment, and it was to the government of Cartagena that Bolívar and his friends presented themselves and said, "What can we do to help you?" These exiled Venezuelans were warmly received by the civilian Cartagena government, but much less so by the officer currently running Cartagena's small military force. That man was a French adventurer named Pierre Labatut. Labatut had been a sergeant in Napoleon's imperial army and had served in the opening stages of the Peninsular War, but had then left service and become a pirate operating in the Caribbean. Labatut actually lives a fairly interesting life. When he heard that Venezuela had declared its independence, Labatut then went down and offered his services to General Miranda and the First Republic as a mercenary. Now, generally speaking, Miranda did not like Frenchmen, but in short order, Labatut became one of Miranda's favorite officers, probably for no other reason than Labatut at least knew something about proper European soldiering. When the First Republic fell, Labatut made his escape from Venezuela courtesy of the United States Navy. He finagled himself a spot on the USS Matilda that spirited him directly to Cartagena without the month of purgatory in Curacao. Now, thanks to his high rank in the Venezuelan army, his European war experience, and close connections to General Miranda, the Cartagena government made Labatut commander-in-chief of their armed forces in the summer of 1812. And so he had been on the job for just a few months when the Venezuelans arrived in November, and Labatut wanted no part of them. He knew Bolívar's reputation well, that he was a cocky hothead who had allowed Puerto Cabello to fall and then betrayed Miranda. So when the Cartagena government ordered Labatut to find a place for Bolívar in the Cartagena army, Labatut said, "Fine," and appointed Colonel Bolívar to lead 70 men in Barranca Vieja, a strategically insignificant town that lay on the lower banks of the Great Magdalena River. There, Bolívar was supposed to sit and not get in Labatut's way. But Bolívar had no intention of just sitting around. He had reflected on his experiences fighting a losing war for the First Republic, and above all had learned one big lesson in military strategy, that cautious defense is a strategy for losers. Miranda had sat back on his heels and refused to take the fight to the enemy, and as a result, he had lost the war. Bolívar was now convinced that fast-paced, aggressive campaigns were the only way to go. They would keep the enemy surprised and off balance, and from here on out, Bolívar will never play defense. He will always play offense. And if George Washington's signature move was the coordinated retreat, Bolivar's was the lightning, bordering on reckless, offensive. And he is about to launch a doozy of a lightning offensive that will, for the first time, make people stand up and take notice of the name Bolivar. But Bolivar's reflections on the fall of the First Republic resulted not just in military lessons learned, but also political lessons learned. And his months spent in purgatory in Curacao had afforded him time to work out a systematic analysis of what had gone wrong and what must be done to make it right. And on December the 15th, 1812, just before he left to take up his post in Barranca Bolivar published an open letter to the residents of Cartagena that has since become one of the core Bolivarian texts. It is known as the Cartagena Manifesto. The Cartagena Manifesto was an open letter in two parts. The first part spelled out why he thought the First Venezuelan Republic had failed, and the second part spelled out what the New Granadans should and should not do if they wanted to avoid the fate of unhappy Venezuela. Now, Bolivar highlighted a number of factors: the lack of political unity, the lack of military resolve. He thought the leaders of the Republic entirely too lenient towards enemies of the state. He thought the reliance on temporary militias rather than building a real professional army had doomed them all on the battlefield. But nothing did he single out more than the federalist structure of the Constitution. He said that the Spanish Americans were ill-suited for federalism because their centuries under absolutist rule had failed to give them the habits and virtues of true Republican citizens, that emerging states needed a strong central government or they would fail. And even more particularly, he thought the Venezuelan Constitution, with its emphasis on decentralized government and individual rights, was a document made for a time of peace, not of war. And they were at war. He summed this all up by saying, "From the foregoing, it is clear that among the causes leading to the fall of Venezuela, first was the nature of her constitution, which was, I repeat, as inimical to her interests as it was favorable to those of her enemies. Second was the spirit of misanthropy that took hold of our governors. Third was the opposition to the establishment of a standing army that could have saved the Republic and warded off the blows dealt by the Spaniards. Fourth was the earthquake, accompanied by the fanaticism that gave such dire interpretations to this event. And finally were the internal factions that were in reality the mortal poison that pushed the country into her grave." He then moved on to what needed to be done. And in Bolivar's estimation, there was no question what needed to be done. Beyond the obvious need to unify and centralize and work together, the New Granadans needed to help him undertake the reconquest of Venezuela, which was at present poised to act as the beachhead for all Spanish political and military action on the continent. Having already commented in the Cartagena Manifesto about the failure of Caracas to subdue Coro, allowing it to become a fortified base for the royalist invasion, he now said that Venezuela threatened to become the Coro of the whole of South America. He said literally, "Applying the example of Venezuela to New Granada and expressing it algebraically, we could say that Coro is to Caracas what Caracas is to all America." So if the New Granadans wanted to maintain their freedom, they needed to look beyond their own parochial concerns and help him expel the Spanish from Venezuela. Or surely the Spanish would soon be coming from Venezuela to extinguish the liberty in New Granada. Bolivar wrapped up the Cartagena Manifesto by saying, "The honor of New Granada absolutely demands we teach these audacious invaders a lesson, pursuing them to their last strongholds. Since our own glory requires that we undertake the campaign against Venezuela to liberate the cradle of Colombian independence, the martyrs and worthy people of Caracas, whose cries are addressed only to their beloved compatriots, the Granadans, whom they await with mortal impatience as their redeemers, let us march forth to break the chains of those victims groaning in dungeons, still awaiting salvation from us. Do not betray their trust. Do not be deaf to the pleas of our brothers. Rush forth to avenge a death, to give life to the dying, succor to the oppressed, and freedom to all." The Cartagena Manifesto has entered the pantheon of Bolivarian texts, along with the letter from Jamaica and a few others, as one of the principal statements of Bolivar's emerging worldview. And most of the things that he highlights in the Cartagena Manifesto the need for a strong central government, his skepticism that Spanish Americans are ready for the kind of enlightened liberalism of the United States and Britain, the need for a professional army rather than part-time militias. These would all be drums that he would beat constantly for the rest of his life, even as that beat ultimately carried him into a depressed and bitter exile. But that is still quite a ways off, and when Bolívar arrived in Barranca Vieja, he was still young and bursting with reckless energy, and he had no intention of following Labatut's order to sit and do nothing. The Royalists held the entire stretch of the upper Magdalena River, really everything south of Barranca Vieja, and Bolívar planned to do something about it. After acquiring 10 large riverboats and recruiting additional men to bulk up his forces, Bolívar and 200 men launched themselves up the river on December the 21st, 1812, beginning what would become known to history as the Magdalena Campaign. The first target was the small town of Tenerife, where 500 Royalist troops occupied an armed camp. These Royalists were so surprised when Bolívar's men came whipping around a bend in the river, guns blazing, that they just scattered to the winds, leaving behind a cache of guns and ammo and supplies. Bolívar loaded up everything onto his boats and ordered his men to keep moving. Their next destination was the city of Mompox, which was actually held by Republicans who had been isolated by the surrounding Royalist forces. The people of Mompox were thrilled to see Bolívar's force arrive, and the residents of the city outfitted him even further, and then he recruited 300 more men to his cause, bringing Bolívar's little army up to about 500. Setting out from Mompox, Bolívar then charged up the river, clearing out all Royalist units he came across with relentless speed and aggression. And this was not an easy push. The water was filled with crocodiles, the land was filled with snakes, it was all swampy and overgrown, it was humid, difficult terrain. But captured Royalist camps brought him even more guns and ammunition, while estates run by friendly Republicans offered him provisions and assistance. But Bolívar never stopped moving, and the pace and ferocity of the campaign turned in an extraordinary result. By January the 8th, 1813, that is just 15 days after setting out, Bolívar and his men had traveled 300 miles up the Magdalena River and cleared the entire stretch of Royalist troops. The capstone of the campaign came just a few days later when he moved off the river to capture the city of Ocaña near the border with Venezuela. And yes, there is a map of these campaigns up at revolutionspodcast.com. The Magdalena Campaign put Simón Bolívar on the map. Until now, he had been a fairly anonymous and inconsequential young man. He enjoyed some local infamy in Caracas as a barely tolerated radical, easily dismissed by more serious leaders. I mean, who knows how many people even bothered to read the Cartagena Manifesto when it was first published. But after the Magdalena Campaign, the name Bolívar was on the tip of everyone's tongue. My God, look at what this man has done. Now, Pierre Labatut was incensed when he found out about the unauthorized offensive and demanded that Bolívar be court-martialed, but the Cartagena government said, haha, yeah, right, and ordered Bolívar to go link up with a small force manning the borderlands between New Granada and Venezuela, because there were reports that Monteverde was planning an invasion of New Granada, and troop buildups in western Venezuela seemed to confirm those reports. But in what would become a recurring problem for Bolívar, the enthusiasm of the men who had fought their way up the Magdalena River was now spent. They had done their duty, and now wanted to go home, so Bolívar was forced to go find new recruits. So in February 1813, he traveled back to Mompox, where he was now a famous hero, and raised 400 new men. Then he turned around and marched those guys up into the mountainous borderlands between New Granada and Venezuela. And the change in terrain during the wars of Spanish-American independence is pretty remarkable. After coming up the swampy and humid Magdalena River, Bolívar and his men now crossed wide-open mountain plains, cold and dry and windswept, and mostly devoid of inhabitants. As they advanced on the border city of Cúcuta from the northwest, Bolívar and company spied a royalist force that had indeed advanced into New Granada from Venezuela, and they were now occupying a critical mountain pass. To dislodge these guys, Bolívar sent up a spy carrying a letter about a fake Republican army advancing from the south, an easy army for the Royalists to pounce on. When the spy was captured, the Royalist commander read the letter and thought, aha, I have a chance to get the drop on my enemies, and he moved out of the pass to attack. But as soon as he moved, Bolivar's forces, the real forces in the region, snuck up behind and pounced on the Royalist rear, sending them running headlong back to the city of Cucuta. Bolivar's company then linked up with that other Patriot unit, and on February the 28th, they all launched an attack on Cucuta. Despite being outnumbered 2-1, the Patriot forces charged in and took the Royalists by surprise. And it was not just the timing that surprised the Royalists, but also the ferocity of the attack. The turning point in the battle came when Jose Felix Ribas led a bayonet charge uphill against a superior force, which is pretty much the opposite of what you're ever supposed to do, and was awarded for his audacity when the Royalists panicked, broke, and fled back across the border into Venezuela. The victory at Cucuta pretty much ended any invasion threat posed by Monteverde, and all the patriots in New Granada, Centralists and Federalists both, could breathe a little easier. And as a reward for his service, Bolivar was promoted to Brigadier General. By the time Bolivar was reporting these victories, the civil war between the Centralists and Federalists was winding down, with the Bogotá Centralists recognizing that they were never going to be able to impose their authority on the rest of the country. And pretty soon the rival presidents, Torres and Nariño, agreed to form the Union of New Granada under a Federalist structure. Nariño would then himself transition from being a president to a general, and by June 1813 would be leading a Republican army southwest in the direction of Quito, hoping to liberate that city from the Royalist occupation they had been enduring since 1809. Bolivar, meanwhile, now wanted to take his army east into Venezuela, and he sent his uncle, Jose Felix Ribas, to confer with the New Granadan leadership in Tunja to make them sanction this invasion of Venezuela. Caracas must not become Coro. It took some cajoling, but finally the New Granadan leadership agreed to sanction Bolivar's invasion. But he was only supposed to go as far as the city of Trujillo, which was not quite halfway between Cucuta and Caracas. This was good enough for Bolivar, though, and he prepared to march. But most of the New Granadan soldiers under his command were not super interested in transitioning from a defense of New Granada to an invasion of Venezuela. Indeed, the New Granadan colonel that Bolivar had been working alongside hated the idea so much that when official permission to invade Venezuela came on May the 7th, 1813, the colonel and 100 of his men resigned on the spot. So that left what was left of that company under the command of a man Bolivar would come to have a long and tumultuous partnership with. And as I said, there would be two men introduced in today's episode that you actually need to pay attention to, and this is one of them, Francisco de Paula Santander, the man of laws. Santander was at this point a young man. He had been born in April 1792, so he was just approaching his 21st birthday when he met Bolivar for the first time. Santander was actually born in Cucuta to a respectable Criollo family that grew cocoa, and his father was also a respected provincial administrator. Young Santander got a good elite education, and then went off to Bogotá to study law, and was in the capital city as a promising 18-year-old law student when the viceroy was overthrown in July 1810. An enthusiastic patriot, Santander joined the Republican Army in Bogotá and wound up serving as secretary to that first general that President Nariño sent against the Federalists in March 1812, the general who immediately switched sides. Well, Santander had no problem following his boss over to the Federalists because his political philosophy leaned heavily in the direction of federalism, and that philosophy would forever put him at odds with Bolivar, even as the two men worked side by side on the project of liberating South America and creating Gran Colombia. Santander would also come to embody the belief that civilian authority and the rule of law were superior to the kind of military dictatorships that Bolivar would soon come to embody. The partnership and rivalry between Bolivar and Santander will be a defining feature of the story of Gran Colombia, and it is here in the spring of 1813 that they had their first confrontation. So though he elected to stay in the army, Santander was not enthusiastic about the invasion of Venezuela, and he dragged his feet, releasing his men to Bolivar's command. It got to the point where Bolivar was shouting at Santander, "March at once. You have no choice in the matter. March. Either you shoot me, or by God, I will certainly shoot you." Now, Santander himself did not march. He stayed to administer Cucuta, but he did release his men to Bolivar's authority. And so, on May the 23rd, 1813, Bolivar crossed the border into Venezuela, beginning what has become known as the Admirable Campaign, which is an unintentionally ironic name, to be sure. Now, General Bolivar only led about 500 men across the border, headed in the direction of Mérida. But as he approached, the royalists holding the city got scared and ran away. It was a bit like how Pompey fled Rome when he heard Caesar had crossed the Rubicon. The assumption was that if the enemy was invading, it must be like a huge army, not like 500 bedraggled soldiers led by some fanatic. So Bolivar entered Mérida without firing a shot, and the cheering residents of the city were the first to assign him the honorific that would become synonymous with his name forever: El Libertador, the Liberator. While he was in Mérida, Bolivar also recruited 600 more men, bringing his total numbers up to about 1,000 as he set off towards Trujillo. And while his patriotic army marched, they did not hold back their wrath against royalists and peninsulares that they ran into along the way. At all. The men who had been recently recruited into Bolivar's forces had lived for the past year under Monteverde's retaliatory authoritarianism, and now they wanted revenge. But the men who really wanted revenge was that small corps of officers who had traveled with Bolivar from Curacao to Cartagena, then up the Magdalena River and into Venezuela again. They wanted the blood of their enemies to quench their thirst for vengeance. A 150-man company led by one of Bolivar's old neighbors went out on a wide patrol that turned out to be more of a hunting expedition than anything else. They killed and maimed and tortured anyone they decided was the enemy. Bolivar knew that this was going on, but he did nothing to stop it, and decided that the psychological terror it invoked was too useful to rein in. And he wasn't exactly wrong. When his main army approached Trujillo, the royalists just abandoned the town. Bolivar was now nearly halfway to Caracas, and he had yet to even fight a battle. So the exaggerated fear of his army was doing the work for him. Now, technically, Trujillo was supposed to be the end of the line. I mean, that was as far as he had been authorized to go, but Bolivar is obviously not going to worry about a little thing like orders from New Granada. He was on a mission to liberate Venezuela, all of Venezuela, and he planned to see it through. But what's interesting here is that Bolivar's mission was not just the liberation of Venezuela, it was now that he be the man to liberate Venezuela. Like Miranda before him, Bolivar dreamed of being the liberating savior of Venezuela. So when he arrived in Trujillo and was deciding, do I stay or do I keep going, he learned that he might have strong competition on the liberator front. Because while Bolivar was invading western Venezuela, eastern Venezuela was being engulfed by a mass patriot uprising. An uprising led by the second guy you really need to pay attention to today, because he's really super important: Santiago Mariño. Santiago Mariño was a rich criollo born and raised in the eastern part of Venezuela, and he was a strong supporter of independence going back to the first coup of April 10. He was also, in fact, a high-ranking revolutionary Freemason. He joined the Republican Army at the rank of colonel, and after Miranda surrendered in July 1812, Mariño had fled the country, though he did not go to Curacao, but instead to British Trinidad, where his family owned some property and he had personal connections. Mariño then sat and stewed for a few months, but as reports filtered back up to him about all the terms of the peace that Monteverde was breaking, Mariño got agitated to the point where he could take it no more. So he gathered a small band of 45 hardcore patriot exiles in January 1813. This is just as Bolivar is finishing the Magdalena campaign. And they all sailed back down to Venezuela to restart the war in the east. This small corps of 45 men had among them a few of the leaders who would become the principal leaders in the coming wars, including José Francisco Bermúdez, but even more importantly, the mixed-race general Manuel PR. And if there's a third name you remember today, it should probably be Manuel PR. So Santiago Marinho and the 45 men who came with him found eastern Venezuela all but devoid of royalist troops, as Monteverde had not unwisely arrayed all of his forces in a double line facing New Granada. I mean, those troops were initially put in place in preparation for an invasion of New Granada, but now they were there to block Bolivar's invasion from New Granada. So that left Marinho and his guys free to recruit and stir up patriotic fervor in the east, and they found the region very receptive to this lobbying. And most importantly to the long-term project of independence, Santiago Marinho was the first to convince black and mixed-race men to join his army, really for the first time convincing them that life would be better under an independent republic than under the thumb of royalist peninsulares. By the time Bolivar was crossing into Venezuela in May, Marinho had gone from leading 45 men to close to 5,000, with loyal armed men in every town in the east and a huge central army readying itself to march on Caracas. Believing that the time then to act was now because he needed to beat Marinho to Caracas, on June the 15th, 1813, Bolivar issued the most infamous declaration of his career, one of the most infamous declarations in the entire history of the wars of Spanish-American independence, the decree of war to the death. And because this decree is not too long, I'm just going to go ahead and read it in full. Venezuelans, an army of brothers sent by the Supreme Congress of New Granada has come to liberate you, and it now stands among you after having expelled the oppressors from the provinces of Mérida and Trujillo. We are sent to destroy the Spaniards, to protect Americans, and to re-establish the republican governments that form the Federation of Venezuela. The states protected by our arms are once again ruled by their former constitutions and leaders in the full enjoyment of their freedom and independence, because our sole mission is to break the chains of servitude that still oppress some of our people, not to make laws or seize power, as the rules of war might authorize us to do. Moved by your misfortunes, we could not witness with indifference the afflictions visited upon you by the savage Spaniards, who have annihilated and destroyed you with pillage and death, who have violated the sanctity of human rights, rendered null the most solemn articles of our surrender and treaty, and committed every imaginable crime, reducing Venezuela to the most horrific desolation. Thus, justice demands retribution, and necessity obliges us to take it. Let the monsters who have infested Colombian soil, covered it with blood, vanish forever. Let their punishment be equal to the enormity of their perfidy, thus washing away the stain of our ignominy, and demonstrating to the nations of the world that one cannot offend the sons of America with impunity. Despite our resentment against the foul Spaniards, our generous hearts still see fit one last time to open the way to reconciliation and friendship. We invite them once again to live peacefully among us under the condition that, renouncing their crimes and acting henceforth in good faith, they cooperate with us in the destruction of the Spanish government of occupation and in the reestablishment of the Venezuelan Republic. Any Spaniard who does not join our fight against tyranny to further this just cause, actively and effectively, will be regarded as an enemy and punished as a traitor to the country, and consequently put to death without appeal. On the other hand, a general and absolute pardon is hereby granted to those who come over to our armies, with or without their weapons, and who lend their support to the good citizens who are struggling to shake off the yoke of tyranny. Military officers and civil leaders who join us in proclaiming the government of Venezuela will keep their rank and offices. In a word, Spaniards who render distinguished service to the state will be regarded and treated as Americans. And you Americans who have been led from the path of justice by error and perfidy, be sure that your brothers forgive you, and sincerely lament your offenses, convinced in our hearts that you cannot be to blame, that only the blindness and ignorance in which you have been held hitherto by the instigators of your crimes could have led you to commit them. Do not fear the sword that comes to avenge you and sever the ignominious bonds that bind you to the fate of your executioners. You may count on absolute immunity regarding your honor, your lives, and your property. The mere title of Americans will be your guarantee and your safeguard. Our weapons are here to protect you and will never be turned against a single one of our brothers. This amnesty extends even to the traitors who have most recently committed acts of felony, and it will be so religiously fulfilled that no reason, cause, or pretext will be sufficient to cause us to break our promise, no matter how grievous and extraordinary the motives you give us to arouse our loathing. Spaniards and Canarians, even if you profess neutrality, know that you will die unless you work actively to bring about the freedom of America. Americans, know that you will live, even if you are guilty. Simón Bolívar, Trujillo General Headquarters, June the 15th, 1813. Now, it might not be apparent at first blush, but what Bolívar is proposing here is the abandonment of the traditional rules of war. He is promising summary execution to Spaniards and Canary Islanders who are not just caught under arms or helping the royalist cause, which would on its own be a war crime. He's talking about death for anyone who even tries to stay neutral. And this was not an empty threat. From here on out, Bolívar's forces will indeed wage a war to the death. But also in there is that promise to protect Americans, that no matter what, they would be treated leniently. So Bolívar's ruthless orders are designed most especially to plant the idea that Americans, as Americans, are the only legitimate members of the body politique. Anyone from across the Atlantic could only justify their continued existence by unqualified service to the patriot cause. Bolívar's decree of war to the death had its intended effect, as inhabitants in any region he passed through flocked to his banner rather than be accused of neutrality, a crime now punishable by instant death. Soon Bolívar's army would be up to 1,500, and he would be welcomed with open, desperately open arms wherever he went. But the decree of war to the death also opened the door for Bolívar's royalist enemies to feel free to answer in kind, and the next phase of the Venezuelan War of Independence would be bitter, bloody, and to the death, because out in the grasslands, the legions of hell are already forming. After issuing the decree of war to the death, Bolívar's army then advanced on two fronts, a small advance unit under José Félix Rivas, and a main column under Bolívar himself, and the terrain changed again as the Patriot armies descended from the mountains down into the flat grasslands. Monteverde's forces tried desperately to set up a defensive line, but Bolívar's double-time advance shredded their plans. When Bolívar's men departed Trujillo, there were something like 5,000 royalist soldiers standing between him and Caracas, and after just a week and a half of running skirmishes, almost all of them had been killed, captured, or defected to the patriot cause. Now, momentum is an overused cliché most of the time, but right now Bolívar has all the momentum in the world. The decisive battle of the Admirable Campaign came at the end of July outside of Valencia, near the spot where Bolívar had first seen military action. Monteverde had come out of Caracas to lead the royalists personally, but he could now only muster 1,200 men against Bolívar's 1,500. And with all the momentum on their side, Bolívar's forces smashed the royalists and sent them flying in every direction. Monteverde himself did not even waste time running back to Caracas. He fled all the way to the fortified port of Puerto Cabello. And once there, one of the first things he did was order Miranda be dragged out of his cell and dumped onto a boat to Puerto Rico so that the old precursor could not be saved. On August the 6th, 1813, Simón Bolívar approached Caracas, and his small army was greeted by a delegation from the city, including that old family friend who had given Bolívar asylum and secured the passport that had made all of this possible. There was also a contingent of young women who greeted him in pristine white dresses, and when Bolívar entered the city at the head of a procession, it resembled nothing so much as a Roman triumph. Bolívar had set out from Barranca Vieja on December the 21st, 1812, and in 7.5 months of campaigning, he had traveled over 1,200 miles. And just to get a handle on what that means, he basically marched from New York City to Kansas City. Less than a year after setting sail from the wreckage of the First Republic, Bolívar had returned to Caracas and now stood poised to found the Second Republic. But though Bolívar had achieved everything he had dreamed of, and no doubt even faster than he imagined, his triumph would ultimately prove to be short-lived, and next week we will see him try to make the transition from military leader to civilian leader and impose his notions of strong, centralist republicanism on a people who might not yet be ready for federalism, but who are also not yet ready to be told that they weren't. Especially not Santiago Marinho, who is currently ruling eastern Venezuela as an autonomous dictator, and who is not about to start taking orders from Simón Bolívar. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.11, The Legions of Hell. In August 1813, Simón Bolívar had done the impossible. Less than 1 year earlier, he had been a miserable exile in Curaçao without any rational hope of a happy ending to his life. But instead of giving up, he instead imagined himself marching triumphantly back into Venezuela at the head of a patriotic army, clearing out the Spaniards and the Royalists on his way to the glorious liberation of Caracas. And then, he had done it. In less than a year, he had done it. He had gone from stone-broke exile to conquering hero. Naturally, his status in Caracas skyrocketed from what it had been the last time that he was there. Remember, he had always been kept at arm's length by the cooler and wiser heads of the city. He had served in neither the Caracas junta nor the First Venezuelan Congress, and the only way he got that ambassadorship to Britain was by paying for the trip. When he joined the army of the First Republic, he was commissioned as a mere colonel and purposefully kept away from the center of the action by Miranda. But now he was the general, the liberator, and no one could keep him at arm's length anymore because wherever Bolívar was, that was now the center of the action, and he had gone from tolerated radical to de facto dictator of Venezuela. Now, if you'll remember from my reading of the decree of war to the death, though, a lot of people took Bolívar at his word when he said, "We are sent to destroy the Spaniards, to protect Americans, and to reestablish the republican governments that form the Federation of Venezuela. The states protected by our arms are once again ruled by their former constitutions and leaders." So it's not at all surprising that a lot of people in Venezuela expected the liberator to reinstate the first Venezuelan constitution in all of its federalist glory. But there was no chance that Bolívar was going to do that. When the reinstated Republican governor of the province of Barinas requested the restoration of the constitution, Bolívar said no, Venezuela is now ruled from Caracas. The lack of political unity is what got us into this mess, and I am not going to make that same mistake again. And Bolívar was not just talking about a unified Venezuela here, because no sooner had he arrived in Caracas than he was talking up his vision for joining with New Granada to form a single unified superstate. And this was going to be a long, hard sales pitch that Bolívar would make for the rest of his life and that nobody would ever really buy. But he would keep making that pitch until the day they finally ran him out of Bogotá for good in 1830. But though Bolívar could dictate terms to the governor of Barinas and the other provinces of western Venezuela, after all he had liberated them all and commanded the armies of the west, he could not just dictate terms to the provinces of eastern Venezuela. Those provinces were garrisoned by the armies of Santiago Marinho, and so in the east it was Marinho's word that was law, not Bolívar's. Marinho made it clear that he expected his territories to be independent states within a federalist system. And though Bolívar rejected the idea, there was nothing he could really do to force his centralist vision on Marinho. It's not like Bolívar could march east and take Marinho down, nor did he really want to. It would have been massively counterproductive. So as the Second Republic got off the ground in the late summer of 1813, the west would be run by Bolívar and the east by Marinho. Now, if you were going to draw a map of Venezuela in the summer of 1813, things would have looked very favorable for the Second Venezuelan Republic. There was a division between Bolívar and Marinho, yes, but their common enemy, the Royalists, had been pushed back to a few isolated enclaves, mostly along the coast and then in the deep southeast along the Orinoco River. Domingo de Monteverde had shut himself up in Puerto Cabello and refused all offers to come to terms. Further west, the city of Coro continued to be a well-defended base of royalist operations, and it was currently under the command of a Spanish field marshal named Juan Manuel Cajigal, who had taken over for the guy who was supposed to have become Captain General after the fall of the First Republic, a guy named Fernando Millares. Now, I mentioned Millares very briefly 2 episodes back, but then we just stopped talking about him because it turns out the guy had no backbone. When Monteverde essentially struck out on his own to go conquer Caracas, Millares made a few feeble attempts to exert authority and then said, "Oh, well, it's fine," and he sailed back to Puerto Rico, never to return. Now, Monteverde never did have any official sanction for his campaign or the year he's now spent as de facto dictator of Venezuela. He had just done it all and dared anybody to tell him not to. Though in the end it turned out not to be Spanish authorities who told him not to, but rather Simón Bolívar. Now, with things looking pretty good on paper, the now 30-year-old Bolívar established himself in Caracas as a self-proclaimed emergency dictator. Now, he would eventually get around to calling for a representative government to be formed, but for the moment, he was in no great hurry, and in the absence of a functioning constitution or government, Bolívar just ruled. But though he had a pretty good idea of how to avoid the mistakes of the First Republic, Bolívar was quickly confronted with a dilemma that would allow him to make all new mistakes. So the men and women of the leading families of Caracas came by almost daily to make sure that Bolívar was not planning to turn the world upside down, that the rebellious slaves would all be returned to work, that the uppity pardos would be put back in their place. They wanted him to divert military resources to slave hunting patrols so that they could all get their haciendas back up and running. Now, as I've said, Bolívar was not and never was a true believer in big white supremacy. But at this point, it seemed more important to him to consolidate support amongst the elite criollo than the lower-class pardos. And this would be a major mistake, because the majority of the Venezuelan population, as we've said, was not white, and Bolívar did not yet recognize that until the criollo got over themselves, that the Republican project was doomed to failure. And his failure to recognize this fact, to mostly go along with what his old friends and neighbors wanted, was the new mistake that would doom the Second Republic. So that brings us to the men who would prove to be the decisive factor not just in this early stage of the wars of Venezuelan independence, but at every stage of the wars of Venezuelan independence. Had the conflict remained one that pitted Bolívar and Mariño's Republican forces against the few remaining royalist forces led by Monteverde and Cajigal, I have little doubt that the Second Republic would have survived quite a bit longer than it did. But it did not, and that is because down in the wide-open grasslands that covered most of southern Venezuela, the cowboys of the Llanos were coalescing into gangs that would then merge to become larger bands that would then merge to become whole armies. And from here on out, whichever side the Llaneros are on, that side is going to win. So I briefly mentioned the Llanos when rolling through the topography of New Granada back in episode 5.2. And I'll actually just go ahead and quote myself here to remind you. I said, the region between the coast and the Orinoco, for example, was just huge stretches of worthless grassland dubbed the Llanos, run through with riverbeds that are flooded out between May and October and bone dry from November to April. The whole swath of territory is filled with roughly 1 jillion bugs, but no precious metal. And then when talking about the economics of Venezuela, I said, out in those worthless Venezuelan grasslands, cattle and horses introduced during the early days now roamed in wild herds, and a population of mostly mixed-race cowboys had moved in to make a go of it in hides and meat. And those cowboys are going to be really super-duper majorly important, so don't forget about them. Well, I hope you didn't forget about them, because here we are. The cowboys of the Llanos, called the Llaneros, roamed the vast plains that stretched to the Brazilian border by the tens of thousands. Many of them had come by this vocation as vagabonds and hard cases and free spirits who had gone off to escape the rigid social structures of the civilized urban areas. And the Llanos was where the racial caste system was barely acknowledged, as practically all the Llaneros were some version of non-white. They were black or Indian, mestizo, pardo, sambo. Now, the owners of the big ranches were, of course, criollo, But these guys were almost uniformly absentee owners, leaving management of the lands and herds to black and pardo and mestizo managers. And if anything, out in the llanos, pure whites were looked down on as soft and weak, because the llaneros were a hardy breed who took pride in their ability to endure any hardship. They rode from sunup to sundown. They rode when it was 1,000,000 degrees and everything was dust and dehydration. They rode when it did nothing but rain for months on end and the entire landscape was flooded out. They endured the bugs. They slept on the ground. The grasslands were not completely lawless, but it was a far more Darwinian existence than in the cities. The weak could not hack it. Only the strong survived. And these cowboys, the llaneros, would prove to be the men who held the fate of Venezuela in their hands. Now, during the early days of the First and Second Republic, I think it's fair to say that the llaneros didn't have much in the way of political consciousness, and most did not ride off into battle in defense of some well-thought-out political agenda. They were not like proto-zapatistas, the peasant soldiers of the Mexican Revolution, who fought specifically for concrete political and economic reforms. Mostly, it was the promise of plunder and riches and adventure that earned the fluid allegiance of the llaneros. But though it's fair to say that they did not have revolutionary consciousness, they were still a revolutionary force. I mean, once you have huge armies of mixed-race cavalry riding around who hated the Criollo and wanted to humiliate them, kill them, and then take their stuff, I mean, even if it was just greed driving them, all that killing and plundering would have the effect of turning the world upside down. The first man to recognize the military and political might of the llaneros was, ironically enough, a peninsular, a particularly ruthless peninsular named José Tomás Boves. Boves had been born in northern Spain in 1782, so he's just about 30 years old at this point, and just 9 months older than Bolívar. As a teenager, Boves became a pilot serving on merchant ships that traded between Spain and the Americas. But at some point, and it's not clear to me when, he got busted in Venezuela for smuggling and the authorities tossed him into prison. He secured his release only by agreeing to go into exile out into the llanos, and so he moved down to the small interior city of Calabozo. There, he reinvented himself as a merchant and cattle rancher. A charismatic and imposing man with a famously huge head, Boves soon became a leading fixture of Calabozo. Now, he had tried to join the army of the First Republic, but his request for a command had been rejected by the stuck-up Criollo of Caracas, and shortly thereafter, under murky circumstances, he was arrested for treason and tossed in jail, and he was actually slated to be executed, but in May of 1812, Monteverde's army had swept through and freed him. Boves then joined Monteverde's army and was rewarded for his service in January 1813 when he was appointed administrator of Calabozo. But of course, January 1813 is right when Bolívar was wrapping up the Magdalena campaign and Santiago Marinho was reinvading eastern Venezuela with his 45 true believers. Soon, the tide would turn against Monteverde's royalist regime. But Bolívar's admirable campaign did not come through Calabozo, nor did Marinho's forces yet penetrate that far west. So all on his own, Boves began to form a legion of llaneros to fight the forces of the Second Republic. But Boves and his guys were royalist in name only. Boves kind of hated everybody equally at this point, and his recruitment pitch was about plunder and riches, not God and the king. But Boves himself now bore a special hatred for the aristocratic, racist, soft criollos that ran the Republic, and so when representatives from the Republic came round to begin the process of integrating all Venezuela under the rule of Caracas, Boves made it very clear that they were most unwelcome in Calabozo, and that if that little dandy Bolívar wants a war to the death, he's gonna get it. So by mid-September 1813, the Second Republic faced a war on two fronts, against the true royalist forces led by Monteverde and Cajigal, operating out of Puerto Cabello and Coror respectively, and then Boves and his llaneros marauders, gathering around Calabozo and already riding around on plundering expeditions. They sacked haciendas and estates and any town they came across. So after about an 8-week respite following the conclusion of the Admirable campaign, Simón Bolívar went back to war. In mid-September, Monteverde was reinforced with 1,200 peninsular soldiers sent from Cadiz, and almost as soon as these troops landed, Monteverde staged a breakout from Puerto Cabello. He wanted to go capture Valencia, which lay just about 30 miles due south. Monteverde led 2,000 men out of Puerto Cabello at the end of September, but as they approached Valencia, a 3,000-man Republican army met them at Barbula on September the 30th and decisively blocked Monteverde's advance. As the Royalist forces fell back, the Republicans pursued, and a couple of days later, on October the 3rd, they fought a second battle at Las Trincheras, where Monteverde himself was severely wounded. The Royalists then fell back all the way to Puerto Cabello in complete defeat. This debacle convinced the colonel who had led the 1,200 reinforcements over from Spain that the wounded Monteverde was no longer fit for command. So the colonel took control of Puerto Cabello, and in short order, Monteverde would be getting on a boat to Puerto Rico, and from that point be leaving our story entirely. He would remain in Puerto Rico until 1816, and then return permanently to Spain, where he would live until he died in 1832. His year as self-proclaimed dictator of Venezuela would never come back to haunt him, because as we'll discuss next week, events in Spain were far too tumultuous for anybody to care about Monteverde, and if anything, his vigorous defense of Spanish rule in the Americas earned him accolades, not admonishments. So it was all sunshine and roses for the Republicans on that front of the war, and this would be followed by good news on the other front. To deal with the marauding llaneros, Bolívar sent 2,500 men up to Calabozo under the command of a particularly ruthless character named Vicente Campo Elias. Like his opponent Boves, Campo Elias was a peninsular. He had been a businessman in the city of Mérida when the revolutionary wave started crashing on Venezuelan shores, and despite being a full-blooded Spaniard, Campo Elias eagerly joined the patriot cause. He was prominent in the independent junta movement and suffered greatly when the First Republic fell, as he was targeted for harassment by Monteverde's agents. When Bolívar came through Mérida at the outset of the Admirable campaign, Campo Elias joined up and took the lead in recruiting others to join Bolívar's army. And Campo Elias would be one of the staunchest defenders of the war to the death because he was quite famously a Spaniard of the self-loathing variety, and he said that when he was finished killing every Spaniard in Venezuela, he was going to turn his sword on himself. On October the 14th, 1813, Campo Elias met Boves's legion of llaneros outside Calabozo and routed them so decisively that as Boves fled the field, he took with him only 17 men. Campo Elias then took hundreds of prisoners and proceeded to execute every last one of them. And then, as he brought Republican rule to Calabozo and the surrounding region, he was ruthless with anybody suspected of royalism. So atrocities committed by each side in these campaigns would soon justify the atrocities committed by the other side, until the cycle of atrocities was spinning out of control. The success of his subordinates against the Royalists then induced Bolívar to go out and take personal command of the situation, and what he wanted to do was push west towards the city of Barquisimeto, which, if you draw a line west from Republican-held Valencia and south from Royalist-controlled Coro, that's where Barquisimeto is. Bolívar wanted to ensure that all roads back to New Granada were secured, but Field Marshal Cajigal sent out an expedition from Coro to block this attempt. In mid-November, Bolívar was dealt his first defeat. The Royalists were fairly well whipped during the battle, but in the attack, Bolívar's infantry got confused and started to retreat, leaving the Royalists free to attack the panicked Republicans and drive them off with fairly heavy casualties. Bolívar was so pissed about all this that when the survivors reconvened, he screamed at them and said, "From here on out, you will be called the Nameless Brigade for the shame that you have brought to the patriot cause." But that was really the only low point for the whole rest of the year. Bolívar's uncle, José Félix Ribas, the hero of the Admirable campaign, soundly beat another attempted breakout from Puerto Cabello at the end of November, as both sides maneuvered around each other, preparing for the biggest confrontation of the wars to date. That force from Puerto Cabello was supposed to be linking up with units coming down from Coro, and an independent Llanero band coming out of the grasslands. But Ribas prevented this linkage, and after sending the royalists back to Puerto Cabello, he turned around to come reinforce Bolivar. The two sides finally squared off near the city of Araure on December the 5th, and I've seen estimates that put the numbers as high as 6,000 per side, but so far as I can tell, it was more like the low estimates of 2,000 infantry and about 1,000 cavalry apiece. Bolivar and the Republicans won the Battle of Araure handily, with major contributions from the Nameless Brigade, who regained their honor and were then redubbed the victors of Araure by their grateful general. The Battle of Araure would prove to be the high point of the Second Republic, if indeed it could be called a high point at all. Because much like Miranda before him, Bolivar was not happy that this had descended into a civil war, where Americans were fighting Americans. I mean, one of the whole points of the decree of war to the death was to prevent this kind of intra-American fighting. But when Bolivar and his generals looked across the lines, they saw native-born Venezuelans fighting them to the death. The Second Republic, and at this point we're still talking about the personal military dictatorship of Simón Bolívar, had failed to convince the vast majority of the population that it was worth their allegiance. Aware that his 6 months of authoritarian rule was probably eroding as much support for the Republic as it was building, Bolívar convened a public assembly at a church in Caracas on January 2, 1814, ostensibly to step down from office. He stood before the assembled crowd and said, "I am not your sovereign and was never meant to be. The time has come for you to elect a representative government." He also said that though he was flattered by the title Liberator, that the people of Venezuela should not forget that he was just one man, and that the committed officers and common soldiers were the true liberators of Venezuela. And this is something Bolívar is really good at. He was egotistical, sure, but he was not the guy who took all the credit and pretended like nobody else existed. For the whole run of his campaigns, Bolívar is always going to make sure that the men who did the work and the individual officers who had rendered some signal service were duly recognized. I mean, there is a reason he developed such a loyal following. And even here, as he is saying, "I want to resign as Supreme Commander," and the people roared, "No, you must stay," Bolívar said, "There are more illustrious citizens than I. General Marinho, liberator of the East. Now there is a leader worthy of directing your destinies." But the people wouldn't hear of it, and despite his best efforts, they would not let Bolívar resign. Now, the likeliest explanation for this whole song and dance, of course, was that Bolívar wanted to shore up his dictatorship in a way that made it look like he was trying to give up his dictatorship. And the suggestion of Marinho was a calculated gambit to put on record the people's rejection of Marinho. With his rule effectively re-ratified, Bolívar returned to the war with renewed vigor, but he soon discovered that he was fighting a war against an enemy he could not defeat: demographics. He may be the darling of Caracas, but it seemed like everywhere else, friends of the Republic were few and far between. Practically the entire mixed-race population of Venezuela was openly siding with the royalists, the decree of war to the death or not. And out in the Llanos, the temporarily beaten José Tomás Boves had gone right back to recruiting, now more zealous than ever. On November the 1st, 1813, he had put out a general call to the cowboys to join him in a vast anti-white army of plunder. Let's kill those who hate us and take their stuff. By January 1813, Boves had joined with another Llaneros warlord named Tomás Morales, and their combined forces now numbered some 7,000. As they thundered around killing and plundering, they soon earned the name that would define them for all of history: the Legions of Hell. Now, of those 7,000, only about 150 could be counted as white, so this really was shaping up now to be a full-blown race war, and there were just more non-whites in Venezuela than there were whites. The deep well of Llaneros, hankering for plunder and a chance to vent some wrath on the haughty criollos, would prove to be nearly inexhaustible, and at their peak, the Legions of Hell would number some 20,000. Meanwhile, Bolívar was now having major trouble recruiting to fill his own ranks. For every man the enemy lost, they could replace no problem, sometimes with 2 or 3 more. For every man Bolívar lost a man. And this was to say nothing of the problem of armaments. Bolívar had run the Magdalena campaign and the Admirable campaign, basically with guns stolen from royalists along the way. Venezuela had no native arms factories. Everything had to now be purchased. So Bolivar begged and pleaded with the British to sell him guns, but they were still allied with the Spanish Regency against Napoleon and refused to endanger that relationship. The United States, meanwhile, was continuing to stay as neutral as possible, and they would not officially sanction gun sales either. So Bolivar had to rely on infrequent black market purchases. Meanwhile, the Royalists had no such problems. The forces down along the coast always had a lifeline of arms back through Spanish channels, and the Llaneros of the interior, they didn't even fight with guns. The signature weapon of the Legions of Hell was the sharpened lance. The men would hold these lances straight while hanging their whole bodies off to one side of the horse so you couldn't get a good shot at them, and then they'd smash into you at full speed. The unprotected Republican infantries trying to reload their early 19th century guns would suffer atrocious casualties under these charges. So the war got going again in earnest in February 1814, and by then Bolivar was already well aware of his demographics problem and was begging Santiago Marinho to send him some reinforcements. But Marinho would drag his feet coming to Bolivar's aid. He kept saying, yeah, I'll send some guys, but then he just didn't. And Marinho almost waited too long. In early February, Boves and the Legions of Hell rode north and were planning to push their way into Caracas itself. But in order to pass from the grasslands into the valleys that would take them down to Caracas, they had to get through a sharp spine of low mountains, and the best place to do that was at a pass called La Puerta, which translates in this case as the gate or the door. Bolivar ordered good old Campo Elias to hold La Puerta, and Campo Elias got there just ahead of the Legions of Hell, but he only had 1,500 men with him and did not stand much of a chance. On February the 3rd, 1814, the legions crashed the gate, and after an intense fight, Campo Elias was forced to retreat, leaving 1,000 men dead in the field. With La Puerta cleared, Boves divided his men into 3 columns, which turned out to be not such a great idea, because though the Republicans couldn't muster forces to take all of the legions at once, they could now pick off each column one by one. One of the 3 columns headed down to the town of La Victoria, where Jose Felix Rivas conscripted locals to fight for the Republic, including about 100 kids as young as 12 years old from a local school. And though they fought bravely, Rivas would have been overrun at La Victoria, had not Campo Elias and the remnants of his army arrived just in the nick of time. With La Victoria saved, Bolivar then ordered Ribas to go defend the city of Acumare. But when Ribas got there, he found that the Legions of Hell under General Morales had already passed through. Acumare was a body-strewn ghost town. But Ribas did make a fortuitous discovery. General Morales had dropped a satchel full of letters, one of which made it clear that Royalist prisoners in Caracas were planning a mass uprising. Ribas forwarded this intelligence to Bolivar, prompting Bolivar to make a very serious decision. He sent word to the man he had left in charge of Caracas. He said, "Without delay and without exception, you will put to the sword every Spaniard in dungeon or hospital." Between dungeon and hospital, that was about 1,000 men. And from February the 14th to February the 16th, 1814, these 1,000 men were systematically corralled out onto a plain near the city and beheaded one by one. This was the black mark on Bolivar's record I was talking about when we discussed Bolivar's shame at having lost Puerto Cabello, how he did not want to make the mistake of letting prisoners get the drop on him again. And so he ordered this mass, indiscriminate execution. War to the death. While Ribas had stymied the advance of one column of the Legions of Hell, Simón Bolívar was grappling with the rest, and against his instincts was now forced into a defensive crouch. And as he was ordering the murder of all those prisoners, he was himself busy setting up what looked an awful lot like a last stand at one of his own estates in San Mateo. After leaving Acumare, Ribas and Campo Elias joined Bolívar at the newly fortified estate at San Mateo, and when Boves launched a full frontal attack on February the 28th, the Republicans were able to successfully beat him off. The whole month of March then turned into the Siege of San Mateo, with Boves and the legions of hell unable to crack their way in, but Bolivar and the Republicans running out of time, ammunition, and supplies. And then they got hit with the demoralizing news on March the 17th, when Campo Elias was killed in a skirmish. Boves then launched two more major attacks on March the 20th and March the 25th to try to break the siege. And on March the 25th, he was nearly victorious. His guys fought their way into the main house of the estate where all the Patriot powder was housed. But rather than allow the house to fall to the enemy, the Republican captain in charge lit the powder, blowing up the house and everyone inside, including himself, in the process. This sudden explosion turned the tide back to the Republicans, and the legions of hell were once again driven off. But Bolivar's forces were now in desperate straits here. I mean, it was just a matter of time before they got beat. But that is when Santiago Marinho and 4,300 men finally arrived from the east to help. With Marinho's fresh army on the way, Boves withdrew, rather than get caught between two enemy forces. The arrival of Marinho staved off defeat, and temporarily halted the advance of the legions of hell on Caracas, but this was all only temporary. Boves retired back to Calabozo to recruit more men, and then both sides spent most of April regrouping. Field Marshal Cajigal finally left Coro in mid-April, headed for Valencia. His plan was to link up with Boves to form a single united front, but it was becoming very clear that Boves was not super interested in taking orders from anyone. So in mid-May, the Republicans, now combined under the shared leadership of Bolivar and Marinho, went out looking for Cajigal and found him at Carabobo, where the Royalists were stalling, hoping that Boves would come and back them up. But Boves never came, and on May the 28th, Bolivar and Marinho won a smashing victory against the Royalists in the pouring rain. Cajigal was forced to flee on foot with only a few of his staff to a safe spot way out on the Orinoco River. But though this was a great victory, do not confuse this Battle of Carabobo with the more famous Battle of Carabobo that will come round in 1821, and which would actually, finally, pave the way for Venezuelan independence. But despite the great victory at Carabobo, the Republican forces were still weak, and the legions of hell were coming back stronger than ever. As I said, for the Republicans, every bullet fired and man lost was one less bullet and one less man. Boves, meanwhile, seemed to be drawing from an inexhaustible supply of both. And then in June, Bolivar made a fatal error. With Boves looking like he was going to make another push through La Puerta, Marinho put himself in a strong defensive position guarding the gate. But Bolivar, remember, is not a man who likes to be on the defensive. So he arrived on the scene with reinforcements and was keen to get out after the enemy. On June the 15th, 1814, the Second Battle of La Puerta began, with the Republicans holding a defensive line for quite a while, but then Bolivar surveying the enemy and saying, look, there's not that many of them, I think we can go take them. Except Boves was keeping like half his army out of sight. So when the Republicans came out onto the plains, they were set upon and pretty well crushed. The Second Battle of La Puerta was catastrophic. The Republican forces were shattered. Bolivar and Marinho had to run all the way back to Caracas. Boves, meanwhile, was now able to move unimpeded. He first secured the long-targeted city of Valencia by promising the residents leniency if they let him in, and unfortunately they believed him. The night he entered, he threw a ball and demanded that the women of the city dance for him, or he'd kill their husbands, their brothers, and their sons. And so the women danced, and when they were done, Boves killed everyone anyway. Meanwhile, down in Caracas, total panic had set in. The legions of hell were coming, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop them. Even Bolivar could see the futility of resistance. Marinho said that they would all find refuge east in the city of Barcelona, and so Bolivar ordered every piece of gold and silver in the city stripped and loaded into 24 trunks. Then, on July the 7th, 1814, he and the 1,200 soldiers he still had left said, "We are going to Barcelona, and anyone who wants to come with us, let's go." Now, it's hard to tell what the population of Caracas was at this point, especially with the Caracas earthquake having already devastated the population. But the vast majority of the inhabitants of Caracas followed Bolivar. only about 4,000 elected to stay behind. For the next 23 days, a column of refugees from Caracas marched towards Barcelona, and that march turned into a running nightmare of dehydration, starvation, exposure, and disease. Many people just dropped dead along the way, as a grim Simón Bolívar could only watch helplessly from his horse and then just keep riding. Boves entered Caracas on July the 16th, and he was greeted by those who stayed behind, who fell into roughly 4 groups: religious types like priests and nuns, peninsulares assured of safety because they were royalists, blacks and pardos who knew Boves would treat them well, and then finally suicidal patriots who decided to die in their homes rather than run. But the capture of Caracas marked Boves' break with the royalist cause. He always had just been in it for him and his own men, so Cajigal tried to issue orders, and Boves just blew him off, and it soon became clear that if you were white and still in Caracas, you were dead. It didn't matter who you were. Blacks and pardos were spared, then they were promoted and put in charge of the city, while whites were located, robbed, and killed. So while there was no formal list of political principles for which the legions of hell fought, they were indeed a revolutionary army. Thanks to the inexhaustible supply of new recruits for the legions of hell, when Boves captured Caracas, a whole separate Generos army under General Morales was able to ride east and track down the fleeing Republicans. And by then the Republicans realized how desperate their situation really was. When they finally arrived in Barcelona in early August, they found the city in panic. Residents jammed the shoreline, tossing their belongings onto every boat they could find. This was not a place of safe refuge. This was an evacuation zone. Now, most of the bedraggled Caracas refugees stopped walking in Barcelona, but a few of the more intrepid and stronger followed Mourinho and the 24 trunks of treasure further east to the city of Cumaná. Bolívar himself, meanwhile, rode out south with what few forces he had left, joining them with some of Mourinho's existing garrisons near the small town of Aragua, where they hoped to halt the charge of Morales' branch of the Legions of Hell. Now, numbers are always tricky in these wars, and I've seen Bolívar's forces reported as low as 2,500 and as high as 6,000, but Morales' army is always numbered at 8,000 strong. The legions came roaring into the valley on August the 17th, and the next day battle was joined. Bolívar's forces were crushed, sustaining casualties well over 50%, and forcing Bolívar and a few other senior officers to flee at high speed for Cumaná. After all the killing at the Battle of Aragua, Morales moved on to the town of Aragua, sacked it, and allegedly left 3,000 dead civilians in his wake. The Second Republic was now all but finished, but there was still one more little tragic, kind of pathetic act to play out before the end. When Bolívar reached Cumaná, he learned that Mourinho had loaded the all-important 24 trunks of treasure onto some ships run by an Italian captain. But now, the Italian captain had taken the trunks hostage. Mourinho himself had gone aboard one of the ships to demand their return, but he never came back. So then Bolívar went aboard, but while he was arguing that everyone and everything should be released, the Italian captain ordered his ships to sail. And here, great bitter confusion set in amongst the Republicans. Now, Bolívar's version of the story is that he and Mourinho finally got the Italian captain to agree to release most of the treasure as long as he could keep some of it. This business finally settled, the ships headed for the offshore island of Margarita, which was still held by a Republican garrison led by Manuel Piar. But by then, Piar had heard that Mourinho and Bolívar had loaded up all the treasure on some ships and sailed away, and not unreasonably thought that they were trying to skip town. I mean, this is kind of exactly what Miranda had done. So when the ships approached Margarita, Piar opened fire, forcing them to turn around and head back to Cumaná. But when the ships returned to Cumaná, Bolívar and Mourinho discovered that everyone there also thought that they had been skipping town. José Félix Ribas was furious at his nephew for apparently abandoning him and the Republican cause, so he arrested both commanders-in-chief. Mourinho he threw in jail, and Bolívar he stripped of command. and then Ribas communicated with PR to keep up the Republican war effort under new leadership. Their respective chiefs deposed, PR would now run the East, while Ribas ran the West. If they won the war, that was. So on September the 8th, 1814, Ribas put both Bolívar and Marinho on a boat and said, "Get the hell out of here, you guys are done." So once again, Simón Bolívar was headed off into exile, having failed to defend the Second Republic, just as he had failed to defend the First Republic. But as miserable as he may have felt, Bolívar could once again count himself extremely lucky, because just hours after the ship sailed, Manuel Piar arrived in Cumaná with a company of riflemen planning to execute both Bolívar and Marinho for treason. So the rapid-fire changes of fortune in the wars of Spanish-American independence had once again left Bolívar in exile and Venezuela in the hands of royalists. Utterly undeterrable, though, next week Bolívar will pick himself up off the mat once again. Now, he will sail for Cartagena, where once before he had risen like a phoenix from the ashes, and where he hoped to repeat the trick. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.12, The Desired One. As you may have noticed, we are in the annual revolving door phase of Simón Bolívar's revolutionary career. He was forced into exile in 1812, then he staged a triumphant re-entry into Venezuela in 1813, but then we ended last week with Bolívar heading back into exile in 1814. This week he will return to Cartagena to restart the project of Spanish-American independence, only to find himself yet again on a boat out to sea in 1815, on his way to yet another triumphant re-entry into Venezuela in 1816. The door just goes round and round and round. And I mean, you'd think at a certain point he'd just give it up. But the man had sworn an oath on top of the sacred mount to liberate his country or die trying. So, never give up, never surrender. By Grabthar's hammer, by the sons of Warven, you shall be avenged. After getting put on a boat by his uncle Jose Felix Ribas, Bolívar and his one-time rival, but now fellow exile, Santiago Marinho, arrived in Cartagena on September the 19th, 1814. And upon arrival, Bolívar was greeted warmly by both the city leaders and the common people. Though he was arriving under ignoble circumstances, kicked out of Venezuela by his own senior officers on suspicion of treason, Bolívar's name was still spoken with reverence in Cartagena. To them, he was still the liberator, and he was still commissioned as a brigadier general in the armies of New Granada. So he took up residence in the former bishop's palace in Cartagena and started taking meetings with local leaders to get the lay of the land, and what he heard did not fill him with feelings of great patriotic joy. After Bolívar crossed the border into Venezuela to begin the Admirable campaign, New Granada had gone back to squabbling with itself, as the centrifugal forces of federalism pulled everyone apart from everyone else. So when Bolívar arrived in Cartagena in September 1814, he actually found things very similar to the situation when he had first arrived in the city back in 1812. Bogotá and Tunja locked in a fierce rivalry, Cartagena still pretty much just doing their own thing, and royalist forces taking advantage of patriot discord to seep their way back in between them all. So just before Bolívar had left on the Admirable campaign, though, things had looked way more unified, with President Antonio Nariño leading the Bogotá Centralists into an alliance with the Tunja Federalists led by President Camilo Torres. Well, unfortunately, that alliance had not lasted very long. The reason it had not lasted was because Nariño raised an army of about 2,000 men and marched them southwest in the direction of Quito in the summer of 1813. This is just as Bolívar was marching east towards Caracas. Nariño successfully captured the city of Popayán and its all-important gold mine, but as he moved towards the city of Pasto, everything fell apart. His army was defeated by a royalist force, and when a rumor went round that Nariño himself had been killed, the army just dissolved. Abandoned in the field, Nariño was himself cornered and captured. So Nariño did complete his march to Quito, but unfortunately it was as a prisoner of war. Nariño would then get put on a ship that sailed him all the way back to Spain, and this time he would not escape. So by the end of 1815, Antonio Nariño was sitting in a Cadiz prison. The same prison, incidentally, where Francisco de Miranda now sat. After only a brief stay in Puerto Rico, the old precursor had been sent back across the Atlantic, and he too now sat in a Cadiz jail cell, writing letters to everyone he could think of to try to secure his release. But nobody could do anything for him. And next week, we will say our fond and sad farewell to Francisco de Miranda. Back in New Granada, the principal upshot of Nariño's capture was that it allowed the leaders in Bogota to pull back from their partnership with the Federalists, which is why Bolívar found the situation so seemingly unchanged when he came back in September 1814. After about a month in Cartagena, Bolívar and Nariño and a few others made their way up to Tunja to try to help reunify the Republican forces. Bolívar obviously does not see eye to eye with the federalism of the guys in Tunja, but they were the most united thing going, and had been the ones to back his invasion of Venezuela, so he did sort of owe them one. And it was doubly imperative for the patriotic Republicans to join under whatever umbrella would hold them all together, because by the time Bolívar got to New Granada, the most sensational news of all had already crossed the Atlantic, and it threatened to undo everything, finally and irrevocably. The French had been booted out of Spain, and King Ferdinand VII had been restored to the throne. This was glorious news for everyone but the truly committed Republicans like Bolívar, who knew that the liberation of Spain would surely mean the subjugation of America. So looking back through the transcripts, it looks like we last checked up with events in Spain in episode 5.9, and we wrapped up there in the spring of 1812 with the ratification of the Constitution of 1812. Now, in terms of the Peninsular War, the situation had turned into a grim and bitter stalemate. The British held Portugal, the Regency and Cortes continued to run out of Cadiz, but King Joseph Bonaparte and the French controlled the rest of the peninsula. Spanish insurgents waged relentless guerrilla war everywhere, but all of them then endured harsh French anti-insurgent retaliation. There seemed to be no end in sight, until events on the other side of the world broke the stalemate, because in June 1812, what happened? That's right, Napoleon invaded Russia. Now, the Russian invasion was catastrophic on its own terms. Napoleon left in June 1812 with 685,000 men and returned in December with just 120,000. But in the bigger picture, the invasion of Russia had a major destabilizing domino effect and pretty much spelled the end of the French occupation of Spain. The Allies were emboldened to launch a new offensive, just as Napoleon was forced to draw troops out of Spain in his ultimately failed attempt to hold on to his collapsing eastern flank. So in Iberia, the Allied British, Portuguese, and Spanish forces under Wellington advanced in the summer of 1812, and they actually chased King Joseph out of Madrid and took the capital. But a French counterattack in the fall forced the Allies into retreat. By that point, though, reports of the unfolding disaster in Russia were leaking out to all sides. So in early 1813, Wellington launched another offensive, and this now was the beginning of the end for the French. King Joseph abandoned Madrid for good in March, and then with the French in retreat on all fronts, Wellington and 80,000 men caught up to King Joseph's retreating 60,000 men at Vitoria on June the 21st, 1813, and they cracked the French lines. Now, casualties in this battle were just about equal, but Joseph had to break and run for it, and whatever unity the French forces had left was shattered. They were forced to regroup in a thin sliver of territory up on the Spanish side of the Pyrenees, with the Allies now controlling most of the rest of the peninsula. Wellington kept up his offensive then, and though the campaign was bitterly contested, the French were slowly pushed back into France. And this is just as Napoleon is getting beat at Leipzig in October 1813, sending him too back into France. 500,000 enemy forces were now converging on the emperor from all sides. With the French on the run, the Regency government in Cadiz had room to breathe for the first time. And this nicely coincided with elections to the first ordinary Cortes that was to be convened under the Constitution of 1812. That ordinary Cortes would supplant the extraordinary Cortes that had been the effective government of Spain since it first convened itself back in 1810. As these elections unfolded through 1812 and 1813, though, it became clear that the liberal ideals written into the Constitution were not representative of Spanish public opinion. One of the biggest complaints being that all those liberal ideas looked nearly identical to the policies of the French Bonapartist government. I mean, liberals from across Europe are kind of working from the same batch of theories. So when it came to economic policy and political theory and the role of the church, the Spanish liberals sounded a lot like the French occupiers. The only major difference, it seems, being that the Spanish liberals wanted Ferdinand to be king rather than Joseph. So with the occupation ending, most Spaniards seemed inclined to dump anything that smelled even remotely French. So when the new Cortes convened in Cadiz in September 1813, it turned out to be a far more conservative body than its predecessor had been. And one of the first orders of business was voting to reconvene in January in Madrid, removing the government from the backyard of the Cadiz merchants and putting it into the backyard of old guard absolutists now coming out of the shadows. But by the time the Cortes reconvened in January, huge news had come. A desperate Napoleon was attempting to stabilize his western flank, and to do so he decided to finally release Ferdinand from his imprisonment in December 1813. The terms were that Ferdinand would be returned to the Spanish throne, and in exchange he would agree to a ceasefire with the French, and then ultimately join France in an alliance against the British and Portuguese. But this was some truly desperate self-deception on Napoleon's part if he actually thought Ferdinand was going to join him. For one thing, events were now moving way too fast. Ferdinand would not even return to Spain until March, and by then Napoleon was pretty well beat. He had waged his war against the inevitable through the 6 Days Campaign of February, but the Allies took Paris in March, and the Emperor himself was forced to abdicate in April 1814 and accept exile to Elba. So even if Ferdinand had wanted to join the French, which he did not, there was never really any time for him to do it anyway. So with the liberation of Iberia and the collapse of the French Empire, Spain now found itself at a crossroads. For 6 years, the Regency Cortes had governed in Ferdinand's name, but now the king himself was free. So would he accept the Constitution of 1812 and embrace a modern constitutional monarchy for Spain, or would he try to go back prior to the abdications of Bayonne and revive the absolutism of the Bourbon dynasty? But though the new Cortes, now meeting in Madrid, is more conservative than the extraordinary Cortes that had met in Cadiz, it was still liberal enough to produce a decree on February 2nd, 1814 that said Ferdinand swearing an oath to uphold the Constitution was a prerequisite for them recognizing his sovereignty. So when Ferdinand finally crossed the border back into Spain in March, he was met at the border by a general bearing the February 2nd decree. Now, Ferdinand did not really know what to expect in Spain. I mean, after all, he had been cooped up in a chateau in France for the last 6 years, so he took the February 2nd decree under advisement. But as he approached Madrid, wherever the restored king went, the people seemed wildly and genuinely to support him. During his years of imprisonment, patriotic Spaniards had come to refer to Ferdinand as the Desired One, though this was not a nickname that's going to survive his coming reign. Old friends and high-ranking church officials and ministers of the old regime then flocked to Ferdinand's side, and not one of them advised him to recognize the Cortes or the Constitution of 1812, which suited Ferdinand just fine. Then in April, the king arrived in Valencia and received the spontaneous backing of an 8,000-man army. Then shortly thereafter, he received a petition signed by 1/3 of the delegates in the Cortes, the most conservative third, telling him that they themselves viewed the Cortes and the Constitution as illegitimate, because the extraordinary Cortes had not been convened correctly, and it had vastly exceeded its authority when they drafted a new constitution. So by the beginning of May 1814, King Ferdinand, the Desired One, had the support of the common people, the church, a significant part of the army, and a big chunk of the Cortes itself. Basically, if he wanted to, he was safe to overthrow the Constitution of 1812, and he really wanted to. On May the 8th, 1814, the king signed a decree announcing that the Constitution of 1812 was nullified, and all decrees issued by the Cortes since it had convened in 1810 were hereby vacated. On May the 11th, the army he controlled entered Madrid and made sweeping arrests of major liberal leaders, sending the rest running into exile. On May the 13th, the king himself then entered Madrid. The liberal, patriot government that had seen Spain through the Peninsular War was dead. Far from being thanked for their service, the men who had run that government were now outlaws or in prison. King Ferdinand and his advisors then set to work putting everything back to the way it had been in 1808, right before the abdications of Bayonne. So we, of course, need to focus on what this all means for the Americas, because, spoiler alert, putting things back the way they had been in 1808 is really not going to fly in the Americas. Even royalists in Spanish America, the guys fighting for God and the king, did not want to go back to heavily restricted trade and arbitrary policies set in Madrid without real participatory input from the Americans. I mean, you couldn't just pretend like the last 6 years haven't happened. But King Ferdinand and his ministers sure are going to try, and their plan was to literally restore all the old audiencias, put back in the intendants and the captain generals, and restore all the viceroys, and just generally make sure that the Peninsulares were back in control of the Americas. But there was some recognition in the restored Bourbon monarchy that many places in the Americas were still in rebellion. Venezuela is, of course, a mess, as was the Rio de la Plata. New Granada is still mostly in rebellion. New Spain is still grappling with insurgent armies. But unlike the Cortes, Ferdinand now had troops that he could use to impose a little order. With Napoleon safely imprisoned at Alba, the reconstituted Council of the Indies formally recommended to the king in September 1814 that a huge armada be sent to begin the reconquest, and the king said, "That sounds great." So a massive expedition slowly came together in Cadiz, ultimately numbering 10,500 troops sailing on 60 ships of various shapes and sizes. It was the single largest military expedition the Spanish had ever sent to the Americas, and its destination was the war-torn and bloody province of Venezuela. Now, King Ferdinand and his ministers are going to make a lot of mistakes between now and, let's say 1820. A lot. But they made a surprisingly good decision when they picked the man to lead this expedition. They went with General Pablo Morillo. Morillo was a lifelong soldier. Almost literally, he had joined the Spanish Marines in 1791 at the tender age of 13, and so he came of age during the wars of the French Revolution, though he generally found himself on the losing side. In 1793, he had served in the Spanish contingent at the Siege of Toulon, and so was among those sent running by the audacious attack of young Napoleon Bonaparte. Murillo was then stationed in the Pyrenees through 1794, but as the levée en masse slowly began to overwhelm the Spanish defenses, he was taken prisoner by the French in early 1795. But that was just as the Spanish were capitulating. So upon his release, Murillo rejoined the army and found himself fighting alongside the French rather than against the French. For the next decade, Murillo fought the British, culminating with his participation at the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805, where he was wounded and taken prisoner again. Now, I can't quite nail down when the British released him, but Murillo was a free man when the abdications of Bayonne hit in 1808, whereupon he volunteered for the Patriot Army and found himself once again fighting against the French rather than alongside them, and that's the life of a professional soldier. Your friend today is your enemy tomorrow, is your friend again the day after that. Murillo served with distinction during the Peninsular War and was known for his personal courage and knack for actually winning battles. So his ascent up the chain of command was rapid. He had signed up in 1808 as a mere lieutenant, and 5 years later, as Wellington was preparing for the final push, Murillo was a field marshal in the Spanish army. During that final campaign, he once again served with notable distinction, and basically Pablo Murillo was a smart, dedicated, patriotic, and experienced officer. And while on almost every other front King Ferdinand would prove himself to be a disastrous judge of both character and policy, he somehow, accidentally, appointed Murillo to command the expedition to restore order in Spanish America. Murillo was further granted broad power and discretion to complete his mission, a mission that was nothing less than the end of independence in South America. The king formally appointed him governor and captain general of Venezuela and president of the restored Caracas Audiencia. With all of these powers in hand, he was ordered to then land in Venezuela at the head of this mighty fleet, use whatever combination of carrot and stick he thought best to bring the natives to heel, and then move on to New Granada, on his way ultimately down to Lima, Peru. Bolivar's fears back in the Cartagena Manifesto that Venezuela would become the Coro of all South America, it looks like that's coming true. So Murillo and his armada set sail from Cadiz in February 1815 on a 2-month-long voyage across the Atlantic, and they expected, when they landed on the other side, to be landing right in the middle of a bloody and bitter Venezuelan civil war. But by the time they arrived in April 1815, it turned out that bloody and bitter civil war was pretty much over, and the Second Republic had been dead for months. To wrap up that war, let's go back to September 1814, just after Jose Felix Ribas has put Bolivar and Marinho on a boat. Now, Ribas and Manuel Piar planned to vigorously defend this last little enclave of Republican power they had, but the situation was now reversed from a year ago. The Royalists, or more specifically Boves and the Legions of Hell, controlled almost the whole country, with the Republicans limited to this little enclave down around the city of Cumaná. The end of the Second Republic honestly feels pretty inevitable at this point. In October 1814, Boves advanced east, forcing Ribas and what was left of the Patriot forces to just abandon Cumaná. Now, Ribas managed to keep a force in the field until December, but they were finally cornered at Urica and forced to fight against an army that outnumbered them 2-1. Smashed by the Legions of Hell, the Patriot army just ceased to exist. The only consolation being that as the Republican forces broke, Boves himself took a spear to the heart that killed him instantly. But though the death of Boves is good for the Republicans in the long run, in the short term, it did them no good. Ribas fled west, trying to make his way back to New Granada, but after taking refuge outside the city of Pascua, he was betrayed and captured. The Royalists who found him then killed Ribas, cut off his head, and fried it in a vat of boiling oil. The head was then sent along to Caracas, where it was put on public display for all to see. The only part of Republican Venezuela now left was a small garrison holding the island of Margarita under Manuel Piar, and they would find themselves not lasting very long because the destination of Murillo's giant armada was the island of Margarita. So bringing this all back around now to Bolivar, by the time that he was heading up to Tunja from Cartagena, he knew that Spain had been liberated and the king restored. He did not yet know about Murillo's expedition, but it was not too hard to guess that something like it was probably on the way. When Bolivar reached Tunja, he once again found himself greeted as a hero rather than a goat. President Camilo Torres hailed him as a great man who just so happened to be unlucky in the field. Now, the principal concern of both Torres and Bolivar at this point was bringing Bogotá back into the shared fold of the Union of New Granada, and the Congress in Tunja put 1,800 men under General Bolivar's command and said, "Go to Bogotá and make them see reason." Bolivar and his new little army reached the gates of Bogotá on December the 10th, 1814, and despite a brief show of resistance, the people of Bogotá didn't have much in the way of a military force to withstand a siege. Bolivar promised leniency if they opened their gates, and so after 2 days, they did. And unlike Boves, Bolivar kept his word. He didn't go running in to slaughter everybody. With Bogotá now under Bolivar's military authority, the Tunja government voted to reconvene in the old viceregal capital. It was bigger, it was richer, and more importantly, it would cement the sense of shared purpose and help everyone keep an eye on everyone else. With Bogotá secured, Bolivar then planned a reverse Magdalena campaign. Over the past year, resurgent royalist forces had been retaking positions all up and down the river. So in January 1815, Bolivar set out with more than 2,000 men down the river rather than up it to clear them all out, reestablish communication lines with Cartagena, and then most importantly, keep pushing on to the port of Santa Marta that sat at the mouth of the Magdalena River. That city was currently held by royalists, and Bolivar wanted to make sure that the inevitable force from Spain that would be coming inevitably would have no safe place to land in New Granada. But once again, Bolivar's dreams of a unified American defense against a Spanish invasion was stymied by his fellow Americans. Specifically, this time it was a guy named Colonel Manuel Castillo. Now, this is not the first time that we have met Castillo. And to be honest, the only reason I didn't mention his name the first time we met him is that I forgot that he was the same guy who's going to be causing trouble for Bolivar now. Remember the colonel who resigned with 100 of his men rather than follow Bolivar into Venezuela? That was Colonel Castillo. The same Colonel Castillo who was about to drive Bolivar into exile and bring Cartagena to ruin. So Colonel Manuel Castillo pretty much hated Bolivar, thought him a crazy fanatic who wanted to spill New Granadan blood and waste New Granadan resources on harebrained schemes in Venezuela. Which isn't like 100% inaccurate, but from Bolivar's perspective, their shared sense of purpose and sacrifice was supposed to be for the greater good. Well, Castillo wants no part of that, and he was in Cartagena when Bolivar came back, and as soon as the fanatical little Venezuelan left for Tunja, Castillo started up a smear campaign against Bolivar. He played up the stories of Bolivar's betrayal at Cumaná, how it was not clear whether Bolivar's incompetence or cowardice had contributed more to the collapse of the Second Republic. And Castillo did a good job rebranding Bolivar as a villain. So by the time Bolivar arrived at the lower reaches of the Magdalena River, he was informed that Cartagena was no longer his friend and that Castillo was recruiting troops not to fight the Spanish, but to fight Bolivar. So this forced Bolivar to break off his approach on Santa Marta and instead focus on Cartagena, which meant that through March and April 1815, Bolivar's forces just kind of sat around on the swampy lower reaches of the Magdalena River while Bolivar tried to negotiate his way back into the good graces of Cartagena. This all led to the onset of camp diseases that killed both men and morale, and desertions from his army became frequent. Bolivar finally decided to try to force the issue, and he marched on Cartagena, hopefully to get them to open up their gates, as Bogotá had. But instead, as Bolivar approached, Castillo opened fire with the heavy guns, forcing Bolivar and his forces to take cover, and then even worse, it turned out that Castillo had poisoned all the wells in the surrounding area, so drinking water was non-existent. The depressing siege of Cartagena took its toll on Bolivar, and I have to think at this point that doubts really were starting to creep in about whether any of this was ever going to work. And then on April the 24th, 1815, the other shoe finally dropped. Jubilant royalists carried through news that the great Spanish armada of 60 ships and 14,000 men, or so it was reported, had landed on the island of Margarita and destroyed the last of the Republican forces. It was only a matter of time before they moved on to New Granada. As Bolivar was processing this information, he got word that a royalist unit had attacked and taken Mompox in his rear. So now down to just 700 men and surrounded by enemies of every variety on all sides, and the great hammer of Murillo perhaps just a few weeks away, Bolivar gave up. He sent a letter to Cartagena saying, "I will resign my commission and leave the country as long as you take care of my men." Castillo agreed to these terms, and so on May the 8th, 1815, Bolivar once again got on a boat headed into exile, his third such trip in less than 4 years. This was really not working out the way Bolivar had intended. So this time, the once again exiled Bolivar headed for Jamaica, and he had there at least one friendly contact, an adventurous merchant named Maxwell Heaslop, who had been among those selling black market guns to the Second Republic. Heaslop promised Bolivar money and the use of a 24-gun ship he owned for the cause of Spanish-American independence, but for the rest of 1815, that cause seemed lost, and Bolivar had to just sit in Kingston and stew. But despite all this, Bolivar could still count himself as lucky, because it had been a really good time to get out of New Granada. Now, the armada of Pablo Murillo did not immediately come over to Cartagena. They lingered in Caracas for the summer of 1815, as Murillo tried to restore order to a province that had just been leveled by civil war and natural catastrophe. I mean, whole towns were now just abandoned ruins. The legions of hell alone can be blamed for about 80,000 civilian casualties during their marauding, and you add into that the Caracas earthquake and various Republican atrocities and the war to the death, and then just disease and starvation and people fleeing the country. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if the casualties ran as high as 200,000, and this from a province that had only about 800,000 in it on the eve of the abdications of Bayonne. So we're talking about one full quarter of the population here. But once Murillo felt like he had Venezuela kind of on its feet, or perhaps just to the point where he could hand it to civilian authorities and get back to soldiering, Murillo left Venezuela in September 1815 with his armada and headed for Cartagena. Now, the fortifications of Cartagena were as impressive as they had been when the British had failed to take the city way back during the War of Jenkins' Ear. As long as the residents don't give up hope, there's no way that even 60 ships and 10,000 men could take the city. And while the residents were perhaps a bit reticent about all this, Colonel Castillo was determined to not let the city fall, and he introduced martial law to make sure no one's resolve broke, even as the situation got worse and worse and worse. The siege of Cartagena would ultimately drag on for 4 months. The walls would stay firm, but everyone inside would wither. But Bolivar is lucky. He's not trapped in Cartagena. He is in fact now in Kingston, Jamaica, living on a small stipend arranged by his merchant friend. And if he had ever let self-doubt creep in while sitting outside of Cartagena, Bolivar didn't show it in Jamaica. He sent out an explosion of letters every which way seeking aid, everyone he could think of in the United States, whether working in the government or in the private sector. He sent letters to the old British Foreign Minister, Richard Wellesley, begging for assistance, men, money, whatever you can spare. But the world was turning a deaf ear. Just recently freed from the War of 1812, President James Madison went back to trying to stay out of European entanglements and signed a law forbidding U.S. citizens from joining any campaign in Spanish America. As for the British, after their great victory at Waterloo, they proceeded to sign an agreement with the members of the Holy Alliance. That was Prussia, Russia, and Austria, the goal now being stability. Sweet, sweet stability after 25 years of nonstop war. So the British also made it illegal for their officers to sign up for service in Spanish America, though as we will see, more than a few are going to come anyway. And the most famous letter Bolivar wrote during this period of exile in Jamaica, though, was not a request for aid, but rather a response to a request for information. An Englishman living on the other side of Jamaica had been curious about what had gone wrong in Venezuela and what the prospects were for Spanish-American independence. Bolivar answered in early September 1815 with a long letter that seemed very much to be written with an eye on being disseminated to a wider audience than just the recipient. And indeed it would be. Along with the Cartagena Manifesto, the letter from Jamaica is a statement of Bolivar's political principles, and also a nuanced and fairly prescient analysis of politics in Spanish America, a lot of which still holds up today. But I'm going to talk about the letter from Jamaica in more detail next week, because Bolivar surveys the current status of all the various regions of Spanish America, and I want to use that as a framework to spend next week pretty much doing the same thing to get us caught up on all fronts as we move to the next phase of Spanish American independence. Now, meanwhile, things in Cartagena were getting really bad. By the end of November 1815, there was nothing to eat, there was nothing to drink, disease and starvation had set in, and already close to 6,000 people had died. Now, Colonel Castillo was prepared to hold on until everyone inside was dead, but everyone else had had enough. In early December, a cabal of senior military commanders, including a cadre of Venezuelans in exile, deposed Colonel Castillo. With Castillo removed from power, 2,000 residents of Cartagena abandoned the city for the shoreline, where they pitifully surrendered themselves to the Spanish. The next day, December the 6th, 1815, Murillo's army entered Cartagena. As they secured the nearly empty city, they found Castillo cowering in the corner of a house. He was arrested, taken down to the main square of the city, and shot. Now, coincidentally enough, it was just a few days after the fall of Cartagena that Simón Bolívar found himself once again on the run with every intention of running back to Cartagena, not knowing, of course, that the city had already fallen. And what he was running from is a mysterious little episode, because apparently Bolivar had grown to dislike his landlady, and on December the 10th, 1815, decided to move to different lodgings. The very next day, an exiled Venezuelan officer, Bolivar's former paymaster actually, arrived in Kingston looking to reconnect with his old chief. This guy went to Bolivar's now former lodgings, not knowing that they were his now former lodgings, and not finding Bolivar, this unfortunate guy decided to go to sleep in Bolivar's old hammock. Now, the reason I call this guy unfortunate is that all of this coincided with a conspiracy to assassinate the Liberator. Bolivar's black attendant had been promised 2,000 pesos, an obscene amount of money, to kill Bolivar, and it just so happened that the murder was planned for that very night. So, the assassin slipped into Bolivar's apartment and stabbed the body in the hammock to death, except it wasn't Bolivar who was dead, it was just some random guy. Now, nobody knows who orchestrated this assassination attempt, but Bolivar quite rightly determined that he was no longer safe in Jamaica. So on December the 18th, 1815, Bolivar loaded up a ship with supplies and decided to return to Cartagena to see what he could do to help his old comrades withstand the siege. But shortly after setting sail, they passed some ships coming the other direction that told them, yeah, no, Cartagena has fallen already. So, it isn't safe for Bolivar anywhere. Where could he now go? The answer brings us back around to the final episode on the Haitian Revolution. With no place to go on the mainland, and without support from any of the other major powers in the Caribbean, there was only one place Bolivar could go: the Republic of Haiti. Bolivar was told that he would find asylum in Haiti, and so on Christmas Eve 1815, a beleaguered Bolivar landed in Le Caille. Next week, Bolivar will meet and befriend President Alexandre Pétion, the leader of the Republic of Haiti, and find the Haitians willing to offer him not just asylum, but aid. And so when Bolivar returned once again to his war with the Spanish, it would be with the guns and ships provided by the Republic of Haiti. And President Pétion's only stipulation for providing these guns and ships was that when Bolivar got back to Venezuela, that he would emancipate all the slaves. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.13, The Letter from Jamaica. In September 1815, Simón Bolívar sat down to compose a letter. At this point, he was still living in Kingston, Jamaica, renting from a landlady he would soon find intolerable, setting the stage for his lucky escape from the assassin's knife just a few months hence. During the course of his extensive correspondence during these months in exile, a letter came through from an Englishman living on the other side of Jamaica named Henry Cullen. Cullen was curious about Spanish America, its history, the course of the independence movement, and what the prospects were for the future. And Bolivar used this request from Cullen, much like Edmund Burke took a letter asking for his opinion of the French Revolution as a springboard for a general public treatise, marshalling the full breadth of his historical education, which was considerable by this point. Bolivar surveyed South America and wrote up his thoughts, clearly intending them to be for a wider audience than just Cullen himself. And Cullen indeed did translate the letter and forward it to friends in England, where it was eventually published. Now, for about the next decade, the letter from Jamaica was only known to British liberals and a few Spanish-American exiles. But in the fullness of time, the letter would be rediscovered and translated back into Spanish, whereupon it would become a centerpiece of understanding Simón Bolívar and the times in which he lived. So what I want to do here today is run through the letter from Jamaica to start with, but then use it as a springboard to talk about two regions in particular that are about to become very important to the next phase of Spanish-American independence, the Rio de la Plata and Chile, because today we are going to introduce two new giant pieces to the board, José de San Martín and Bernardo O'Higgins. Bolivar began his letter by complimenting Mr. Cullen on the proper degree of hostility Cullen showed for the Spaniards. Bolivar agreed that they were the worst, a wicked stepmother who reigned tyrannically over the oppressed Americans. And most especially, Bolivar now blamed them for keeping the Americans in a state of political infancy. Governed by peninsular despotism with its heavy mix of censorship and superstition and inquisition, Spanish Americans had been denied the habits of participatory government. This lack of a practiced republican ethic was the source of Spanish-American disunity, and why Bolivar would remain a strong centralist for his whole life. As he had already said in the Cartagena Manifesto, emerging states needed a strong central hand, especially when trying to govern a citizen body just emerging from the tyrannical shadow of Spanish despotism. After properly scolding the Spanish, Bolivar then moved on to tracing the course of events after the abdications of Bayonne, attempting to explain the American response to the chaos in Europe and how it had led to movements for autonomy, culminating with all those declarations of independence in 1810. But Bolivar was now writing 5 years past those heady days when everything was thrilling and romantic. I mean, it's now September 1815, and Bolivar himself is a thrice-exiled failure. Venezuela lay in ruins after a war to the death. Pablo Murillo's huge armada was laying siege to Cartagena. King Ferdinand had been restored to the Spanish throne, all of which seemed to spell the end for American independence. So when Bolivar turned his attention to the future, you might think he would wallow in a little pessimism. But if there's one thing Bolivar was not, was a pessimist. He could be a cynical realist. He could be a cold-blooded killer. But he was never going to be a pessimist. So Bolivar's optimistic commitment to independence was unshakable because he believed independence was now inevitable, as he explained to Mr. Cullen. Employing an argument similar to the one made by Tom Paine in Common Sense back in 1776, Bolivar argued that the very fact of armed conflict had already made future reconciliation impossible, that if the Spanish reconquered the Americas, the whole thing would just play out again a generation later. In Bolivar's eyes, the bonds were already permanently severed. It was just a matter of when everyone else would wake up to reality. So as he turned to survey the future course of Spanish America, Bolivar wrote under the assumption that in the end, independence would win. And though he would remain a committed, large state centralist, by now he also did agree that Spanish America would not devolve into 4 large countries, roughly conforming to the old viceroyalties, but rather something like 15 to 17 new nations, which is remarkably close to what wound up actually happening. So you can probably already guess what Bolivar thought lay in store for New Granada and Venezuela. Even after being kicked out of both countries and seeing very little evidence of their mutual solidarity, Bolivar still believed that in the end they would join together in a new nation called Colombia, that this nation would be governed by a British-style system with a Senate, House of Commons, and an executive for life. Centralist Republican to his core, Bolivar just couldn't picture anything but Gran Colombia. And so in the end, he was wrong about his prediction, but it's going to take us the whole rest of this series to explain exactly why. Bolivar also missed the mark with his prediction for the neighboring Isthmus of Panama, though he did make an interesting observation that just, didn't pan out. He predicted that the Isthmus provinces, as far north as Guatemala, would join into a single confederation, and then that confederation would capitalize on their control of the all-important trade lines between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Bolivar predicted a city as great as Constantinople would one day be planted betwixt the two great oceans. But neither the Confederation nor Panama-Stinople ever came about. He was closer to the mark concerning New Spain, of which he wrote, "For reasons of geography, wealth, population, and character, I imagine that the Mexicans will initially attempt to establish a representative republic, granting great powers to the executive, concentrating it in a single individual who, if he performs his duties properly and fairly, will almost certainly hold his authority for life." But then he also went on to say that if the ruling party is military or aristocratic, it will likely demand a monarchy, which will at first be limited and constitutional, but inevitably deteriorate into absolutism. That does actually sound a lot like what goes on in Mexico, though, as I've also said, we're not going to worry too much about New Spain in this series, because we're going to deal with all of it when we get to the Mexican Revolution. So that takes us on down to southern South America, about which Bolívar admitted a lack of information hindered his judgment. But luckily, we do not share his ignorance, because we know everything that happened down in southern South America. And so, for the rest of today's episode, we are going to leap away from the letter from Jamaica and dive headlong first into the Rio de la Plata, and then Chile. And then we can circle back around to see whether Bolívar's predictions hold up. But more importantly, be on solid footing as we enter the next phase of Spanish-American independence, which is going to be defined by a great double envelopment of Peru as Simón Bolívar marches down from New Granada and José de San Martín marches up from Chile. So the last time I mentioned the Rio de la Plata was near the beginning of episode 5.8. when I said that the fall of Seville in 1810 triggered the May Revolution, which led to a dangerous struggle for power that pitted everyone against everyone else. And at the time, I also said it was a mess that we were not going to fall into, but it is now time to fall into that mess. Now, the last time we really talked about the Rio de la Plata was way back in episode 5.5, when we discussed the British invasions of 1806-1807. And if you'll recall, the hero of that crisis had been that French mercenary Santiago Ligné. Ligné had been so effective that the town council of Buenos Aires deposed the sitting viceroy and promoted Ligné to acting viceroy. And then he stayed on as acting viceroy even through the abdications of Bayonne, though he did have to sufficiently prove his hostility to the Bonapartes. During his 2 years in power, Ligné opened up Buenos Aires to free trade and used customs duties to pay the wages of 8,000 militiamen now under arms. They were well drilled, organized, and made up almost entirely of the mixed-race lower classes. But in 1809, the central junta took it upon itself to appoint a new viceroy to replace Ligné, Baltasar Hidalgo de Cisneros. When Cisneros arrived, Ligné peacefully stepped aside. Acting on behalf of the monopoly-loving Cadiz merchants, though, Cisneros quickly undermined his own authority by ending free trade in Buenos Aires. This not only angered the merchants and intellectual liberals, but it also shut down the customs revenue that Ligné had been using to pay the militia. So, Cisneros was already on thin ice when Buenos Aires heard about the fall of Seville at the end of May 1810. Cisneros and the viceregal authorities tried to navigate the news, but an alliance between disgruntled militiamen and radical intellectuals demanded an open meeting of the Buenos Aires Town Council to discuss the city's response to the crisis. After days of heated debate, this open council voted on May the 25th, 1810, to create an independent junta. Viceroy Cisneros was deposed, and he was put on a boat to the Canary Islands, along with any other peninsulares the junta found insufficiently patriotic. The Buenos Aires junta then invited all other provinces in the Rio de la Plata to send delegates to join the government. But we've seen this game play out before, and the other provinces rejected taking orders from the metropolis. The other major cities of the Viceroyalty, Montevideo, Asunción, Chuquisaca, all kept Buenos Aires at arm's length. And here we find some of the basic divisions that will help turn the 4 viceroyalties into 15 to 17 new nations, because the 3 cities I just named are the future capitals of Uruguay, Paraguay, and Bolivia. The city of Montevideo was always Buenos Aires' most important rival. The 2 cities lay on opposite sides of the great Rio de la Plata estuary, and since their earliest days had competed over trade, power, and wealth. And if Buenos Aires said butter side up, Montevideo said butter side down. So 2 days after receiving an invitation to join the Buenos Aires junta, the leaders of Montevideo got together and declared their allegiance to the Regency. On top of that, the peninsular governor of the city, Francisco Javier de Elio, learned that Cisneros had been deposed and declared himself the new viceroy of the Rio de la Plata. But Montevideo was not the only city to keep its distance from Buenos Aires. Deep in the interior, the city of Asunción and the future country of Paraguay had their own interests to think about. Their small manufacturing and livestock and textiles supplied the silver-rich province of Upper Peru with goods and services. The biggest threat Paraguay faced was liberals down on the coast declaring free trade because the flood of cheap goods from Spain and Britain would, and did, crowd out local operators. So when word of the fall of Seville arrived, Asunción called its own junta rather than sending delegates down to Buenos Aires. The Asuncion junta would soon come under the influence of one of the very few well-educated men in the region, José Gaspar Rodriguez de Francia, who everyone called Dr. Francia. And here we get what makes Paraguay different from the others, because over the course of the next few years, Dr. Francia will proceed in stages through member of the junta to president of Asuncion for 5 years, then president of Asuncion for life, to supreme and perpetual dictator of Paraguay. And then he just doesn't go anywhere. Dr. Francia will rule Paraguay until 1840. Ruling with a strong, and in later years fairly brutal hand, Dr. Francia's Paraguay would maintain political stability over the next 30 years that no other country in South America would approach. But Paraguay was off the beaten path a little bit, and with Montevideo instantly for the regency, the guys in Buenos Aires focused their attention on making sure that Upper Peru remained in their orbit. This is the future Bolivia, because that's where all the silver was. After the first cry of liberty in 1809, the capital of Chuquisaca had fallen back under the royalist umbrella. So in the summer of 1810, Buenos Aires sent an armed expedition to reassert patriotic control. And this expedition was a mix of political officials and militia forces that were to spread the decrees of the Buenos Aires government and make whatever reforms were deemed necessary to the existing political structure. But before they even got to Upper Peru, this expedition found themselves blocked by a small counter-revolution that had broken out in the city of Cordoba. This revolt was being led by former acting viceroy Santiago Liniers. The junta's forces attacked, though, and in the ensuing battle, Liniers was captured and then executed, which was a very unpopular decision because Liniers was still the hero of those British invasions, and most of the militia companies had been formed under his auspices. So just killing him was not going to win Buenos Aires any friends. And then things got no better for the expedition once they finally reached Upper Peru. Now, they did successfully clear out the few royalist garrisons around, but then they began imposing all kinds of revolutionary reforms that the locals really didn't appreciate, especially since the expedition was notoriously secular and had very little respect for the traditional Catholic Church. So if the point of the expedition was to bring Upper Peru under Buenos Aires' control, well, the mission failed miserably, and they would all be getting tossed out in just a few months. Meanwhile, back down on the coast, self-declared Viceroy Elío was confirmed at his new post by the Cádiz Cortes, and in February 1811, he declared war on the rebels in Buenos Aires. But he found little support outside of the city of Montevideo itself, because out in the countryside of the Banda Oriental, the cowboys, ranchers, and small farmers all turned against Spanish rule and coalesced around a patriotic general named José Artigas. Artigas was a little bit like Bolívar, the heir of a wealthy family of ranchers. He received a top-flight formal education, but was also raised among the rustic cowboys who ran his family's estates. Artigas was back in Spain when the abdications of Bayonne hit, and then served in the Spanish army during the early stages of the Peninsular War, and in fact had only just returned home on the eve of the May Revolution in 1810. Now, Artigas initially stayed in the Spanish army, but deserted when Viceroy Elío declared war on Buenos Aires. Offering his service to Buenos Aires, Artigas was made a colonel, and then he set to work recruiting from among the ranchers and cowboys, and soon he had a large and intensely loyal force behind him. By the summer of 1811, this cowboy army was joining with militia forces from Buenos Aires to lay siege to Montevideo. But there was a problem. The Patriots had no navy to speak of, and until they did, Montevideo could be resupplied forever. But the siege did prompt Viceroy Elío to turn north and beg Queen Charlotte of Portugal for assistance. Still the one member of the Bourbon royal family free from the clutches of Napoleon, Queen Charlotte had long tried, though with very little to show for it, to become the recognized sovereign of the orphaned Americans. With Montevideo under siege, she had now a golden opportunity to advance Portuguese interests south of the Brazilian border. So not only did Charlotte literally pawn crown jewels to keep Montevideo supplied, she started gathering an armed expedition of her own to help relieve it. News that the Portuguese might now be getting into it was just the latest bad news in a year of bad news for Buenos Aires. They had sent a small force up to Asuncion, but that force had been repelled by the Paraguayans in March 1811. Then they found out that in Upper Peru, the leader of the junta's expeditionary force had gotten it in his head to keep marching all the way to Lima, but instead they were blocked in the mountains and defeated in June 1811. This defeat scattered the junta's forces and allowed the royalists to retake Upper Peru. Now, as these military defeats mounted and dissatisfaction with the junta growing, radicals inside Buenos Aires staged a coup. With the threat from Portugal now looming, a quick uprising in September 1811 overthrew the existing leadership and put into place a new three-man triumvirate, with the junta reduced to a mere legislative branch. Fearing complete collapse if the Portuguese entered the fray, the new triumvirate signed an armistice with Viceroy Alio that nominally acknowledged his authority without actually acknowledging his authority. But left hanging out to dry was José Artigas. Cut out of the negotiations by both sides, Artigas and his followers were now exposed to retaliation from Brazil or Montevideo, triggering one of the more famous events in the course of all this, the exodus of the Easterners. In October 1811, Artigas led a huge train of covered wagons into the interior. Whole families and communities relocated to the west bank of the Uruguay River. There, Artigas and his people would regroup away from the range of the Portuguese, Montevideo, or Buenos Aires, none of whom they now trusted. But though they had been forced to recognize the viceroy, the men now running Buenos Aires were more radically liberal than ever, and the dominant force of the new triumvirate would not be one of the triumvirs, but instead their secretary, Bernardino Rivadavia. A true acolyte of the Enlightenment, Rivadavia married new Benthamite liberal reform policies to old-style enlightened despotism, and he envisioned the whole of the viceroyalty of the Rio de la Plata falling under the jurisdiction of an aggressively liberal reformist government based in Buenos Aires. Free trade, extensive education, respect for property rights and civil rights, the works. All of it to be done without asking permission or forgiveness. In December 1811, the old junta tried to stage a coup against the growing tyranny of Rivadavia's triumvirate, but it failed and was savagely repressed, and in the aftermath, the national junta was dissolved. And then a few weeks later, in January 1812, the triumvirate ordered all provincial juntas to cease operations at once. And then they resumed the siege of Montevideo. But again, without a navy, the whole operation was pretty much doomed. So this was the military and political situation in March 1812, when one of the highest-ranking Criollo officers in the Spanish army arrived, José de San Martín. The only person who rivals Simón Bolívar in the grand scheme of Spanish-American independence is José de San Martín. Now, I first mentioned him when talking about the early days of the Peninsular War, because he fought in the Peninsular War and was at the key battle of Bailén. But when I mentioned him, I said that he was from Buenos Aires, which is not actually true. He was born in the interior town of Yapeyú, where his father was a provincial administrator. But the family did relocate to Buenos Aires when little Jose was just 3, before moving on again back to Spain, where San Martín would live from the age of 7 until his quote-unquote return home to the Rio de la Plata as a 33-year-old deserter from the Spanish army more than 25 years later. Once they got to Spain, San Martín and his brothers all joined the army, and all enjoyed a similar rise up the ranks. Just a few years older than Pablo Murillo, San Martín joined the cadets in 1789 at the age of 11, and then served through the wars of the French Revolution, once being captured by the British in 1798. San Martín was still in the Spanish army in 1808 when the abdications of Bayonne hit, and he was actually serving as a watch commander in Cadiz, and he was unable to stop a mob attack on French ships anchored in the harbor, an attack that left his friend and commanding officer dead. And San Martín is never going to be a populist radical. He's always going to be fairly conservative in his political leanings. After the French invasion, San Martín then joined the Patriot Spanish Army in 1808 as lieutenant, and as I mentioned, he was promoted to colonel after his valor at the Battle of Bailén. By 1810, San Martín was an adjutant general, helping run the Army of Catalonia, and he was in fact one of the highest-ranking Criollo officers in the Spanish Army at the time. But the disasters of early 1810 seem to have turned San Martín's attention back to the Rio de la Plata. The Spanish army had been crushed, and Seville had fallen. I mean, how much longer could the Regency last against the might of Napoleonic France? So after 1810, San Martin stayed in uniform, but he also came into contact with various British agents in Cadiz and liberal members of the Order of Rational Knights, a revolutionary Masonic group based in Cadiz. On September the 14th, 1811, San Martin used a passport forged by the British to cross over to London under an assumed name. After 22 years of service, José de San Martin was a deserter. He arrived in London penniless and friendless, but as all penniless and friendless South Americans found upon arrival in London, San Martin was welcomed into Francisco de Miranda's house on Grafton Street. Now, Miranda himself had already departed for his own destiny in Venezuela by the time San Martin arrived in late 1811, but the revolutionary intellectual Andres Bello still lived there, and though the old precursor was gone, and never to return as it turned out, San Martin found a supportive home on Grafton Street. He was inducted into Miranda's Grand Reunion Lodge by Andres Bello, and also at Grafton Street met and befriended another young dissident Criollo officer named Carlos Maria de Alvear, and the two discussed plans for the future of the Rio de la Plata. After a few months, San Martin arranged passage back to Buenos Aires and departed. Alvear was close behind him. So upon arrival in Buenos Aires in March 1812, San Martin was eagerly greeted and brought into the patriotic fold. He was, after all, like an adjutant general in the Spanish army. But San Martin was no passive agent to be used. He immediately founded a branch of the Masonic Rational Knights called the Lautaro Lodge, which created a network of like-minded leaders, and probably the most important of their shared philosophies being that they believed that only a Pan-American front against the Spanish would secure their collective independence. This is going to make them natural allies of the Bolivarians up in the north, and it can't have been too long before San Martin started planning his invasion of Peru. San Martin always saw the big picture, and he believed that removing the royalists from Lima was essential to the security of South America. But for the moment, he focused on the simple defenses against incursions from royalists coming out of Upper Peru, and the grateful leaders of Buenos Aires put San Martin in charge of reorganizing their armed forces, which had not performed well in the field since the May Revolution. So as San Martin got to work organizing the army and earning its loyalty, his Masonic brother, Carlos Maria de Alvear, arrived and set to work undermining the triumvirate. The enlightened despotism of Rivadavia had started rubbing people the wrong way, and in particular, San Martin and Rivadavia hated each other. In mid-1812, a popular patriot general was deemed an enemy of the regime and executed along with 40 of his senior officers, which struck many as unjust and harsh. So after a summer spent maneuvering in the shadows, San Martin, Alvear, and their Masonic brothers moved in for the kill in October 1812. They forced the triumvirate to resign and kicked Rivadavia out of office. Then they orchestrated the formation of a second triumvirate, with mostly figureheads holding the three positions. San Martin stayed with the armies, while Alvear stayed behind the scenes as the triumvirate's permanent secretary. The second triumvirate then called for a Rio de la Plata-wide Congress to convene in early 1813, but they still found few takers. Montevideo, of course, just ignored them, as did Jose Artigas and his people, Dr. Francia and the Paraguayans, and then everybody up in Upper Peru. Now, in May 1813, Buenos Aires sent a second expedition to Upper Peru that was able to temporarily reoccupy the region, but by the end of the year, it was all bad news for Buenos Aires again. In September, Montevideo received some much-needed peninsular reinforcements, and then in November, that second expedition to Upper Peru was also driven out. So, the stalemate that was now setting in the Rio de la Plata held until 1814. At the beginning of that year, the second triumvirate gave way to a single supreme dictator, a guy named Gervasio Antonio de Posadas, but he doesn't really matter because he's just the face man for Alvear, now promoted to commander-in-chief of the army and the power behind the throne. Now, during this little governmental shakeup, San Martin took what appeared to be a demotion, taking over as governor of the frontier province of Cuyo. But this was just preparation for San Martin's grand plan. Believing fervently that Lima must be captured, and determining that the road through Upper Peru was much too difficult, San Martin now planned to cross the Andes into Chile, and then march north up the coast. The province of Cuyo, just coincidentally, bordered Chile. Now, back on the Atlantic coast, Buenos Aires finally emerged victorious in their struggle with Montevideo. They hired an English deserter from the Royal Navy to build them a little navy, and in June 1814, this small fleet defeated the Spanish Navy guarding the harbor of Montevideo. So finally surrounded on both land and sea, Montevideo was forced to capitulate and put themselves under the control of those no-good bastards over in Buenos Aires. Now, for the whole length of this second siege, José Artigas and his people had never emerged from beyond the Uruguay River, and thus took no part in the victory. But once Buenos Aires had taken Montevideo, José Artigas came out and said, "Give me control of the city. I'm the only native leader of the patriotic Banda Oriental." And Buenos Aires tried to ignore Artigas and hold the city under their own direct jurisdiction. But even among allies that they had in Montevideo, there was no patience for Buenos Aires rule. So those guys withdrew and ceded control of the city to José Artigas, who triumphantly entered the city in the summer of 1814. Artigas then inaugurated a broadly liberal policy that specifically promoted mixed-race ranchers over the Criollo elite of the city. And oh yeah, he also abolished slavery. Now, before we leave the Rio de la Plata, we have to get through one more little leadership change in Buenos Aires, because in January 1815, Posadas resigned, and Alvear finally stepped into the spotlight as supreme dictator of the Rio de la Plata. But his rule was immediately unpopular. Already without a hold on Uruguay or Paraguay or Upper Peru, even cities inside of what is today Argentina, like Cordoba and Santa Fe, now revolted as well. Even his Masonic brother and ally San Martin was able to offer little support, as he was now fully immersed in his plans to invade Chile. So on April 15, 1815, Alvear resigned in favor of yet another military strongman. And this is about as current as events were going to get, as Bolívar sat in Jamaica composing his letter just a few months later. And though he pled ignorance, Bolívar knew enough to predict that Argentina would be ruled by a centralized military dictatorship that would eventually devolve into a corrupt oligarchy. So, not too far off the mark. And though he cannot have been caught up on all the details of the Rio de la Plata, to get from 4 viceroyalties to 15 to 17 new nations, you have to have division somewhere, and Bolívar never implied that the cohesion of the Rio de la Plata would hold, since there was obviously no cohesion to speak of. From here, Bolívar then turned his attention to Chile, currently the southern province of the Viceroyalty of Peru, but destined to become an independent nation. And of Chile, he wrote, "The kingdom of Chile is destined, by the nature of its geography, by the innocent and virtuous customs of its inhabitants, by the example of its neighbors, to enjoy the blessings conferred on the just and gentle laws of the Republic. If any American republic is to endure, I am inclined to believe it will be Chile." So, let's talk about Chile. Once a ship has navigated its way through the treacherous waters around Cape Horn, it will come up and around the Pacific coast, arriving first in southern Chile and its capital of Concepcion. Then further up the coast lay the Chilean capital of Santiago, and from there it would be another 2 weeks or so up the coast to Lima. And thanks to being on the lower backside of South America, Chile was sheltered from foreign attack, unlike the ports of the Caribbean that constantly had to worry about the French or British or United States coming around. They were also far enough removed from Lima that Chile enjoyed local autonomy, and it had been mostly independent captaincy general since almost the conquistador era. Little changed in Chile after the abdications of Bayón. The viceroy in Peru stayed in place, the captain general in Chile stayed in place, but it was a different matter when the Supreme Junta fell in 1810, because the captain general of Chile at that point just so happened to be an abusive piece of crap that nobody liked. And his response to the news that Seville had fallen was to crack down like an abusive piece of crap that nobody liked. So in July 1810, the Santiago Audiencia, like no radical institution, actually took the lead in deposing this hated captain general because they were worried his unpopular antics would actually trigger a revolt. The Audiencia then replaced him with an octogenarian general named Mateo de Toro Zambrano. But just a few weeks later, they got hit with 3 pieces of news simultaneously. First, despite the fall of Seville, a new regency has been established in Spain. Second, that regency has appointed a new captain general of Chile. And third, the boys over in Buenos Aires have already rejected the regency with their little May Revolution. And this last piece of news triggered a patriotic move for self-government in Chile, and on September the 18th, 1810, at an open town council in Santiago, they agreed to form an independent junta, with Zambrano as president. The Chilean junta was the most moderate and prosperous of all the South American juntas. It scrupulously maintained its allegiance to Ferdinand, describing their every move to their brothers in Cadiz and Buenos Aires and Lima, swearing up and down that they were not Republican separatists, but loyal subjects of the empire. But that said, they also prudently prepared for an inevitable expedition from Lima to bring them back into the official viceregal fold. But the unity and prosperity of the Chilean junta masked regional rivalries, specifically the rivalry between Santiago in the north and Concepcion in the south. As the capital of Chile, Santiago tended to be more elitist and conservative, while the men in Concepcion tended to be more liberal and radical. Inside the junta, this came down to a struggle between Juan Martínez de Rosas from Concepcion and Juan Miguel Carrera from Santiago. And Carrera in particular is important, a young rich criollo recently returned from military service in Spain. In December 1810, the junta issued a call for a general congress to convene in Santiago to draft a constitution. But when this congress convened, the first thing they tried to do was assume authority over the junta and reduce it to a weak executive branch. But a temporary alliance between Rosas and Carrera launched a coup on September 4th, 1811. They purged the Congress of Moderates and created a new 5-man executive. In the wake of this coup, Concepcion then went ahead and formed its own junta on November 15th to protect their own interests, which was smart because 2 months later, Carrera just seized power. He dissolved the General Congress without consulting his colleagues, and so under the leadership of Rosas, Concepcion refused to recognize Carrera's authority and instead went into rebellion. The whole of 1812 then played out as Carrera pretending to negotiate with Concepcion. But really what he was doing is blockading the south, preventing all traffic from Lima and points beyond to the north from reaching southern Chile. With this done, Carrera could just afford to wait his rivals out. The southern economy tanked under the blockade, and in July 1812, Rosas was deposed and sent into exile. Now, civil war looked like the inevitable end to this conflict, but then both sides were hit with a huge stroke of luck. Kind of. The long-expected invading army from Peru finally landed in March 1813, so instead of fighting each other, the Chileans banded together to fight the invaders. The Chileans, far from being conquered, were now more united than ever. Whoopsie. It was the landing of the Peruvians in March 1813 brought a very important man to prominence, Bernardo O'Higgins. What Bolivar is to Venezuela and Artigas is to Uruguay and San Martin is to Argentina, Bernardo O'Higgins is to Chile. So first of all, his name's pretty far out, right? I mean, O'Higgins is not the most Spanish name I've ever heard of, and for a good reason. Bernardo's father was an Irishman. Irish Catholics had long sought prosperous relocation to Spanish America, where they were treated as full citizens who could freely exercise their religion, unlike life under the British. So it was that Ambrosio O'Higgins drifted into Spanish imperial service and emigrated to Chile in 1766. He worked first as an engineer and then joined the Spanish army, commissioned as a colonel in 1777. The very next year, Colonel O'Higgins had an affair with an 18-year-old daughter of a wealthy family in southern Chile that produced an illegitimate son, little Bernardo. His birth a scandal, Bernardo was quietly handed over to arranged foster parents, and Colonel O'Higgins returned to his career, which was about to seriously take off. But though Ambrosio O'Higgins would not recognize his son, he did make sure the boy was provided for. Bernardo was raised first by foster parents, and then later by a distant friend of his father. And his father was becoming a powerful man indeed. He was promoted first to general, and then intendant of Santiago, on his way to the Captaincy General of Chile itself, which he was promoted to in 1788. He is now one step below the viceroy himself. Now, eventually Bernardo learned who his father was, and though the two did not meet, they did keep up a distant correspondence. At the age of 15, Bernardo was sent to Lima to get a top-flight education before being forwarded back to Europe to complete his studies. But there's a good deal of suspicion that Ambrosio wanted to get his bastard son on the other side of the world while he made his play for the viceroyalty. So 17-year-old Bernardo O'Higgins landed first in Spain, but he was quickly deflected up to England, where he took up residence with an upper-middle-class family in Richmond. Now, Bernardo was supposed to have an allowance of £300 a year to live on, but the local agents who held the money in trust for his father skimmed most of it away for themselves. So Bernardo wrote to his father complaining about all this, but he never received a reply. Ambrosio was probably too busy having won his grand prize, because in 1796, the Irishman Ambrosio O'Higgins became Viceroy of Peru. With his father now one of the most powerful men in the Western Hemisphere, Bernardo was basically forgotten about and then just ignored. His friends and host family had to take up collections to keep him fed and warm. Now, given his lonely and rejected circumstances, it was natural that Bernardo O'Higgins would gravitate to the Grafton Street house in London, and it was natural that Francisco de Miranda would gravitate to O'Higgins. Miranda was very well informed and knew exactly who this boy was and, more importantly, who his father was. So Miranda arranged to become Bernardo's tutor in math, soon branching out to history and politics and literature. And O'Higgins became the most successful disciple of Miranda. The other Spanish-American liberators like Bolivar and San Martin had their own complex relationships with Miranda. But for O'Higgins, this was clearly a master-student relationship. O'Higgins was one of the first initiates into the Grand Reunion Lodge, and he remained a constant presence at Miranda's side in Grafton Street until shifts in the winds of war forced him to depart London for Spain in 1798. Forced to take up residence in Cadiz, the once again miserable Bernardo O'Higgins was turned into an unpaid clerk in the employ of his guardian, a guardian who was not at all happy to be taking responsibility for the bastard son of the Viceroy of Peru. O'Higgins tried to join the Navy, but his illegitimate status got in the way. Then he thought about running away, but the British had everything blockaded. Then Bernardo got yellow fever at the end of 1800 and nearly died. And as if that wasn't all bad enough, in early 1801, Bernardo O'Higgins was left nearly destitute. His connections to the traitor Miranda had finally filtered back to his father. Then in early 1811, Ambrosio O'Higgins suffered a nearly fatal brain hemorrhage, in the aftermath of which he drafted a new will that purposefully disinherited Bernardo. But some last-minute pleading from somebody on Bernardo's behalf, we do not know who, changed Ambrosio's mind. And in the end, he recognized Bernardo as his son and left him control of a small estate. So in 1802, Bernardo O'Higgins returned to Chile and spent the next 8 years focused on his estate, mostly vineyards and cattle, and dabbling in some local politics. But through this whole period, he was also an active revolutionary Mason and an acolyte of Miranda's dream of independence. So from the abdications of Bayonne forward, O'Higgins will always be close to the leading edge along with a few of his fellow radical Southerners. O'Higgins was made a minor functionary in the junta government after independence in 1810, but he resigned in protest over Juan Miguel Carrera's unilateral seizure of power. So he returned to the South then, and would no doubt have taken a leading role in the looming civil war between Concepcion and Santiago, but the arrival of the Peruvians in March 1813 changed everyone's political calculus. As I said, the Chileans joined forces to repel the invaders, and 35-year-old Bernardo O'Higgins got his first taste of military action. All through 1813, O'Higgins won repeated skirmishes against the Royalists and became a popular leader in Chile, much to the annoyance of Carrera. On the whole, however, the war was not going great for the Chileans, and in November 1813, the junta dropped Carrera as commander-in-chief and replaced him with a guy who seemed like a winner, Bernardo O'Higgins. But given the circumstances, winning the war was a pretty tall order, and O'Higgins spent the next few months trying to rally a war effort that was short on men and short on cash, and prepared to fall back into the North-South conflict at any moment. With the unity of the Chileans once again fraying, the viceroy in Peru helpfully sent along another invasion in January 1814 that once again fused them all back together. Carrera and O'Higgins set aside their differences, and everyone went to war fighting off the new forces. But in June 1814, even more royalist forces arrived, and they started marching on Santiago. O'Higgins set up a defensive line with 1,700 men at the town of Rancagua, hoping to block this royalist advance, but situated in a ravine, it was not ideal for defending, and his rival/partner, José Miguel Carrera, showed no interest in rushing down to reinforce the position, so the disunity of the Chileans is ultimately what would undo them. On October 1st, 1814, thousands of royalist forces streamed into Rancagua. O'Higgins' men fought for 30 straight hours, hoping that Carrera would come to their relief, but when Carrera did finally set out, he was routed in the field and never even came close to the city. With defenses crumbling everywhere, O'Higgins ordered a general breakout, but general is a pretty generous way of putting it. O'Higgins ordered his cavalry, about 500 men, to bunch together and ride fast in a column through enemy lines and then disperse, which they did, and it's a famous and heroic moment. But though the cavalry could just ride away, the infantry couldn't really do anything. They were just doomed. I mean, they had orders to disperse, but how? They were surrounded. So the royalists then streamed in, and they were in no mood for forgiveness. In this battle, the Chileans lost 600 dead, 300 wounded, and 400 prisoners, which, hey, kind of looks like O'Higgins' total force, minus the cavalry. Remember, kids, if you want to live, join the cavalry. So royalist forces then quickly converged and were able to take Santiago just a few days later, ending the rule of the Santiago junta and turning this whole era from 1810 to 1814 into a discrete little Chilean historical unit called the Patria Vieja, the Old Fatherland. For the next 3 years, restored royalists would govern Chile. But in the wake of this reconquest, thousands of patriotic refugees streamed across the Andes into Argentina, Bernardo O'Higgins chief among them, and there they would find welcome and energetic aid from the armies of José de San Martín, who mustered emergency relief shipment for the incoming refugees, all of whom he saw as victims of despotism and ready allies for his long-planned campaign against the Spaniards. His fellow Mason Bernardo O'Higgins now joined the inner circle of that campaign. So that was the situation as Simón Bolívar would have found it in September 1815 as he wrapped up his letter from Jamaica. Now, given travel time and delay in communications, to say nothing of the fact that Bolívar had his own problems in early 1815, it's hard to say exactly what he knew about what had been going on in Chile. I mean, did he know that Chile had been reconquered? He certainly didn't hint at it when he said the Chileans had the best prospects for success in independence. But there was no further time to dwell on it. The letter completed, Bolívar sent it off to Mr. Cullen, and then a few months later, after a dodged assassination attempt and the depressing news that Cartagena had fallen, Bolívar found himself living in Port-au-Prince, and that is where we will find him next week, as he seeks, ever the optimist and never the pessimist, to give Venezuelan independence one more try. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.14, El Jefe Supremo. Last week, I buried you under an onslaught of information about the course of events in the Rio de la Plata and Chile from 1810 to 1815, the principal upshot being that José de San Martín and Bernardo O'Higgins are currently sitting on the east side of the Andes Mountains, preparing for their invasion of Chile. Now this week, we are heading back to Venezuela to take another few spins on the revolving door that was the early revolutionary career of Simón Bolívar, but by the end of today's episode, the spinning will stop, and he will move forward. But I do have one small correction I need to make before we get going. When I was talking about Buenos Aires finally getting a navy so they could go take down Montevideo, I described the guy who helped them organize it as an English deserter from the Royal Navy. But this is not true. And this not true fact was caught by sharp-eared listener Colm Doyle. This guy was actually an Irishman named William Brown, to whom I profusely apologize for identifying as an English deserter, because he was neither English nor a deserter. Now, he was an ex-sailor, but he emigrated to the Rio de la Plata to make a living as a civilian merchant. Now, this is all an ironic error for me to have made, given that we talked all about how well Irish could do in Spanish America in last week's episode. So, not an English deserter, but rather Admiral William Brown, who was called the father of the Argentine Navy, and after a lifetime of service to Argentina, died a national hero in 1857 at the ripe old age of 79. So I apologize, Admiral Brown. So back in the north, we last left Bolivar in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, on New Year's Eve 1815. And though Bolivar and his Venezuelan brothers had always feared Haitian-style racial revolution, the end result of that revolution that Bolivar witnessed in the Republic of Haiti could not have been as disastrous as Bolivar himself may have believed that it would be. The coloreds and blacks lived in a basic harmony. I mean, yes, the outer appearance masked deeper divides, but it's not like Haiti was some anarchic hellscape. Sure, there were not many whites around, because of Dessalines' genocide and whatnot, but the ports of Lacaille and Port-au-Prince and Jacmel were all open for business, and traders from the United States and Great Britain and the Netherlands all ran a brisk trade. And it was actually these international merchant connections that acquainted Bolivar with President Alexandre Pétion, now 10 years removed from his assassination of Dessalines and the establishment of a working agreement with King Henri Christophe and the Kingdom of Haiti to the north. Bolivar met Pétion shortly after he arrived in Port-au-Prince, and the Haitian president made a distinctly favorable impression on Bolivar. Pétion was intelligent, erudite. He was a former general turned statesman, ruling a peaceful country with a strong central hand. I mean, basically, Pétion already was everything Bolivar was trying to be. But Bolivar also made a favorable impression on Pétion, and the two fell into an easy friendship, and no doubt spent some time discussing many of the ideas Bolivar had just laid out in the letter from Jamaica about the future history of Spanish America. Pétion also would have heard Bolivar complain about the lack of support from all the other powers. The British always prioritized their alliances in Europe, and the United States kind of betrayed their status as the first independent republic in the Western Hemisphere by ignoring all pleas for aid from Spanish America. So it fell to Pétion to offer the assistance that everyone else refused to give. And so it was that the second free republic in the Western Hemisphere, rather than the first, came to the rescue of their Republican brothers in South America. Pétion now saw himself as a patron of further liberation in the Americas, and he promised as much aid as he could muster for Bolivar's cause. And this is real stuff, not just words. 1,000 guns, 30,000 pounds of powder, and 7 ships with crews to man them. He also invited his fellow citizens to join the expedition, and so Bolivar wound up with a couple of hundred free black soldiers under his command. But this aid did not come without a major condition on Pétion's part, though. Bolivar had to swear that when Venezuela was liberated, that racial equality would be law and slavery would be abolished. This was now a condition Bolivar was ready to accept. And this represents a major transformation for Bolivar. Until now, he's been an aristocratic white criollo, liberal and enlightened and all, but never quite breaking out of the world that he had been raised in. Whites on top, mixed race in the middle, slaves, a necessary evil. But after 5 years of failure, Bolivar was now primed to try a different approach, because look where his narrow criollo vision had gotten him, losing the First Republic to Monteverde, losing the Second Republic to the legions of hell, and now on the verge of losing everything to the Grand Armada of Pablo Murillo. And every time Bolivar had looked to the other side of the lines, he saw arrayed against him all the pardos and mestizos, Indians, free blacks, and even slaves. The vast majority of the population of Venezuela had just never been with him. Why? He said all the right things, but he never showed a genuine interest in the needs of the vast majority of the population. But Bolivar was now ready to believe that he might actually have to dedicate himself to liberty and equality, true liberty and true equality, if he was going to lead Venezuela to freedom. And living in Haiti for a few months in the midst of his revolutionary crisis had to have helped convince Bolivar that it would not necessarily be the end of the world if liberty and equality was brought to Venezuela. So he accepted Pétion's terms. Bolivar had not come to Haiti alone. He had arrived with a small entourage of loyal officers, and while they lived in Port-au-Prince, other exiled revolutionaries gravitated towards them. By March 1816, the corps of officers included Santiago Marinho, the liberator of the East, the Pardo colonel Manuel Piar, who had been driven away from Margarita Island by the Murillo Armada, and it's worth remembering that the last time Piar and Bolivar were together, Piar literally tried to kill Bolivar. Also, there was one of Marinho's generals, a guy named Francisco Bermudez. Bermudez had a grudge against both Piar and Bolivar, going back to the fall of the Second Republic, so he didn't really get along with anybody. And then there was also a group of officers who had suffered through the siege of Cartagena and fled the city when it fell in December 1815, and among them was Colonel Antonio José de Sucre, who was on the verge of becoming Bolivar's most favored protege, but we're not quite there yet. There were also a few foreign mercenaries in the bunch, the most prominent of which I am probably going to have to peel off and do a full supplemental about, the always colorful confidence man / revolutionary general Gregor MacGregor. Also in there was Bolivar's Dutch merchant friend Louis Briand, the guy who had set him up in Jamaica and who had pledged his 24-gun ship to Bolivar's cause. So this was a combustible group of men, to say the least. Not more than half of them were truly loyal to Bolivar. Marinho and Bermudez and Piar considered themselves Bolivar's allies, but not his subordinates. And what these guys really were was amongst the first generation of caudillo, a type of military political leader who would become a staple of Spanish-American war and politics. Men who forged armies with their own funds, their own regional connections, and their own charismatic leadership. And when we get to the Mexican Revolution, that's basically just going to be a decade straight of various caudillos overthrowing each other. Bolivar was not a fan of caudillo-style armies. He had said back in the Cartagena Manifesto that independence would only come with a professional standing army doing the work. Though, of course, he did expect to be leading that army. So after a great deal of arguing, and at least one duel narrowly averted, this group of generals did agree that it needed a single leader, and they voted to make Bolivar el Jefe Supremo, commander-in-chief of the expedition. Santiago Marinho, the liberator of the East, would be the second in command and chief of staff, but this command hierarchy is not really going to be worth the paper it's written on once they all get back to Venezuela. On March the 31st, 1816, Bolivar's expedition set sail. But before they could really get underway, they had to swing by the island of St. Thomas to pick up Bolivar's mistress, Pepita Machado. Now, though Bolivar kept his oath to never remarry, he was a well-known lover of women, and was always able to find companionship wherever he went. Usually, these were the equivalent of today's one-night stands, but Pepita Machado was different. She really captured Bolivar's attention in a way that no woman had since the death of his wife. Pepita came from a Criollo Caracas family, and the two met when Bolivar made his triumphant re-entrance into the city in August 1813. The two began a relationship, and this time, instead of quickly moving on, Bolivar remained captivated. Pepita and her family, which usually meant her sister and mother, began traveling with Bolivar's entourage. But as he was preparing to lead the residents of the city on that terrible exodus to Barcelona in the summer of 1814 because the legions of hell were coming, Bolivar refused to let Pepita accompany him, instead putting her and her family on a boat out to the Caribbean islands. Pepita ultimately settled in St. Thomas while Bolivar tried and failed to reignite the struggle for independence in New Granada, and then she stayed on St. Thomas, even as he wound up in Jamaica on his way to Haiti. And it was only now that his return expedition to Venezuela was finally putting to sea that the couple made firm plans to reunite. Except that on the way to St. Thomas in early April 1816, Bolivar learned from a passing ship that Pepita, her sister and mother, had departed St. Thomas headed for Le Cai, trying to reach Bolivar in Haiti before he departed. So Bolivar ordered the fleet to drop anchor while he sent his quickest ship back to Haiti to pick her up. And then when Pepita finally did arrive and the lovers were reunited after 18 months apart, Bolivar waited one full day, just sitting on quiet seas, before ordering the fleet to move on. None of that sat particularly well with his fellow revolutionaries, but the heart wants what the heart wants. Now, the situation in Venezuela was pretty grim in the spring of 1816. General Pablo Murillo had sailed away to begin the siege of Cartagena 8 months back. leaving in charge the new Captain General of Venezuela, Francisco Tomas Morales. Morales was the general who had ridden alongside Boves in the Legions of Hell. He was the man who had lost that satchel, leading Bolivar to order the execution of the 1,000 prisoners in Caracas. He had also been the man to ride at the head of those 8,000 men that crushed Bolivar at Aragua, the last battle Bolivar fought before the incident with the 24 crates of treasure left him exiled once again, though, of course, luckily having just missed Manuel Piar's firing squad. Well, now, Captain General Morales has converted some of the old Legions of Hell into a more formal cavalry arm of the Royalist military, and he is currently leading a punitive government focused on rooting out all possible enemies of the state and destroying them. They set up a committee of confiscation, which confiscated the property of proscribed patriots, Simón Bolívar's name being at the top of the list. The committee wound up confiscating over 1 million pesos worth of property, fully 20% of which was from Bolivar. Others identified as Republicans were placed into forced labor camps or simply executed in a town square one day. But with the population already reduced by as much as a quarter by the war to the death, it's not like there was much more killing to be done. Morales' men also started running out of victims because their relentless repression had triggered an exodus of Republicans from the coast into the interior grasslands, since it was the one region relatively safe from Royalist reprisals. Now, the Llanos may have been where the Legions of Hell had come from initially, but remember, the Legions of Hell had never been an ideological force, right? They followed the caudillo Boves. Wherever he pointed, they rode. After his death, many remained under the leadership of Captain General Morales, but many, if not most, returned to their homes in the Llanos. The war was over. They had won. It was time to count up the booty. But now those returning veterans from the Legions of Hell were intermixing with the refugee Republicans, and a new mass of cowboy warriors was forming, and they were ready to accept a different version of the gospel and be pointed in a new direction. And with Morales, himself a white guy, now appearing to re-embrace the ancien regime, which had always come with a heavy dose of racism, the Llaneros who had once ridden with the Legions of Hell were now ready to switch sides and transform the War of Venezuelan Independence. Now, after the Armada of Pablo Murillo had moved on, Margarita Island had been left with only a small garrison, and after a few months, a small band of Republicans had managed to retake it. So when Bolivar finally got the expedition moving again upon reuniting with Pepita, it was to Margarita Island that they sailed, arriving in May of 1816. Now, upon arrival, most of the senior officers bolted in different directions, each planning to do their own thing. Mourinho, Piar, Bermudez were all natives of the East and were simply picking up where they left off, reconnecting old networks, rallying old allies, and using those long relationships they had built to raise more men. These guys were caudillos, raising personal armies. And it's not like Bolivar wasn't okay with it. I mean, the ability to recruit was a huge part of what those guys brought to the table. But Bolivar cannot have missed that the title El Jefe Supremo wasn't much more than a title. While everyone scattered, Bolivar himself landed troops on the eastern mainland to create a staging area for his own personal project, which was the reconquest of Caracas. When he landed in June 1816 with free black volunteer soldiers from Haiti beside him, Bolivar fulfilled his promise to Pétion and made a sweeping declaration of full liberty to the slaves who have trembled under the Spanish yoke for 3 centuries. Never mind that the Bolivars and their fellow Criollo aristocrats were the ones actually minding the yoke. So as I said, this is a pretty big turning point. Bolivar's revolution now stands for emancipation. Well, yes, it does, but as we'll see, it's clear Bolivar was really positioning emancipation as the ideal end state for the Republic of Colombia, an ideal state not likely to be achieved with one grand gesture, but rather the gradual elimination of slavery over time. Indeed, in the coming years, even after Bolivar has gone off to Valhalla, the pace of emancipation would remain a contested issue, usually an issue won by the owners rather than the slaves, but that's all in the future. For the moment, it's full liberty and emancipation. Besides ending slavery, Bolivar also issued a declaration making it clear that the war to the death was now over, that his was no longer an army of terror. Bolivar had come to realize that in the long run, punishing neutrality with death and offering no quarter to the enemy had lost far more support for the Republic than it had gained, and he planned to treat civilians and prisoners of war with respect, and he swore that his senior officers would do the same. So Bolívar is finally putting the pieces together here. He's moved decisively towards liberty and equality, ideals that would win him support not just with aristocratic whites, but the whole population. He had abandoned the counterproductive war to the death. He's trying to forge a single professional army out of a bunch of allied caudillos. But there was still one more blind spot he had to shake before he could finally really let it rip. His focus on Caracas. Bolívar still believed that capturing and holding the capital was the key to victory. It had been the driving thrust of the admirable campaign, and despite how that had turned out, Bolívar made capturing Caracas once again the driving thrust of his latest campaign. It had not yet dawned on him that he could actually make considerably more progress by focusing on everything but the capital. But fear not, the fiasco we're about to discuss will allow Bolívar to shake that last blind spot once and for all. Transported by the little navy now run by Louis Briand, Bolívar's forces cruised west along the coast until they got to a beach serving the coastal city of Ocumare, which is about halfway between the royalist fortresses of Caracas and Puerto Cabello. Bolívar planned to split the royalist line and make a run at capturing Valencia, from which he would then turn and pounce on Caracas. But after landing on July the 5th, 1816, Bolívar never got off the beach, most likely screwed over by a messenger who had gone over to the enemy. Bolívar sent an advance force a few miles inland to hold the city of Ocumare proper, and then those guys sent a messenger back reporting that they were in good position. But this rogue messenger told Bolívar that Captain General Morales was on the way with 8,000 men. Suitably spooked, Bolívar sent the messenger back to scramble up a defense, whereupon the messenger reported to the forward unit that Bolívar had pulled up anchor and sailed away. With the various Patriot units now full of confusion, fear, and resentment, the whole operation collapsed in pitiful fashion. Bolívar ordered all the guns and powder that had been offloaded put back on the ships, but believing Morales was right on top of them, the men refused, more interested in saving themselves than a pile of weapons. And then, I kid you not, a couple of professional pirates who had signed up as mercenaries were like, well, hey, there's a bunch of guns laying around. And with confusion reigning, they loaded a pile of guns onto their own ship and just sailed away. Unable to control the situation, Bolívar did finally order a withdrawal, leaving all the Haitian guns and ammo laying on the beach or disappearing with the pirates. This was yet another embarrassing failure in the very mixed early military career of Simón Bolívar. Retreating in defeat once again, Bolívar redeposited Pepita and her family on St. Thomas and returned to eastern Venezuela in mid-August, where he received a cold reception from the eastern caudillo generals, who wondered why they needed this guy anyway. Bolívar had no native following or home connections in the east, and his expedition to the west had been a disaster. El Jefe Supremo had sailed off and lost all their guns. Meanwhile, the eastern caudillos have been recruiting and seizing control of territory. So on August the 22nd, 1816, they staged a coup against El Jefe Supremo. Bolívar got wind of it and tried to make a run for it, but was surrounded near the beach by an angry mob. Now, in the midst of the resulting confrontation, General Bermudez took out his sword and apparently made a very serious attempt to kill Bolívar right then and there, but was stopped by some more level-headed guards. In the ensuing confusion, Bolívar was able to run down and get in a canoe and then paddle out to Briand's ship, which put back out to sea to the only place that would have them, the Republic of Haiti. In early September 1816, Bolívar was back in Port-au-Prince, now a 4-time exile. Now you may have noticed this, but the unmitigated disaster at Ocumare looks an awful lot like Francisco de Miranda's failed Leander expedition, and you may have also noticed that it took place almost exactly 10 years apart. Miranda sailing away from his debacle on August the 13th, 1806, while Bolívar departed on July the 14th, 1816. But there was an even closer connection between the two, because on that very July the 14th, 1816, on the other side of the Atlantic, Francisco de Miranda breathed his last. Now, of course, he had breathed his last free air almost exactly 4 years earlier after being taken into custody by Bolívar and the other bitter officers of the First Republic in 1812. Miranda had remained in custody in Puerto Cabello until Bolivar's successful Admirable campaign, when he was put on a ship to Puerto Rico, and then shortly thereafter forwarded on to Cadiz, where he was chucked in the fortress of La Carraca. During the whole length of his final imprisonment, Miranda's physical health deteriorated, but he never gave up hope that somehow he would get out of this alive. He maintained heavy correspondence with friends and acquaintances across Europe and the Americas, and he also inundated the Spanish government with pleas for clemency. First, these pleas were ignored by the Regency, but now they were busy being ignored by the restored Bourbon monarchy. The traitor Miranda had lurked on the edges of the Spanish-American Empire, trying to destroy it for over 30 years. Now he was in hand, and they were not going to let him go. The end was not pleasant for Miranda. On March the 16th, he suffered a nearly fatal stroke that left him badly incapacitated, and for the next 4 months his broken body struggled through periodic convulsions and exposure to various diseases that passed through the prison. His spirit never wavered, but on July the 14th, 1816, Bastille Day, his body finally gave up. Miranda was buried in a simple grave in the prison graveyard, but in 1875, La Carraca was torn down, and any body that had been buried in the graveyard was chucked into a mass anonymous grave. And so in that pile somewhere lies the mortal remains of the precursor, Francisco de Miranda. He never achieved his dream. He never lived to see the independence of Spanish America, but the shadow of Miranda looms over everything. He single-handedly created an international network dedicated to the project of independence. British liberals, American merchants, hell, Catherine the Great of Russia. And then among his countrymen, he had forged a single brotherhood of revolutionaries through his Grand Reunion Lodge, and it was that brotherhood of revolutionaries who would see the project through to the end: Bolivar, O'Higgins, and though the two never met, José de San Martín, plus literally hundreds of others who had passed through the house on Grafton Street. The precursor really is a fitting honorific. Other men starred in the show, but Miranda set the stage. And now he is dead. A few months after Miranda's death, Bolivar was once again sitting in Haiti, perhaps wondering if he was destined to wind up like old Miranda. He briefly considered giving up on Venezuela entirely. He met a revolutionary adventurer recruiting for an expedition to Mexico, and Bolivar nearly signed up, but, come on, he's not actually going to quit Venezuela. Especially because at the end of 1816, he started receiving dispatches from the mainland that said things like, the Caudillo generals are actually making very good progress in the east. Mourinho and Piar in particular have conquered great swaths of territory. But also, while they may dislike you, they kind of hate each other even more, and their cooperation is sorely lacking. So despite all his failures, Bolivar still seemed to be the one guy who everybody could maybe live with as El Jefe Supremo. So in this way, Bolivar is a little bit like the South American George Washington he's often described as being, the one man who could bind them all together, except not exactly the same, since Bolivar's hold on his subordinates was never what Washington was able to muster through his own dark night that ultimately did lead to the dawn of independence. Now, luckily for Bolivar, President Alexandre Pétion generously waved away the fact that Bolivar had lost all that stuff at Ocumare, and he agreed to outfit the Venezuelan revolutionary for a second time. So on December the 21st, 1816, Simón Bolívar departed Haiti, this time for the last time. When he landed in Republican Venezuela this time, he would stay. He would see Venezuelan independence through to the end, then make a famous march through the mountains to liberate New Granada, before turning south to make his way through Quito on his way to Peru, and his destined link with José de San Martín, who was just a few weeks away himself from making his own legendary crossing through the Andes in January and February 1817. Upon this final return to Venezuela, Bolívar wrote personal letters to each of his generals attempting to knit them back together. It was time for them to stop being independent caudillos and instead form a professional army of the Republic. But the generals remained standoffish. On January 1817, Bolívar landed in Barcelona with about 400 men. But just as he was establishing himself, word came that 4,000 royalists were on the way. And unlike the deception at Ocumare, this report was accurate, and so Bolívar sent quick dispatches calling for reinforcements. And though he was not happy about it one bit, Santiago Marinho decided he could not let Bolivar hang out to dry and rode to his aid. So too did General Bermudez, though not happy about it either, and possibly coming to see if he could finally plant that sword in Bolivar's heart. But when Bermudez arrived, Bolivar appeared so genuinely grateful, so genuinely relieved, that he called Bermudez the liberator of the liberator. And this flipped some switch because from this point on, Bermudez is as loyal a general as Bolivar ever had. But missing from this reunion was Manuel Piar. The Pardo colonel had gone deep into the interior towards the Orinoco River, attacking the province of Guayana and approaching the regional capital of Angostura, which lay a few hundred miles up the Orinoco River. As he marched, Piar raised an army of Indians, mestizos, and Pardos drawn from the local population. And not only that, but shortly thereafter, Piar took control of a prosperous network of estates run by some monks that would keep his army fed and supplied almost indefinitely. So as Bolivar huddled with Bermudez and Marinho, and Colonel Sucre is there too, he finally saw the whole board. Forget Caracas. We will march towards Guayana and the Orinoco River, link up with Manuel Piar, use our combined forces to capture Angostura, and then march west into the plains and link up with the great man that I am going to spend next week introducing you to, the Centaur of the Plains, Jose Antonio Paz. So on March the 15th, 1817, Bolivar and a small group of officers set out for the Orinoco River. General Santiago Marinho, though, did not accompany Bolivar to the Orinoco. He stayed behind near the coast, and Bolivar ordered him to march west to establish a defensive line to prevent any royalist incursions. But as soon as Bolivar was out of sight, Marinho turned east and instead marched back towards Cumaná, where he was comfortable and surrounded by a supportive population. Marinho then proceeded to ignore any further order he didn't like, most damnably, ignoring a distress call from 400 of Bolivar's men trying to hold a fort at Barcelona. Overrun by that royalist force, the whole garrison was killed, along with hundreds of patriotic civilian sympathizers. Marinho did not lift a finger to help them. But Bolivar was about to have more pressing problems than Marinho's insubordination, or at least that's how it's going to be made out, because Bolivar was about to have to deal with the insubordination of Manuel Piar. After a string of successes leading an army he had recruited himself, Colonel Manuel Piar was not much interested in being subordinated to Simón Bolívar and his aristocratic friends. He still harbored resentment against Bolivar for the 24 crates of treasure incident 3 years before, and he refused to be enveloped by this serial loser who had shown no ability to recruit, organize, or lead a successful army. And now Bolivar is going to waltz up to the army Piar has recruited, organized, and led and say thank you very much, hand it over? Not likely. Then in mid-April 1817, as Bolivar was still making his trek towards the Orinoco, Piar fought a battle against the one real royalist garrison in the region and thrashed it at San Felix. With this royalist force defeated, the civilian Peninsular and Criollo inhabitants of Angostura abandoned the city, leaving it wide open for rebel occupation. Bolivar was thrilled to hear all of this when he finally did show up at the beginning of May, and he really did say, "Thanks, good work, hand it over." Though he did have the good sense to make a big show of applauding Piar and promoting him from colonel to general, but Piar clearly has no intention of actually giving way, although for the moment he bided his time. Meanwhile, down on the coast, Santiago Marinho's insubordination was approaching intolerable levels. In early May, he spread the rumor that Bolivar had either been killed or captured up along the Orinoco, and then on May the 8th, 1817, Marinho convened a Congress that would allegedly serve as the government of the Third Republic. In reality, it was just 10 guys in a room. But they did vote to reinstate the old Federalist Constitution of 1811, the one so despised by Bolivar, and then they of course declared Marinho El Jefe Supremo. But not everyone around Marinho supported these machinations, and about 30 of his officers quit in protest and rode off to join Bolivar, among them Colonel Antonio José Sucre, who was now on the verge of becoming Bolivar's protege and heir presumptive. Meanwhile, Marinho's new government lasted exactly 1 day because on May the 9th, 1817, Marinho learned that a royalist army was approaching. He took up arms while the Congress bolted, never to reconvene or be mentioned ever again. Bolivar's reaction to Mourinho's repeated insubordination, betrayal, usurpation is going to be anticlimactic in a very telling way, because rather than bring the hammer down on the liberator of the East, Bolivar would eventually go out of his way to coax Mourinho out of hiding and welcome him back into the army. But this leniency towards Mourinho is contrasted with his harshness towards Manuel Piar, because he does bring the hammer down on Piar hard. And it's been a lingering stain on Bolivar's reputation that when he finally decided to make an example of an insubordinate general, that he passed over all the white Criollo guys and landed on the one non-white in the senior command. And I've seen multiple takes on this. I've seen arguments that Bolivar did this deliberately. I've seen arguments that it was an unconscious expression of his Criollo racism, and also that it was just a coincidence. Whichever it was, it certainly doesn't look good for Bolivar. Now, despite his resentment, General Piar had stayed in the army, but soon he started complaining that he was sick and wanted to retire from the front lines. Bolivar tried to talk him out of it, but Piar was insistent that the illness was terrible, and so finally on June the 30th, 1817, Bolivar signed the order allowing Piar to retire. But as soon as he was cut loose, Piar rode around telling everybody that he had just been fired because he was colored, that Bolivar and his Criollo buddies were as vicious and racist as ever. And getting people to believe this story wasn't very hard, and pretty soon the men who had been turned over to Bolivar were defecting back to Piar. But not enough of them, and not fast enough for Piar's insurrection to work. Bolivar was quickly alerted to Piar's rebellion and was understandably furious. On July the 23rd, Bolivar signed an arrest warrant and dispatched General Bermudez to execute it. When Piar discovered Bolivar was on to him, he bolted down to Cumaná and hopefully the protection of Santiago Mourinho. Piar had been among the 45 that Mourinho had first led back into Venezuela 3.5 years earlier. But Piar was captured and brought back to face the wrath of Simón Bolívar. In the meantime, Louis Brion's little fleet had sailed up into the Orinoco River in support of Bolívar's official capture of Angostura, which came on July the 17th, just before Bolívar issued the arrest warrant for Piar. From this point on, Angostura becomes the Republican capital of Venezuela, although today you will not find Angostura on any map because in 1846 it was renamed Ciudad Bolívar, Bolívar City. For the next few months, Bolívar and his compatriots would start setting up a real Republican government in Angostura, far from any threat posed by royalist forces up on the Caribbean coast. And it was in Angostura that Bolívar dropped the hammer on Manuel Piar. Tried before a special military tribunal, General Manuel Piar was found guilty and shot. His death would long hang over Bolívar. It still does. And it certainly made it more difficult to convince everybody that he really was now for liberty and equality rather than Criollo white supremacy. But now holding Angostura, Bolívar did not plan to stay there. He wanted to keep moving. He always wanted to keep moving. And next week, Bolívar will ride west for his rendezvous with the man who really, more than anyone else, truly secured the independence of Venezuela. Not a fancy rich boy or a career soldier, and certainly not an intellectual radical, but rather a simple cowboy from the Llanos, José Antonio Páez.